Part 13 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Household Words, a weekly journal, Saturday, June the 24th, 1854. Chapter 23. Mr. James Harthouse, going in for his adopted party, soon began to score. With the aid of a little more coaching for the political sages, a little more genteel listlessness for the general society, and a tolerable management of the assumed honesty in dishonesty, most effective and most patronised of the polite deadly sins, he speedily came to be considered of much promise. The not being troubled with earnestness was a grand point in his favour, enabling him to take the hard fact fellows with as good a grace as if he had been born one of the tribe, and to throw all other tribes overboard as conscious impostors. "Whom none of us believe, my dear Mrs. Bounderby, and who do not believe themselves. The only difference between us and the professors of virtue or benevolence or philanthropy, never mind the name, is that we know it is all meaningless, and say so, while they know it equally, and will never say so." Why should she be shocked or warned by this reiteration? It was not so unlike her father's principles and her early training that it need startle her. Where was the great difference between the two schools, when each chained her down to material realities, and inspired her with no faith in anything else? What was there in her soul for James Harthouse to destroy, which Thomas Gradgrind had nurtured there in its state of innocence? It was even the worse for her, at this pass, that in her mind, implanted there before her eminently practical father began to form it, a struggling disposition to believe in a wider and higher humanity than she had ever heard of, constantly strove with doubts and resentments. With doubts, because the aspiration had been so laid waste in her youth; with resentments, because of the wrong that had been done to her, if it were indeed a whisper of the truth. Upon a nature so long accustomed to self-suppression, thus torn and divided, the Harthouse philosophy came as a relief and justification. Everything being hollow and worthless, she had missed nothing and sacrificed nothing. What did it matter, she had said to her father, when he proposed her husband? What did it matter, she said still. With a scornful self-reliance, she asked herself, what did anything matter? And went on. Towards what? Step by step, onward and downward, towards some end, yet so gradually that she believed herself to remain motionless. As to Mr. Harthouse, whither he tended, he neither considered nor cared. He had no particular design or plan before him, no energetic wickedness ruffled his lassitude. He was as much amused and interested, at present, as it became so fine a gentleman to be. Perhaps even more than it would have been consistent with his reputation to confess. Soon after his arrival, he languidly wrote to his brother, the honourable and jocular member, that the Bounderbys were "great fun," and further, that the female Bounderby, instead of being the gorgon he had expected, was young and remarkably pretty. After that, he wrote no more about them, and devoted his leisure chiefly to their house. He was very often in their house, in his flittings and visitings about the Coketown district, and was much encouraged by Mr. Bounderby. It was quite in Mr. Bounderby's gusty way to boast to all his world that he didn't care about your highly connected people, but that if his wife, Tom Gradgrind's daughter, did, she was welcome to their company. Mr. James Harthouse began to think it would be a new sensation if the face which changed so beautifully for the whelp would change for him. He was quick enough to observe, he had a good memory, and did not forget a word of the brother's revelations. He interwove them with everything he saw of the sister, and he began to understand her. To be sure, the better and profounder part of her character was not within his scope of perception, for in natures, as in seas, depth answers unto depth. But he soon began to read the rest with a student's eye. Mr. Bounderby had taken possession of a house and grounds about 15 miles from the town, and accessible within a mile or two by a railway striding on many arches over a wild country, undermined by deserted coal pits and spotted at night by fires and black shapes of engines. This country, gradually softening towards the neighbourhood of Mr. Bounderby's retreat, there mellowed into a rustic landscape, golden with heath and snowy with hawthorn in the spring of the year, and tremulous with leaves and their shadows all the summer-time. The bank had foreclosed a mortgage on the property thus pleasantly situated, effected by one of the Coketown magnates, who, in his determination to make a shorter cut than usual to an enormous fortune, over-speculated himself afterwards by about £200,000. These accidents did sometimes happen in the best regulated families of Coketown, though the bankrupts had no connection whatever with the improvident classes. It afforded Mr. Bounderby supreme satisfaction to install himself in this snug little estate, and with demonstrative humility to grow cabbages in the flower garden. He delighted to live, barrack fashion, among the elegant furniture, and he bullied the very pictures with his origin. "Why, sir," he would say to a visitor, "I'm told that the Nickets, the late owner, gave £700 for that sea beach. Now, to be plain with you, if I ever, in the whole course of my life, take 7 looks at it, at £100 a look, it will be as much as I shall do. No, by George, I don't forget that I am Josiah Bounderby of Coketown. For years upon years, the only pictures in my possession, and that I could have got into my possession by any means, unless I stole them, were the engravings of a man shaving himself in a boot, on the blacking bottles that I was overjoyed to use in cleaning boots with, and that I sold when they were empty for a farthing apiece, and glad to get it." Then he would address Mr. Harthouse in the same style. "Harthouse, you have a couple of horses down here. Bring 6 more if you like, and we'll find room for 'em. There's stabling in this place for 12 horses, and unless Nickets is belied, he kept the full number. A round dozen of 'em, sir. When that man was a boy, he went to Westminster School. Went to Westminster School as a king's scholar, when I was principally living on garbage and sleeping in market baskets. Why, if I wanted to keep 12 horses, which I don't, for one's enough for me, I couldn't bear to see 'em in their stalls here, and think what my own lodging used to be. I couldn't look at 'em, sir, and not order 'em out. Yet, so things come round. You see this place, you know what sort of a place it is. You're aware that there's not a completer place of its size in this kingdom or elsewhere, I don't care where, and here, got into the middle of it, like a maggot into a nut, is Josiah Bounderby. While Nickets, as a man came into my office and told me yesterday, Nickets, who used to act in Latin in the Westminster School plays, with the chief justices and nobility of this country applauding him till they were black in the face, is drivelling at this minute. Drivelling, sir, in a 5th floor up a narrow dark back street in Antwerp." It was among the leafy shadows of this retirement in the long sultry summer days that Mr. Harthouse began to prove the face which had set him wondering when he first saw it, and to try if it would change for him. "Mrs. Bounderby, I esteem it a most fortunate accident that I find you alone here. I have for some time had a particular wish to speak to you." It was not by any wonderful accident that he found her, the time of day being that at which she was always alone, and the place being her favourite resort. It was an opening in a dark wood, where some felled trees lay, and where she would sit watching the fallen leaves of last year, as she had watched the falling ashes at home. He sat down beside her with a glance at her face. "Your brother, my young friend, Tom." Her colour brightened, and she turned to him with a look of interest. "I never in my life," he thought, "saw anything so remarkable and so captivating as the lighting of those features." His face betrayed his thoughts, perhaps without betraying him, for it might have been according to its instructions to do so. "Pardon me. The expression of your sisterly interest is so beautiful. Tom should be so proud of it. I know this is inexcusable, but I am so compelled to admire." "Being so impulsive," she said composedly. "Mrs. Bounderby, no. You know I make no pretence with you. You know I am a sordid piece of human nature, ready to sell myself at any time for any reasonable sum. and altogether incapable of any Arcadian proceeding whatever." "I'm waiting," she returned, "for your further reference to my brother." "You are rigid with me, and I deserve it. I'm as worthless a dog as you will find, except that I'm not false. Not false. But you surprised and started me from my subject, which was your brother. I have an interest in him." "Have you an interest in anything, Mr. Harthouse?" she asked, half incredulously and half gratefully. "If you had asked me when I first came here, I should have said no. I must say now, even at the hazard of appearing to make a pretence, and of justly awakening your incredulity, yes." She made a slight movement, as if she were trying to speak, but could not find voice. At length she said, "Mr. Harthouse, I give you credit for being interested in my brother." "Thank you. I claim to deserve it. You know how little I do claim, but I will go that length. You've done so much for him. You're so fond of him. Your whole life, Mrs. Bounderby, expresses such charming self-forgetfulness on his account. Pardon me again. I am running wide of the subject. I am interested in him for his own sake." She had made the slightest action possible, as if she would have risen in a hurry and gone away. He had turned the course of what he said at that instant, and she remained. "Mrs. Bounderby," he resumed in a lighter manner, and yet with a show of effort in assuming it, which was even more expressive than the manner he dismissed, "it is no irrevocable offence in a young fellow of your brother's years if he is heedless, inconsiderate, and expensive, a little dissipated in the common phrase. Is he?" "Yes." "Allow me to be frank. Do you think he games at all?" "I think he makes bets." Mr. Harthouse, waiting, as if that were not her whole answer, she added, "I know he does." "Of course he loses." "Yes." "Everybody loses who bets. May I hint at the probability of your sometimes supplying him with money for these purposes?" She sat looking down, but at this question raised her eyes searchingly and a little resentfully. "Acquit me of impertinent curiosity, my dear Mrs. Bounderby. I think Tom may be gradually falling into trouble, and I wish to stretch out a helping hand to him from the depths of my wicked experience. Shall I say again, for his sake? Is that necessary?" She seemed to try to answer, but nothing came of it. "Candidly, to confess everything that has occurred to me," said James Harthouse, again gliding with the same appearance of effort into his more airy manner, "I will confide to you my doubt whether he has had many advantages, whether, forgive my plainness, whether any great amount of confidence is likely to have been established between himself and his most worthy father." "I do not," said Louisa, flushing with her own great remembrance in that wise, "think it likely. Or between himself and, I may trust to your perfect understanding of my meaning, I am sure, and his highly esteemed brother-in-law." She flushed deeper and deeper, and was burning red, when she replied in a fainter voice, "I do not think that likely either. Mrs. Bounderby," after a short silence, "may there be a better confidence between yourself and me? Tom has borrowed a considerable sum of you." "You'll understand, Mr. Harthouse," she returned after some indecision. She had been more or less uncertain and troubled throughout the conversation, yet she had in the main preserved her self-contained manner. "You will understand that if I tell you what you press to know, it is not by way of complaint or regret. I would never complain of anything, and what I have done I do not in the least regret." So spirited too, thought James Harthouse. "When I married, I found that my brother was even at that time heavily in debt. Heavily for him, I mean. Heavily enough to oblige me to sell some trinkets. They were no sacrifice. I sold them very willingly. I attached no value to them. They were quite worthless to me." Either she saw in his face that he knew, or she only feared in her conscience that he knew, that she spoke of some of her husband's gifts. She stopped and reddened again. If he had not known it before, he would have known it then, though he had been a much duller man than he was. "Since then, I've given my brother at various times what money I could spare. In short, what money I have had. Confiding in you at all, on the faith of the interest you profess for him, I will not do so by halves. Since you have been in the habit of visiting here, he is wanted in one sum as much as £100. I've not been able to give it to him,
I've felt uneasy for the consequences of his being so involved, but I have kept these secrets until now, when I trust them to your honour. I have held no confidence with anyone, because— You anticipated my reason just now."
She abruptly broke off. He was a ready man, and he saw and seized an opportunity here of presenting her own image to her, slightly disguised as her brother.
"Mrs. Bounderby, though a graceless person of the world worldly, I feel the utmost interest, I assure you, in what you tell me. I cannot possibly be hard upon your brother. I understand and share the wise consideration with which you regard his errors. With all possible respect, both for Mr. Gradgrind and for Mr. Bounderby, I think I perceive that he has not been fortunate in his training. Bred at a disadvantage towards the society in which he has his part to play, he rushes into those extremes for himself, from opposite extremes that have long been forced, with the very best intentions, we have no doubt, upon him. Mr. Bounderby's fine bluff English independence, though a most charming characteristic, does not, as we have agreed, invite confidence. If I might venture to remark that it is the least in the world deficient in that delicacy to which a youth mistaken, a character misconceived, and abilities misdirected, would turn for relief and guidance, I should express what it presents to my own view."
As she sat looking straight before her, across the changing lights upon the grass, into the darkness of the wood beyond, he saw in her face her application of his very distinctly uttered words.
"All allowance," he continued, "must be made. I have one great fault to find with Tom, however, which I cannot forgive, and for which I take him heavily to account."
Louisa turned her eyes to his face, and asked him what fault was that.
"Perhaps," he returned, "I have said enough. Perhaps it would have been better on the whole if no allusion to it had escaped me." "You alarm me, Mr. Harthouse. Pray let me know it." "To relieve you from needless apprehension, and as this confidence regarding your brother, which I prize, I am sure, above all possible things, has been established between us, I obey. I cannot forgive him for not being more sensible in every word, look, and act of his life, of the affection of his best friend, of the devotion of his best friend, of her unselfishness, of her sacrifice. The return he makes her, within my observation, is a very poor one. What she has done for him demands his constant love and gratitude, not his ill humour and caprice. Careless fellow as I am not so indifferent, Mrs. Bounderby, as to be regardless of this vice in your brother, or inclined to consider it a venial offence."
The wood floated before her, for her eyes were suffused with tears. They rose from a deep well, long concealed, and her heart was filled with acute pain that found no relief in them.
"In a word, it is to correct your brother in this, Mrs. Bounderby, that I most aspire. My better knowledge of his circumstances, and my direction and advice in extricating him, rather valuable, I hope, as coming from a scapegrace on a much larger scale, will give me some influence over him, and all I gain I shall certainly use towards this end. I have said enough, and more than enough. I seem to be protesting that I am a sort of good fellow, when upon my honour I have not the least intention to make any protestation to that effect, and openly announce that I am nothing of the sort. Yonder, among the trees," he added, having lifted up his eyes and looked about, for he had watched her closely until now, "is your brother himself, no doubt just come down. As he seems to be loitering in this direction, it might be as well, perhaps, to walk towards him, and throw ourselves in his way. He has been very silent and doleful of late. Perhaps his brotherly conscience is touched, if there are such things as consciences, though upon my honour I hear of them much too often to believe in them."
He assisted her to rise, and she took his arm, and they advanced to meet the whelp. He was idly beating the branches as he lounged along, or he stopped viciously to rip the moss from the trees with his stick. He was startled when they came upon him, while he was engaged in this latter pastime, and his colour changed.
"Hulloa," he stammered. I didn't know you were here." "Whose name, Tom?" said Mr. Harthouse, putting his hand upon his shoulder, and turning him so that they all three walked towards the house together. "Have you been carving on the trees?"
"Whose name?" returned Tom. "Oh, you mean what girl's name?"
You have a suspicious appearance of inscribing some fair creatures on the bark, Tom.
Not much of that, Mr. Harthouse, unless some fair creature with a slashing fortune at her own disposal would take a fancy to me. Or she might be as ugly as she was rich, without any fear of losing me. I'd carve her name as often as she liked.
I'm afraid you are mercenary, Tom.
Mercenary, repeated Tom. Who is not mercenary? Ask my sister.
Have you so proved it to be a failing of mine, Tom? Said Louisa, showing no other sense of his discontent and ill nature.
You know whether the cap fits you, Lou, returned her brother sulkily. If it does, you can wear it.
Tom is misanthropical to-day, as all bored people are now and then, said Mr. Harthouse. Don't believe him, Mrs. Bounderby. He knows much better. I shall disclose some of his opinions of you, privately expressed to me, unless he relents a little.
At all events, Mr. Harthouse, said Tom, softening in his admiration of his patron, but shaking his head sullenly too. You can't tell her that I ever praised her for being mercenary. I may have praised her for being the contrary, and I should do it again if I had as good reason. However, never mind this now. It's not very interesting to you, and I'm sick of the subject. They walked on to the house, where Louisa quitted her visitor's arm and went in. He stood looking after her as she ascended the steps and passed into the shadow of the door. Then he put his hand upon her brother's shoulder again, and invited him with a confidential nod to a walk in the garden.
Tom, my fine fellow, I want to have a word with you.
They had stopped among a disorder of roses. It was part of Mr. Bounderby's humility to keep Nicket's roses on a reduced scale, and Tom sat down on a terrace parapet, plucking buds and picking them to pieces, while his powerful familiar stood over him, with a foot upon the parapet, and his figure easily resting on the arm supported by that knee. They were just visible from her window. Perhaps she saw them.
Tom, what's the matter?
Oh, Mr. Harthouse, said Tom with a groan, I'm hard up and bothered out of my life.
My good fellow, so am I.
You, returned Tom, you are the picture of independence. Mr. Harthouse, I'm in a horrible mess. You have no idea what a state I've got myself into, what a state my sister might have got me out of, if she would only have done it. He took to biting the rosebuds now, and tearing them away from his teeth with a hand that trembled like an infirm old man's. After one exceedingly observant look at him, his companion relapsed into his lightest air.
Tom, you are inconsiderate. You expect too much of your sister. You have had money off her, you dog. You know you have.
Well, Mr. Harthouse, I know I have. How else was I to get it? Here's old Bounderby always boasting that at my age he lived upon twopence a month or something of that sort. Here's my father drawing what he calls a line and tying me down to it from a baby, neck and heels. Here's my mother, who never has anything of her own except her complaints. What is a fellow to do for money, and where am I to look for it, if not to my sister? He was almost crying, and scattered the buds about by dozens. Mr. Harthouse took him persuasively by the coat.
But, my dear Tom, if your sister has not got it—
Not got it, Mr. Harthouse. I don't say she has got it. I may have wanted more than she was likely to have got. But then she ought to get it. She could get it. It's of no use pretending to make a secret of matters now, after what I've told you already. You know she didn't marry old Bounderby for her own sake, or for his sake, but for my sake. Then why doesn't she get what I want out of him for my sake? She's not obliged to say what she's going to do with it. She is sharp enough. She could manage to coax it out of him, if she chose. Then why doesn't she choose when I tell her of what consequence it is? But no, there she sits in his company like a stone, instead of making herself agreeable and getting it easily. I don't know what you may call this, but I call it unnatural conduct. There was a piece of ornamental water immediately below the parapet, and on the other side, into which Mr. James Harthouse had a very strong inclination to pitch Mr. Thomas Gradgrind, Jr., as the injured men of Coketown threatened to pitch their property into the Atlantic. But he preserved his easy attitude, and nothing more solid went over the stone balustrades than the accumulated rosebuds now floating about a little surface island.
My dear Tom, said Harthouse, Let me try to be your banker."
"For God's sake," replied Tom suddenly, "don't talk about bankers." And very white he looked in contrast with the roses. Very white. Mr. Harthouse, as a thoroughly well-bred man, accustomed to the best society, was not to be surprised. He could as soon have been affected, but he raised his eyelids a little more, as if they were lifted by a feeble touch of wonder, albeit it was as much against the precepts of his school to wonder as it was against the doctrines of the Gradgrind College.
"What is the present need, Tom? 3 figures? Out with them. Say what they are."
"Mr. Harthouse," returned Tom, now actually crying, and his tears were better made than his injuries, however pitiful figure he made. "It's too late. The money is of no use to me at present. I should have had it before to be of use to me. But I'm very much obliged to you. You're a true friend."
"True friend. Whelp, whelp," thought Mr. Harthouse lazily. "What an arse you are."
"And I take your offer as a great kindness," said Tom, grasping his hand. "As a great kindness, Mr. Harthouse."
"Well," returned the other, "it may be of more use by and by. And my good fellow, if you will open your bedevilments to me when they come thick upon you, I may show you better ways out of them than you can find for yourself."
"Thank you," said Tom, shaking his head dismally, and chewing rosebuds. "I wish I'd known you sooner, Mr. Harthouse."
"Now you see, Tom," said Mr. Harthouse in conclusion,
himself tossing over a rose or two as a contribution to the island which was always drifting to the wall as if it wanted to become a part of the mainland,
"every man is selfish in everything he does, and I am exactly like the rest of my fellow creatures. I am desperately intent,"
the languor of his desperation being quite tropical,
"on your softening towards your sister, which you ought to do, and on your being a more loving and agreeable sort of brother, which you ought to be."
"I will be, Mr. Harthouse."
"No time like the present, Tom. Begin at once."
"Certainly I will, and my sister Lou shall say so."
"Having made which bargain, Tom,"
said Harthouse, clapping him on the shoulder again, with an air which left him at liberty to infer, as he did, poor fool, that this condition was imposed upon him in mere careless good nature, to lessen his sense of obligation,
"we will tear ourselves asunder until dinner-time."
When Tom appeared before dinner, though his mind seemed heavy enough, his body was on the alert, and he appeared before Mr. Bounderby came in. "I didn't mean to be cross, Lou," he said, giving her his hand and kissing her. "I know you are fond of me, and you know I'm fond of you." After this there was a smile upon Louisa's face that day, for someone else. Alas, for someone else.
"So much the less is the whelp the only creature that she cares for,"
thought James Harthouse, reversing the reflection of his first day's knowledge of her pretty face.
"So much the less."
End of Part 13. Part 14 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Household Words, a weekly journal. Saturday, July the 1st, 1854. Chapter 24. The next morning was too bright a morning for sleep, and James Harthouse rose early and sat in the pleasant bay window of his dressing-room, smoking the rare tobacco that had so wholesome an influence on his young friend. Reposing in the sunlight, with the fragrance of his Eastern pipe about him, and the dreamy smoke vanishing into the air, so rich and soft with summer odours, as an idle winner might count his gains, he was not at all bored for the time, and could give his mind to it. He had established a confidence with her from which her husband was excluded. He had established a confidence with her that absolutely turned upon her indifference towards her husband, and the absence now and at all times of any congeniality between them. He had artfully but plainly assured her that he knew her heart in its last most delicate recesses. He had come so near to her through its tenderest sentiment. He had associated himself with that feeling, and the barrier behind which she lived had melted away, all very odd and very satisfactory. And yet he had not, even now, any earnest wickedness of purpose in him. Publicly and privately, It were much better for the age in which he lived that he and the legion of whom he were one were designedly bad than indifferent and purposeless. It is the drifting icebergs setting with any current anywhere that wreck the ships. When the devil goeth about like a roaring lion, he goeth about in a shape by which few but savages and hunters are attracted. But when he is trimmed, varnished, and polished according to the mode, when he is aweary of vice and aweary of virtue, used up as to brimstone, and used up as to bliss, then, whether he take to the serving out of red tape or to the kindling of red fire, he is the very devil. So James Harthouse reclined in the window, indolently smoking and reckoning up the steps he had taken on the road by which he happened to be travelling. The end to which it led was before him, pretty plainly, but he troubled himself with no calculations about it. What will be, will be. As he had rather a long ride to take that day, for there was a public occasion to do at some distance which afforded a tolerable opportunity of going in for the Gradgrind men, he dressed early and went down to breakfast. He was anxious to see if she had relapsed since the previous evening. No, he resumed where he had left off. There was a look of interest for him again. He got through the day as much, or as little, to his own satisfaction as was to be expected under the fatiguing circumstances, and came riding back at 6 o'clock. There was a sweep of some half-mile between the lodge and the house, and he was riding along at a foot's pace over the smooth gravel, once Nickits's, when Mr. Bounderby burst out of the shrubbery with such violence as to make his horse shy across the road.
"Harthouse!" cried Mr. Bounderby. "Have you heard?"
"Heard what?" said
Harthouse, soothing his horse and inwardly favouring Mr. Bounderby with no good wishes.
"Then you haven't heard."
"I've heard you, and so has this brute. I've heard nothing else."
Mr. Bounderby, red and hot, planted himself in the centre of the path before the horse's head to explode his bombshell with more effect.
"The bank's robbed."
"You don't mean it."
"Robbed last night, sir. Robbed in an extraordinary manner. Robbed with a false key."
"Of much?"
Mr. Bounderby, in his desire to make the most of it, really seemed mortified by being obliged to reply.
"Why, no, not a very much, but it might have been."
"Of how much?"
"Oh, as a sum, if you stick to a sum, of not more than £150,
said Bounderby with impatience.
"But it's not the sum, it's the fact. It's the fact of the bank being robbed that's the important circumstance. I'm surprised you don't see it."
"My dear Bounderby," said James, dismounting and giving his bridle to his servant, "I do see it, and am as overcome as you can possibly desire me to be by the spectacle afforded to my mental view. Nevertheless, I may be allowed, I hope, to congratulate you, which I do with all my soul, I assure you, on your not having sustained a greater loss."
"Thank ye,"
replied Bounderby, in a short, ungracious manner.
"But I tell you what, it might have been £20,000.
"I suppose it might."
"Suppose it might? By the Lord, you may suppose so. By George,"
said Mr. Bounderby, with sundry menacing nods and shakes of his head,
"it might have been twice 20. There's no knowing what it would have been, or wouldn't have been, as it was, but for the fellow's being disturbed."
Louisa had come up now, and Mrs. Sparsit and Bitzer.
"Here's Tom Gradgrind's daughter knows very well what it might have been, if you don't," blustered Bounderby. "Drops her as if she was shot when I told her. Never knew her to do such a thing before. Does her credit under the circumstances, in my opinion."
She still looked faint and pale. James Harthouse begged her to take his arm, and as they moved on very slowly, asked how the robbery had been committed.
"Why, I'm going to tell you,"
said Mr. Bounderby irritably, giving his arm to Mrs. Sparsit.
"If you hadn't been so mighty particular about the sum, I should have begun to tell you before. You know this lady, for she is a lady, Mrs. Sparsit?"
"I have already had the honour."
"Very well. And this young man, Bitzer, you saw him too on the same occasion?"
Mr. Harthouse inclined his head in assent, and Bitzer knuckled his forehead.
"Very well. They live at the bank. You know they live at the bank, perhaps? Very well. Yesterday afternoon, at the close of business hours, everything was put away as usual. In the iron room that this young fellow sleeps outside of, there was never mind how much. In the little safe in young Tom's closet, the safe used for petty purposes, there was £150 odd.
154, 7, 1, said Bitzer.
Come,
retorted Bounderby, stopping to wheel round upon him.
Let's have none of your interruptions. It's enough to be robbed while you're snoring because you're too comfortable without being put right with your 471s. I didn't snore myself when I was your age, let me tell you. I hadn't victuals enough to snore, and I didn't 471, not if I knew it.
Bitzer knuckled his forehead again in a sneaking manner, and seemed at once particularly impressed and depressed by the instance last given of Mr. Bounderby's moral abstinence.
£150 odd,
resumed Mr. Bounderby.
That sum of money young Tom locked in his safe. Not a very strong safe, but that's no matter now. Everything was left all right. Some time in the night, when this young fellow snored, Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am, you say you've heard him snore?
Sir, returned Mrs. Sparsit, I cannot say that I have heard him precisely snore, and therefore must not make that statement. But on winter evenings, when he has fallen asleep at his table, I have heard him, what I should prefer to describe as partially choke. I've heard him on such occasions produce sounds of a nature similar to what may be sometimes heard in Dutch clocks. Not, said Mrs. Sparsit, with a lofty sense of giving strict evidence, that I would convey any imputation on his moral character. Far from it. I have always considered Bitzer a young man of the most upright principle, and to that I beg to bear my testimony.
Well,
said the exasperated Bounderby,
while he was snoring, or choking, or Dutch clocking, or something or other, being asleep, some fellows somehow, whether previously concealed in the house or not remains to be seen, got to young Tom's safe, forced it, and abstracted the contents. Being then disturbed, they made off, letting themselves out at the main door, and double locking it again. It was double locked and the key under Mrs. Sparsit's pillow, with a false key, which was picked up in the street near the bank about 12 o'clock today. No alarm takes place till this chap Bitzer turns out this morning and begins to open and prepare the offices for business. Then, looking at Tom's safe, he sees the door ajar, and finds the lock forced and the money gone.
Where is Tom, by the by? asked Harthouse, glancing round.
He has been helping the police, said Bounderby, and stays behind at the bank. I wish these fellows had tried to rob me when I was at his time of life. They would have been out of pocket if they'd invested 18p in the job. I can tell them that.
Is anybody suspected?
Suspected? I should think there was somebody suspected. God,
said Bounderby, relinquishing Mrs. Sparsit's arm to wipe his heated head.
Josiah Bounderby of Coketown is not to be plundered, and nobody suspected. No, thank you.
Might Mr. Harthouse inquire who was suspected?
Well,
said Bounderby, stopping and facing about to confront them all,
I'll tell you. It's not to be mentioned everywhere. It's not to be mentioned anywhere, in order that the scoundrels concerned, there's a gang of 'em, may be thrown off their guard. So take this in confidence. Now, wait a bit.
Mr. Bounderby wiped his head again.
What should you say to—
here he violently exploded—
to a hand being in it?
I hope, said Harthouse lazily, not our friend Blackpot.
Say pool instead of pot, sir, returned Bounderby, and that's the man.
Louisa faintly uttered some word of incredulity and surprise.
Oh, yes, I know, said Bounderby, immediately catching at the sound. I know. I'm used to that. I know all about it. They're the finest people in the world, these fellas are. They've got the gift of the gab, they have. They only want to have their rights explained to 'em, they do. But I tell you what, show me a dissatisfied hand, and I'll show you a man that's fit for anything bad. I don't care what it is.
another of the popular fictions of Coketown, which some pains had been taken to disseminate, and which some people really believed.
"But I'm acquainted with these chaps," said Bounderby. "I can read 'em off like books. Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am, I appeal to you. What warning did I give that fellow the first time he set foot in the house, when the express object of his visit was to know how he could knock religion over and floor the established church? Mrs. Sparsit, in point of high connections, you are on a level with the aristocracy. Did I say, or did I not say to that fellow, you can't hide the truth from me? You're not the kind of fellow I like. You'll come to no good."
"Assuredly, sir," returned Mrs. Sparsit, "you did, in a highly impressive manner, give him such an admonition."
"When he shocked you, ma'am," said Bounderby. "When he shocked your feelings?"
"Yes, sir," returned Mrs. Sparsit, with a meek shake of her head. "He certainly did so, though I do not mean to say but that my feelings may be weaker on such points, more foolish, if the term is preferred, than they might have been if I had always occupied my present position."
Mr. Bounderby stared with a bursting pride at Mr. Harthouse, as much as to say,
"I'm the proprietor of this female, and she's worth your attention, I think."
Then resumed his discourse.
"You can recall for yourself, Harthouse, what I said to him when you saw him. I didn't mince the matter with him. I'm never mealy with 'em. I know 'em. Very well, sir. 3 days after that he bolted. Went off, nobody knows where, as my mother did in my infancy, only with this difference, that he is a worse subject than my mother, if possible. What did he do before he went? What do you say?"
Mr. Bounderby, with his hat in his hand, gave a beat upon the crown at every little division of his sentences, as if it were a tambourine.
"To his being seen, night after night, watching the bank. To his lurking about there, after dark. To its striking Mrs. Sparsit that he could be lurking for no good. To her calling Bits's attention to him, and they're both taking notice of him. And to its appearing on inquiry to-day that he was also noticed by the neighbours."
Having come to the climax, Mr. Bounderby, like an oriental dancer, put his tambourine on his head.
"Suspicious," said James Harthouse. "Certainly."
"I think so, sir," said Bounderby, with a defiant nod. "I think so. But there are more of 'em in it. There's an old woman. One never hears of these things till the mischief's done. All sorts of defects are found out in the stable door after the horse is stolen. There's an old woman turns up now. An old woman who seems to have been flying into town on a broomstick every now and then. She watches the place a whole day before this fella begins, and on the night when you saw him, she steals away with him and holds a council with him. I suppose to make her report on going off duty, and be damned to her."
There was such a person in the room that night, and she shrunk from observation, thought Louisa.
"This is not all of 'em, even as we already know 'em,"
said Bounderby, with many nods of hidden meaning.
"But I've said enough for the present. You'll have the goodness to keep it quiet and mention it to no one. It might take time, but we shall have 'em. It's policy to give 'em line enough, and there's no objection to that."
"Of course they will be punished with the utmost rigour of the law, as notice boards observe," replied James Harthouse, "and serve them right. Fellows who go in for banks must take the consequences. If there were no consequences, we should all go in for banks."
He had gently taken Louisa's parasol from her hand, and had put it up for her, and she walked under its shade, though the sun did not shine there.
"For the present, Lou Bounderby," said her husband, "here's Mrs. Sparsit to look after. Mrs. Sparsit's nerves have been acted upon by this business, and she'll stay here a day or two. So make her comfortable."
"Thank you very much, sir," that discreet lady observed. "But pray do not let my comfort be a consideration. Anything will do for me."
It soon appeared that if Mrs. Sparsit had a failing in her association with that domestic establishment, It was that she was so excessively regardless of herself and regardful of others as to be a nuisance. On being shown her chamber, she was so dreadfully sensible of its comforts as to suggest the inference that she would have preferred to pass the night on the mangle in the laundry. True, the Powlers and the Scadgerses were accustomed to splendour, but it is my duty to remember, Mrs. Sparsit was fond of observing with a lofty grace, particularly when any of the domestics were present, that what I was, I am no longer. Indeed, said she, if I could altogether cancel the remembrance that Mr. Sparsit was a Powler, or that I myself am related to the Scadgers family, or if I could even revoke the fact, and make myself a person of common descent and ordinary connections, I would gladly do so. I should think it, under existing circumstances, right to do so. The same hermitical state of mind led to her renunciation of made dishes and wines at dinner, until fairly commanded by Mr. Bounderby to take them. When she said, Indeed, you are very good, sir, and departed from a resolution of which she had made rather formal and public announcement, to wait for the simple mutton, she was likewise deeply apologetic for wanting the salt, and feeling amiably bound to bear out Mr. Bounderby to the fullest extent in the testimony he had borne to her nerves, occasionally sat back in her chair, and silently wept, at which periods a tear of large dimensions, like a crystal earring, might be observed, or rather must be, for it insisted on public notice, sliding down her Roman nose. But Mrs. Sparsit's greatest point, first and last, was her determination to pity Mr. Bounderby. There were occasions when in looking at him she was involuntarily moved to shake her head, as who should say, Alas, poor Yorick! After allowing herself to be betrayed into these evidences of emotion, she would force a lambent brightness, and would be fitfully cheerful, and would say, You have still good spirits, sir, I am thankful to find, and would appear to hail it as a blessed dispensation that Mr. Bounderby bore up as he did. One idiosyncrasy for which she often apologised, she found it excessively difficult to conquer. She had a curious propensity to call Mrs. Bounderby Miss Gradgrind, and yielded to it some 3 or 4 score times in the course of the evening. Her repetition of this mistake covered Mrs. Sparsit with modest confusion, but indeed, she said, it seemed so natural to say Miss Gradgrind, whereas to persuade herself that the young lady whom she had had the happiness of knowing from a child could be really and truly Mrs. Bounderby, she found almost impossible. It was a further singularity of this remarkable case, that the more she thought about it, the more impossible it appeared. The differences, she observed, being such. In the drawing-room after dinner, Mr. Bounderby tried the case of the robbery, examined the witnesses, made notes of the evidence, found the suspected persons guilty, and sentenced them to the extreme punishment of the law. That done, Bitzer was dismissed to town, with instructions to recommend Tom to come home by the mail train. When candles were brought, Mrs. Sparsit murmured, Don't be low, sir. Pray let me see you cheerful, sir, as I used to do. Mr. Bounderby, upon whom these consolations had begun to produce the effect of making him, in a bull-headed, blundering way, sentimental, sighed like some large sea-animal. I cannot bear to see you so, sir, said Mrs. Sparsit. Try a hand at backgammon, sir, as you used to do when I had the honour of living under your roof.
I haven't played backgammon, ma'am, said Mr. Bounderby, since that time.
No, sir, said
Mrs. Sparsit soothingly.
I am aware that you have not. I remember that Miss Gradgrind takes no interest in the game. But I shall be happy, sir, if you will condescend.
They played near a window, opening on the garden. It was a fine night, not moonlight, but sultry and fragrant. Louisa and Mr. Harthouse strolled out into the garden, where their voices could be heard in the stillness, though not what they said. Mrs. Sparsit, from her place at the backgammon board, was constantly straining her eyes to pierce the shadows without.
What's the matter, ma'am? Said Mr. Bounderby. You don't see a fire, do you?
Oh dear, no, sir, returned Mrs. Sparsit. I was thinking of the Jew.
What have you got to do with the Jew, ma'am?
said Mr. Bounderby. It's not myself, sir, returned Mrs. Sparsit. I'm fearful of Miss Gradgrind's taking cold.
She never takes cold,
said Mr. Bounderby. Really, sir, said Mrs. Sparsit, and was affected with a cough in her throat. When the time drew near for retiring, Mr. Bounderby took a glass of water. Oh, sir, said Mrs. Sparsit, not your sherry warm, with lemon peel and nutmeg?
Why, I've got out of the habit of taking it now, ma'am, said Mr. Bounderby.
The more's the pity, sir, returned Mrs. Sparsit. You're losing all your good old habits. Cheer up, sir. If Miss Gradgrind will permit me, I will offer to make it for you, as I've often done. Miss Gradgrind readily permitting Mrs. Sparsit to do anything she pleased, that considerate lady made the beverage, and handed it to Mr. Bounderby. It will do you good, sir. It will warm your heart. It's the sort of thing you want, and ought to take, sir. And when Mr. Bounderby said,
Your health, ma'am,
she answered with great feeling, Thank you, sir. The same to you, and happiness also. Finally she wished him good night with great pathos, and Mr. Bounderby went to bed with a maudlin persuasion that he had been crossed in something tender, though he could not for his life have mentioned what it was. Long after Louisa had undressed and laid down, she watched and waited for her brother's coming home. That could hardly be, she knew, until an hour past midnight. But in the country silence, which did anything but calm the trouble of her thoughts, time lagged wearily. At last, when the darkness and stillness had seemed for hours to thicken one another, she heard the bell at the gate. She felt as though she would have been glad that it rang on until daylight, but it ceased, and the circles of its last sound spread out fainter and wider in the air, and all was dead again. She waited yet some quarter of an hour, as she judged. Then she arose, put on a loose robe, and went out of her room in the dark, and up the staircase to her brother's room. His door being shut, she softly opened it and spoke to him, approaching his bed with a noiseless step. She kneeled down beside it, passed her arm over his neck, and drew his face to hers. She knew that he only feigned to be asleep, but she said nothing to him. He started by and by, as if he were just then awakened, and asked who that was, and what was the matter.
Tom, have you anything to tell me? If you ever loved me in your life, and have anything concealed from every one besides, tell it to me.
I don't know what you mean, Lou. You have been dreaming.
My dear brother.
She laid her head down on his pillow, and her hair flowed over him, as if she would hide him from every one but herself.
Is there nothing that you have to tell me? Is there nothing you can tell me, if you will? You can tell me nothing that will change me. Oh, Tom, tell me the truth. I don't know what you mean, Lou. As you lie here alone, my dear, in the melancholy night, so you must lie somewhere one night, where even I, if I'm living then, shall have left you. As I'm here beside you, barefoot, unclothed, undistinguishable in darkness, so must I lie through all the night of my decay, until I'm dust. In the name of that time, Tom, tell me the truth now.
What is it you want to know?
You may be certain,
in the energy of her love, she took him to her bosom as if he were a child,
that I will not reproach you. You may be certain that I will be compassionate and true to you. You may be certain that I will save you at whatever cost. Oh, Tom, have you nothing to tell me? Whisper very softly. Say only yes, and I shall understand you.
She turned her ear to his lips, but he remained doggedly silent.
Not a word, Tom. How can I say yes, or how can I say no, when I don't know what you mean? Lou, you're a brave, kind girl, worthy, I begin to think, of a better brother than I am. But I have nothing more to say. Go to bed. Go to bed. You're tired, she whispered presently, more in her usual way. Yes, I'm quite tired out. You've been so hurried and disturbed to-day. Have any fresh discoveries been made?
Only those you've heard of from him.
Tom, have you said to anyone that we made a visit to those people, and that we saw those three together?
No. Didn't you yourself particularly ask me to keep it quiet,
when you asked me to go there with you? Yes, but I did not know then what was going to happen. Nor I neither. How could I? He was very quick upon her with this retort. Ought I to say after what has happened, said his sister, standing by the bed. She had gradually withdrawn herself and risen. That I made that visit? Should I say so? Must I say so? Good heavens, Lou, returned her brother. You're not in the habit of asking my advice. Say what you like. If you keep it to yourself, I shall keep it to myself. If you disclose it, there's an end of it. It was too dark for either to see the other's face, but each seemed very attentive, and to consider before speaking. Tom, do you believe the man I gave the money to is really implicated in this crime? I don't know. I don't see why he shouldn't be. He seemed to me an honest man. Another person may seem to you dishonest, and yet not be so. There was a pause, for he had hesitated and stopped. In short, returned Tom, as if he had made up his mind, if you come to that, perhaps I was so far from being altogether in his favour that I took him outside the door to tell him quietly that I thought he might consider himself very well off to get such a windfall as he had got from my sister, and that I hoped he would make a good use of it. You remember whether I took him out or not. I say nothing against the man. He may be a very good fellow, for anything I know. I hope he is. Was he offended by what you said? No, he took it pretty well. He was civil enough. Where are you, Lou? He sat up in bed and kissed her. Good night, my dear. Good night. You have nothing more to tell me? No, what should I have? You wouldn't have me tell you a lie? I wouldn't have you do that tonight, Tom, of all the nights in your life. Many and much happier as I hope they will be. Thank you, my dear Lou. I'm so tired that I'm sure I wonder I don't say anything to get to sleep. Go to bed. Go to bed. Kissing her again, he turned round, drew the coverlet over his head, and lay as still as if that time had come by which she had adjured him. She stood for some time at the bedside before she slowly moved away. She stopped at the door, looked back when she had opened it, and asked him if he had called her, but he lay still, and she softly closed the door and returned to her room. Then the wretched boy looked cautiously up, and found her gone, crept out of bed, fastened his door, and threw himself upon his pillow again, tearing his hair, morosely crying, grudgingly loving her, hatefully but impenitently spurning himself, and no less hatefully and unprofitably spurning all the good in the world. End of Part 14. Part 15 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Household Words, a weekly journal. Saturday, July the 8th, 1854. Chapter 25. Mrs. Sparsit, lying by to recover the tone of her nerves in Mr. Bounderby's retreat, kept such a sharp look-out night and day under her Coriolanian eyebrows, that her eyes, like a couple of lighthouses on an iron-bound coast, might have warned all prudent mariners from that bold rock, her Roman nose, and the dark and craggy region in its neighbourhood, but for the placidity of her manner. Although it was hard to believe that her retiring for the night could be anything but a form, so severely wide awake were those classical eyes of hers, and so impossible did it seem that her rigid nose could yield to any relaxing influence. Yet her manner of sitting, smoothing her uncomfortable, not to say gritty mittens, they were constructed of a cool fabric like a meat safe, or of ambling to unknown places of destination with her foot in her cotton stirrup, was so perfectly serene that most observers would have been constrained to suppose her a dove, embodied by some freak of nature in the earthly tabernacle of a bird of the hook-beaked order. She was a most wonderful woman for prowling about the house. How she got from story to story was a mystery beyond solution. A lady so decorous in herself, and so highly connected, was not to be suspected of dropping over the banisters or sliding down them. Yet her extraordinary facility of locomotion suggested the wild idea. Another noticeable circumstance in Mrs. Sparsit was that she was never hurried.
She would shoot with consummate velocity from the roof to the hall, yet would be in full possession of her breath and dignity on the moment of her arrival there. Neither was she ever seen by human vision to go at a great pace. She took very kindly to Mr. Harthouse, and had some pleasant conversation with him soon after her arrival. She made him stately curtsy in the garden one morning before breakfast. "It appears but yesterday, sir," said Mrs. Sparsit, "that I had the honour of receiving you at the bank, when you were so good as to wish to be made acquainted with Mr. Bounderby's address." "An occasion, I am sure, not to be forgotten by myself in the course of ages," said Mr. Harthouse, inclining his head to Mrs. Sparsit with the most indolent of all possible airs. "We live in a singular world, sir," said Mrs. Sparsit. "I have had the honour, by a coincidence of which I am proud, to have made a remark similar in effect, though not so epigrammatically expressed." "A singular world, I would say, sir," pursued Mrs. Sparsit, after acknowledging the compliment with a drooping of her dark eyebrows, not altogether so mild in its expression as her voice was in its dulcet tones. "As regards the intimacies we form at one time with individuals we were quite ignorant of at another. I recall, sir, on that occasion you went so far as to say you were actually apprehensive of Miss Gradgrind." "Your memory does me more honour than my insignificance deserves. I availed myself of your obliging hints to correct my timidity, and it is unnecessary to add that they were perfectly accurate. Mrs. Sparsit's talent in fact, for anything requiring accuracy, with a combination of strength of mind and family, is too habitually developed to admit of any question." He was almost falling asleep over this compliment. It took him so long to get through, and his mind wandered so much in the course of its execution. "You found Miss Gradgrind, I really cannot call her Mrs. Bounderby. It's very absurd of me, as youthful as I described her?" asked Mrs. Sparsit sweetly. "You drew her portrait perfectly," said Mr. Harthouse. "Presented her dead image." "Very engaging, sir," said Mrs. Sparsit, causing her mittens slowly to revolve over one another. "Highly so." "It used to be considered," said Mrs. Sparsit, "that Miss Gradgrind was wanting in animation, but I confess she appears to me considerably and strikingly improved in that respect. Ay, and indeed here is Mr. Bounderby," cried Mrs. Sparsit, nodding her head a great many times, as if she had been talking and thinking of no one else. "How do you find yourself this morning, sir? Pray let us see you cheerful, sir." Now these persistent assuagements of his misery and lightenings of his load had by this time begun to have the effect of making Mr. Bounderby softer than usual towards Mrs. Sparsit, and harder than usual to most other people from his wife downward. So, when Mrs. Sparsit said with forced lightness of heart, "You want your breakfast, sir, but I dare say Miss Gradgrind will soon be here to preside at the table," Mr. Bounderby replied,
"If I waited to be taken care of by my wife, ma'am, I believe you know pretty well I should wait till doomsday, so I'll trouble you to take charge of the teapot."
Mrs. Sparsit complied, and assumed her old position at table. This again made the excellent woman vastly sentimental. She was so humble withal, that when Louisa appeared, she rose, protesting she could never think of sitting in that place under existing circumstances, often as she had had the honour of making Mr. Bounderby's breakfast before Mrs. Gradgrind. She begged pardon, she meant to say Miss Bounderby. She hoped to be excused, but she really could not get it right yet, though she trusted to become familiar with it by and by, had assumed her present position. It was only, she observed, because Miss Gradgrind happened to be a little late, and Mr. Bounderby's time was so very precious, and she knew it of old to be so essential that he should breakfast to the moment, that she had taken the liberty of complying with his request, long as his will had been a law to her.
"There, stop where you are, ma'am," said Mr. Bounderby. "Stop where you are. Mrs. Bounderby will be very glad to be relieved of the trouble, I believe."
"Don't say that, sir," returned Mrs. Sparsit, almost with severity, "because that is very unkind to Mrs. Bounderby, and to be unkind is not to be you, sir."
"You may set your mind at rest, ma'am. You can take it very quietly, can't you, Lou?
said Mr. Bounderby in a blustering way to his wife.
Of course, it's of no moment. Why should it be of any importance to me?
Why should it be of any importance to anyone, Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am?
said Mr. Bounderby, swelling with a sense of slight.
You attach too much importance to these things, ma'am. By George, you'll be corrected in some of your notions here. You're old-fashioned, ma'am. You're behind Tom Gradgrind's children's time.
What is the matter with you? asked Louisa, coldly surprised. What has given you offence?
Offence? repeated Bounderby. Do you suppose if there was any offence given me, I shouldn't name it and request to have it corrected? I am a straightforward man, I believe. I don't go beating about for side winds.
I suppose no one ever had occasion to think you too diffident or too delicate, Louisa answered him composedly. I have never made that objection to you, either as a child or as a woman. I don't understand what you would have.
Have? returned Mr. Bounderby. Nothing. Otherwise, don't you, Lou Bounderby, know thoroughly well that I, Josiah Bounderby of Coketown, would have it?
She looked at him as he struck the table and made the teacups ring with a proud colour in her face that was a new change, Mr. Harthouse thought.
You are incomprehensible this morning, said Louisa. Pray take no further trouble to explain yourself. I am not curious to know your meaning. What does it matter?
Nothing more was said on this theme, and Mr. Harthouse was soon idly gay on indifferent subjects. But from this day the Sparsit action upon Mr. Bounderby threw Louisa and James Harthouse more together, and strengthened the dangerous alienation from her husband, and confidence against him with another, into which she had fallen by degrees so fine that she could not retrace them if she tried. But whether she ever tried or no, lay hidden in her own closed heart. Mrs. Sparsit was so much affected on this particular occasion that, assisting Mr. Bounderby to his hat after breakfast, and being then alone with him in the hall, she imprinted a chaste kiss upon his hand, murmured, "My benefactor," and retired, overwhelmed with grief. Yet it is an indubitable fact, within the cognizance of this history, that 5 minutes after he had left the house in the self-same hat, the same descendant of the Scadgerses and connection by matrimony of the Powlers, shook her right-hand mitten at his portrait, made a contemptuous grimace at that work of art, and said, "Serve you right, you noodle, and I'm glad of it." Mr. Bounderby had not been long gone when Bitzer appeared. Bitzer had come down by train, shrieking and rattling over the long line of arches that bestrode the wild country of past and present coal-pits, with an express from Stone Lodge. It was a hasty note to inform Louisa that Mrs. Gradgrind lay very ill. She had never been well within her daughter's knowledge, but she had declined within the last few days, and had continued sinking all through the night, and was now as nearly dead as her limited capacity of being in any state that implied the ghost of an intention to get out of it allowed. Accompanied by the lightest of porters, fit colourless servitor at death's door when Mrs. Gradgrind knocked, Louisa rumbled to Coketown over the coal-pits past and present, and was whirled into its smoky jaws. She dismissed the messenger to his own devices, and rode away to her old home. She had seldom been there since her marriage. Her father was usually sifting and sifting at his parliamentary cinder-heap in London, without being observed to turn up many precious articles among the rubbish, and was still hard at it in the National Dust-Yard. Her mother had taken it rather as a disturbance than otherwise to be visited, as she reclined upon her sofa. Young people Louisa felt herself all unfit for. Sissy she had never softened to again since the night when the stroller's child had raised her eyes to look at Mr. Bounderby's intended wife. She had no inducements to go back, and had rarely gone. Neither, as she approached her old home now, did any of the best influences of old home descend upon her. The dreams of childhood, its airy fables, its graceful, beautiful, humane, impossible adornments of the world beyond, so good to be believed in once, so good to be remembered when outgrown, for then the least among them rises to the statue of a great charity in the heart, suffering little children to come into the midst of it, and to keep with their pure hands a garden in the stony ways of this world, wherein it were better for all the children of Adam that they should often sun themselves, simple and trustful, and not worldly wise. What had she to do with these? Remembrances of how she had journeyed to the little that she knew, by the enchanted roads of what she and millions of innocent creatures had hoped and imagined, of how, first coming upon reason through the tender light of fancy, she had seen it a beneficent God, deferring to gods as great as itself, not a grim idol, cruel and cold, with its victims bound hand to foot, and its big dumb shape set up with a sightless stare, never to be moved by anything but so many calculated tons of leverage. What had she to do with these? Her remembrances of home and childhood were remembrances of the drying up of every spring and fountain in her young heart as it gushed out. The golden waters were not there. They were flowing for the fertilization of the land, where grapes are gathered from thorns, and figs from thistles. She went with a heavy, hardened kind of sorrow upon her, into the house, and into her mother's room. Since the time of her leaving home, Sissy had lived with the rest of the family on equal terms. Sissy was at her mother's side, and Jane, her sister, now 10 or 12 years old, was in the room. There was a great trouble before it could be made known to Mrs. Gradgrind that her eldest child was there. She reclined, propped up from mere habit on a couch, as nearly in her old usual attitude as anything so helpless could be kept in. She had positively refused to take to her bed, on the ground that if she did, she would never hear the last of it. Her feeble voice sounded so far away in her bundle of shawls, and the sound of another voice addressing her seemed to take such a long time in getting down to her ears, that she might have been lying at the bottom of a well. The poor lady was nearer truth than she had ever been, which had much to do with it. On being told that Mrs. Bounderby was there, she replied, at cross purposes, that she had never called him by that name since he married Louisa, that pending her choice of an unobjectionable name, she had called him J, and that she could not at present depart from that regulation, not being yet provided with a permanent substitute. Louisa had sat by her for some minutes, and had spoken to her often, before she arrived at a clear understanding who it was. She then seemed to come to it all at once.
"Well, my dear," said Mrs. Gradgrind, "and I hope you're going on satisfactorily to yourself. It was all your father's doing. He set his heart upon it, and he ought to know." "I want to hear of you, mother, not myself." "You want to hear of me, my dear. That's something new, I'm sure, when anybody wants to hear of me. Not at all well, Louisa. Very faint and giddy." "Are you in pain, dear mother?" "I think there's a pain somewhere in the room," said Mrs. Gradgrind, "but I couldn't positively say that I have got it."
At this strange speech she lay silent for some time. Louisa, holding her hand, could feel no pulse, but kissing it could see a slight thin thread of life in fluttering motion.
"You very seldom see your sister," said Mrs. Gradgrind. "She grows like you. I wish you would look at her. Sissy, bring her here."
She was brought, and stood with her hand in her sister's. Louisa had observed her with her arm round Sissy's neck, and she felt the difference of this approach.
"Do you see the likeness, Louisa?" "Yes, mother, I should think her like me, but—" Yes, I always say so," Mrs. Gradgrind cried with unexpected quickness. "And that reminds me, I want to speak to you, my dear. Sissy, my good girl, leave us alone a minute."
Louisa had relinquished the hand, had thought that her sister's was a better and brighter face than hers had ever been, had seen in it, not without a rising feeling of resentment, even in that place and at that time, something of the gentleness of the other face in the room, the sweet face with the trusting eyes, made paler than watching and sympathy made it by the rich dark hair. Left alone with her mother, Louisa saw her lying with an awful lull upon her face, like one who was floating away upon some great water, all resistance over, content to be carried down the stream. She put the shadow of a hand to her lips again, and recalled her. "You were going to speak to me, mother." "Yes, to be sure, my dear.
You know, your father is almost always away now, and therefore I must write to him about it. About what, mother? Don't be troubled. About what? You must remember, my dear, that whenever I've said anything on any subject, I've never heard the last of it, and consequently that I've long left off saying anything. I can hear you, mother.
But it was only by dint of bending down her ear, and at the same time attentively watching the lips as they moved, that she could link such faint and broken sounds into any chain of connection.
You learnt a great deal, Louisa, and so did your brother. Ologies of all kinds, from morning to night. If there's any ology left of any description that has not been worn to rags in this house, all I can say is, I hope I shall never hear its name.
I can hear you, mother, when you have strength to go on. This to keep her from floating away.
But there's something, not an ology at all, that your father has missed or forgotten, Louisa. I don't know what it is. I've often sat with Sissy near me and thought about it. I shall never get its name now, but your father may. He makes me restless. I want to write to him, to find out, for God's sake, what it is. Give me a pen.
Even the power of restlessness was gone, except from the poor head, which could just turn from side to side. She fancied, however, that her request had been complied with, and that the pen she could not have held was in her hand. It matters little what figures of wonderful no meaning she began to trace upon her wrappers. The hand soon stopped in the midst of them. The light that had always been feeble and dim behind the weak transparency went out, and even Mrs. Gradgrind emerged from the shadow in which man walketh and disquieteth himself in vain, took upon her the dread solemnity of the sages and patriarchs. Chapter 26. Mrs. Sparsit's nerves being slow to recover their tone, the worthy woman made a stay of some weeks in duration at Mr. Bounderby's retreat, where, notwithstanding her anchorite turn of mind, based upon her becoming consciousness of her altered station, she resigned herself, with noble fortitude, to lodging, as one may say, in clover, and feeding on the fat of the land. During the whole term of this recess from the guardianship of the bank, Mrs. Sparsit was a pattern of consistency, continuing to take such pity on Mr. Bounderby to his face as is rarely taken on man, and to call his portrait a noodle to its face with the greatest acrimony and contempt. Mr. Bounderby, having got it into his explosive composition that Mrs. Sparsit was a highly superior woman, to perceive that he had that general cross upon him in his deserts, for he had not yet settled what it was, and further that Louisa would have objected to her as a frequent visitor if it had comported with his greatness that she should object to anything he chose to do, resolved not to lose sight of Mrs. Sparsit easily. So, when her nerves were strung up to the pitch of again consuming sweetbreads in solitude, he said to her at the dinner-table, on the day before her departure,
"I tell you what, ma'am, you shall come down here of a Saturday while the fine weather lasts, and stay till Monday."
To which Mrs. Sparsit returned in effect, though not of the Mahomedan persuasion,
"To hear is to obey."
Now Mrs. Sparsit was not a poetical woman, but she took an idea in the nature of an allegorical fancy into her head. Much watching of Louisa, and much consequent observation of her impenetrable demeanour, which keenly whetted and sharpened Mrs. Sparsit's edge, must have given her, as it were, a lift in the way of inspiration. She created in her mind a mighty staircase, with a dark pit of shame and ruin at the bottom, and down these stairs, from day to day and hour to hour, she saw Louisa coming. It became the business of Mrs. Sparsit's life to look up at the staircase, and to watch Louisa coming down, sometimes slowly, sometimes quickly, sometimes several steps at one bout, sometimes stopping, never turning back. If she had once turned back, it might have been the death of Mrs. Sparsit in spleen and grief. She had been descending steadily to the day, and on the day when Mr. Bounderby issued the weekly invitation recorded above, Mrs. Sparsit was in good spirits, and inclined to be conversational.
"And pray, sir," said she, "if I may venture to ask a question appertaining to any subject on which you show reserve, which is indeed hardy in me, for I well know you have a reason for everything you do. Have you received intelligence respecting the robbery?"
"Why, ma'am, no, not yet. Under the circumstances, I didn't expect it yet. Rome wasn't built in a day, ma'am."
"Very true, sir," said Mrs. Sparsit, shaking her head.
"Nor yet in a week, ma'am."
"No, indeed, sir," returned Mrs. Sparsit, with an air of melancholy.
"In a similar manner," said Bounderby, "I can wait, you know. If Romulus and Remus could wait, Josiah Bounderby can wait. They were better off in their youth than I was, however. They had a she-wolf for a nurse. I only had a she-wolf for a grandmother. She didn't give me any milk, ma'am. She gave bruises. She was a regular Alderney at that."
"Ah!" Mrs. Sparsit sighed and shuddered.
"No, ma'am," continued Bounderby, "I've not heard anything more about it. It's in hand, though, and young Tom, who rather sticks to business at present, something new for him, he hadn't the schooling I had, is helping. My injunction is, keep it quiet and let it seem to blow over. Do what you like under the rose, but don't give a sign of what you're about, or 500 of 'em will combine together and get this feller who has bolted out of reach for good. Keep it quiet, and the thieves will grow in confidence little by little, and we shall have 'em."
"Very sagacious indeed, sir," said Mrs. Sparsit. "Very interesting. The old woman you mentioned, sir."
"The old woman I mentioned, ma'am,"
said Bounderby, cutting the matter short, as it was nothing to boast about,
"is not laid hold of, but she may take her oath that she will be, if that is any satisfaction to her villainous old mind. In the meantime, ma'am, I'm of the opinion, if you ask me my opinion, that the less she is talked about, the better."
That same evening, Mrs. Sparsit in her chamber window, resting from her packing operations, looked towards her great staircase, and saw Louisa still descending. She sat by Mr. Harthouse in an alcove in the garden, talking very low. He stood leaning over her as they whispered together, and his face almost touched her hair.
"If not quite,"
said Mrs. Sparsit, straining her hawk's eyes to the utmost. Mrs. Sparsit was too distant to hear a word of their discourse, or even to know that they were speaking softly, otherwise than from the expression of their figures. But what they said was this:
"You recollect the man, Mr. Harthouse?"
"Oh, perfectly."
"His face and his manner, and what he said?" "Perfectly. And an infinitely dreary person he appeared to me to be. Lengthy and prosy in the extreme. It was very knowing to hold forth in the humble virtue school of eloquence, but I assure you, I thought at the time, my good fellow, you are overdoing this." "It has been very difficult for me to think ill of that man." "My dear Louisa, as Tom says," which he never did say, "you know no good of the fellow." "No, certainly." "Nor of any other such person." "How can I," she returned, with more of her first manner on her than he had lately seen, "when I know nothing of them, men or women?" "My dear Mrs. Bounderby, then consent to receive the submissive representation of your devoted friend, who knows something of several varieties of his excellent fellow creatures. For excellent they are, I have no doubt, in spite of such little foibles as always helping themselves to what they can get hold of. This fellow talks. Well, every fellow talks. His professing morality only deserves a moment's consideration, as being a very suspicious circumstance. All sorts of humbugs profess morality from the House of Commons to the House of Correction, except our people. It really is that exception which makes our people quite reviving. You saw and heard the case. Here was a common man, pulled up extremely short by my esteemed friend Mr. Bounderby, who, as we know, is not possessed of that delicacy which would soften so tight a hand. The common man was injured, exasperated, left the house grumbling, met somebody who proposed to him to go in for some share in this bank business, went in, put something in his pocket which had nothing in it before, and relieved his mind extremely. Really, he would have been an uncommon, instead of a common man, if he had not availed himself of such an opportunity, or he may have made it altogether, if he had the cleverness, equally probable." "I almost feel as though it must be bad in me," returned Louisa, after sitting thoughtful a while, to be so ready to agree with you, and to be so lightened in my heart by what you say. I only say what is reasonable. Nothing worse. I've talked it over with my friend Tom more than once. Of course, I remain on terms of perfect confidence with Tom, and he is quite of my opinion, and I am quite of his. Will you walk? They strode away among the lanes, beginning to be indistinct in the twilight, she leaning on his arm, and she little thought how she was going down, down, down Mrs. Sparsit's staircase. Night and day, Mrs. Sparsit kept it standing. When Louisa had arrived at the bottom and disappeared in the gulf, it might fall in upon her if it would, but until then, there it was to be, a building, before Mrs. Sparsit's eyes, and there Louisa always was upon it, always gliding down, down, down. Mrs. Sparsit saw James Harthouse come and go. She heard of him here and there. She saw the changes of the face he had studied. She, too, remarked to a nicety how and when it clouded, how and when it cleared. She kept her black eyes wide open, with no touch of pity, with no touch of compunction, all absorbed in interest, but in the interest of seeing her, ever drawing with no hand to stay her, nearer and nearer to the bottom of this new giant staircase. With all her deference for Mr. Bounderby, as contradistinguished from his portrait, Mrs. Sparsit had not the smallest intention of interrupting the descent. Eager to see it accomplished, and yet patient, she waited for the last fall, as for the ripeness and fullness of the harvest of her hopes. Hushed in expectancy, she kept her wary gaze upon the stairs, and seldom so much as darkly shook her right mitten, with her fist in it, at the figure coming down. End of Part 15. Part 16 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Household Words, a weekly journal, Saturday, July the 15th, 1854. Chapter 27. The figure descended the great stairs, steadily, steadily, always verging, like a weight in deep water, to the black gulf at the bottom. Mr. Gradgrind, apprised of his wife's decease, made an expedition from London, and buried her in a business-like manner. He then returned with a promptitude to the national cinder-heap, and resumed his sifting for the odds and ends he wanted, and his throwing of the dust about into the eyes of other people who wanted other odds and ends. In fact, resumed his parliamentary duties. In the meantime, Mrs. Sparsit kept unwinking watch and ward. Separated from her staircase all the week by the length of iron road dividing Coketown from the country house, she yet maintained her cat-like observation of Louisa, through her husband, through her brother, through James Harthouse, through the outsides of letters and packets, through everything animate and inanimate that at any time went near the stairs. "Your foot on the last step, my lady," said Mrs. Sparsit, apostrophising the descending figure with the aid of her threatening mitten, "and all your art shall never blind me." Art or nature, though, the original stock of Louisa's character, or the graft of circumstances upon it, her curious reserve, did baffle, while it stimulated, one as sagacious as Mrs. Sparsit. There were times when Mr. James Harthouse was not sure of her. There were times when he could not read the face he had studied so long, and when this lonely girl was a greater mystery to him than any woman of the world with a ring of satellites to help her. So the time went on, until it happened that Mr. Bounderby was called away from home by business, which required his presence elsewhere for 3 or 4 days. It was on a Friday that he intimated this to Mrs. Sparsit at the bank, adding, "But you'll go down to-morrow, ma'am, all the same. You'll go down just as if I was there. It will make no difference to you." "Pray, sir," returned Mrs. Sparsit, reproachfully, "let me beg you not to say that. Your absence will make a vast difference to me, sir, as I think you very well know."
"Well, ma'am, then you must get on in my absence as well as you can," said Bounderby, not displeased.
"Mr. Bounderby," retorted Mrs. Sparsit, "your will is to me a law, sir. Otherwise it might be my inclination to dispute your kind commands, not feeling sure that it will be quite so agreeable to Miss Gradgrind to receive me, as it ever is to your own munificent hospitality. But you shall say no more, sir. I will go upon your invitation.
Why, when I invite you to my house, ma'am, said Bounderby, opening his eyes, I should hope you want no other invitation.
No, indeed, sir, returned Mrs. Sparsit. I should hope not. Say no more, sir. I would, sir, I could see you gay again.
What do you mean, ma'am? Blustered Bounderby.
Sir, rejoined Mrs. Sparsit, there was wont to be an elasticity in you, which I sadly miss. Be buoyant, sir.
Mr. Bounderby, under the influence of this difficult adjuration, backed up by her compassionate eye, could only scratch his head in a feeble and ridiculous manner, and afterwards assert himself at a distance by being heard to bully the small fry of business all the morning.
Bid, sir,
said Mrs. Sparsit that afternoon, when her patron was gone on his journey, and the bank was closing.
Present my compliments to young Mr. Thomas, and ask him if he would step up and partake of a lamb chop and walnut ketchup, with a glass of India ale.
Young Mr. Thomas, being usually ready for anything in that way, returned a gracious answer, and followed on its heels.
Mr. Thomas, said Mrs. Sparsit, these plain viands being on table, I thought you might be tempted.
Thank you, Mrs. Sparsit, said the whelp, and gloomily fell to.
How is Mr. Harthouse, Mr. Tom?
asked Mrs. Sparsit. Oh, he's all right, said Tom.
Where may he be at present?
Mrs. Sparsit asked in a light conversational manner, after mentally devoting the whelp to the Furies for being so uncommunicative. He's shooting in Yorkshire, said Tom. Sent Lou a basket half as big as a church yesterday.
Kind of gentleman now, said Mrs. Sparsit sweetly, whom one might wager to be a good shot.
Crack, said Tom. He had long been a down-looking young fellow, but this characteristic had so increased of late that he never raised his eyes to any face for 3 seconds together. Mrs. Sparsit consequently had ample means of watching his look, if she were so inclined.
Mr. Harthouse is a great favourite of mine, said Mrs. Sparsit, as indeed he is of most people. May we expect to see him again shortly, Mr. Tom?
Why, I expect to see him to-morrow, returned the whelp.
Good news,
cried Mrs. Sparsit blandly. I've got an appointment with him to meet him in the evening at the station here, said Tom, and I'm going to dine with him afterwards, I believe. He's not coming down to Nickets's for a week or so, being due somewhere else. At least he says so, but I shouldn't wonder if he was to stop here over Sunday and stray that way.
Which reminds me, said Mrs. Sparsit, would you remember a message to your sister, Mr. Tom, if I was to charge you with one?
Well, I'll try, returned the reluctant whelp, if it isn't a long un.
It is merely my respectful compliments, said Mrs. Sparsit, and I fear that I may not trouble her with my society this week, being still a little nervous, and better perhaps by my poor self.
Oh, if that's all, observed Tom, it wouldn't matter much, even if I was to forget it, for Lou's not likely to think of you unless she sees you. Having paid for his entertainment with this agreeable compliment, he relapsed into a hang-dog silence until there was no more India ale left, when he said, Well, Mrs. Sparsit, I must be off, and went off. Next day, Saturday, Mrs. Sparsit sat at her window all day long, looking at the customers coming in and out, watching the postman, keeping an eye on the general traffic of the street, revolving many things in her mind, but above all, keeping her attention on her staircase. The evening come, she put on her bonnet and shawl, and went quietly out, having her reasons for hovering in a furtive way about the station by which a passenger would arrive from Yorkshire, and for preferring to peep into it round pillars and corners, and out of ladies' waiting-room windows, to appearing in its precincts openly. Tom was in attendance, and loitered about until the expected train came in. It brought no Mr. Harthouse. Tom waited until the crowd had dispersed, and the bustle was over, and then referred to a posted list of trains, and took counsel with porters. That done, He strolled away idly, stopping in the street and looking up it and down it, and lifting his hat off and putting it on again, and yawning and stretching himself, and exhibiting all the symptoms of mortal weariness to be expected in one who had still to wait until the next train should come in, an hour and 40 minutes hence.
"This is a device to keep him out of the way,"
said Mrs. Sparsit, starting from the dull office window when she had watched him last.
"Harthouse is with his sister now."
It was the conception of an inspired moment, and she shot off with her utmost swiftness to work it out. The station for the country house was at the opposite end of the town. The time was short, the road not easy, but she was so quick in pouncing on a disengaged coach, so quick in darting out of it, producing her money, seizing her ticket, and diving into the train, that she was borne along the arches, spanning the land of coal pits past and present, as if she had been caught up in a cloud and whirled away. All the journey, immovable in the air, though never left behind, plain to the dark eyes of her mind, as the electric wires which ruled a colossal strip of music paper out of the evening sky were plain to the dark eyes of her body, Mrs. Sparsit saw her staircase, with the figure coming down. Very near the bottom now, upon the brink of the abyss. An overcast September evening, just at nightfall, saw beneath its drooping eyelid Mrs. Sparsit glide out of her carriage, pass down the wooden steps of the little station into a stony road, cross it into a green lane, and become hidden in a summer growth of leaves and branches. One or two late birds sleepily chirping in their nests, and a bat heavily crossing and recrossing her, and the reek of her own tread in the thick dust that felt like velvet, were all Mrs. Sparsit heard or saw, until she very softly closed a gate. She went up to the house, keeping within the shrubbery, and went round it, peeping between the leaves at the lower windows. Most of them were open, as they usually were in such warm weather, but there were no lights yet, and all was silent. She tried the garden with no better effect. She thought of the wood, and stole towards it, heedless of long grass and briars, of worms, snails, and slugs, and all the creeping things that be. With her dark eyes and her hook nose warily in advance of her, Mrs. Sparsit softly crushed her way through the thick undergrowth, so intent upon her object that she probably would have done no less if the wood had been a wood of adders. Hark! The smaller birds might have tumbled out of their nests, fascinated by the glittering of Mrs. Sparsit's eyes in the gloom as she stopped and listened. Low voices close at hand, his voice and hers. The appointment was a device to keep the brother away. There they were yonder, by the felled tree. Bending low among the dewy grass, Mrs. Sparsit advanced closer to them. She drew herself up, and stood behind a tree, like Robinson Crusoe in his ambuscade against the savages, so near to them that at a spring, and that no great one, she could have touched them both. He was there secretly, and had not shown himself at the house. He had come on horseback, and must have passed through the neighbouring fields, for his horse was tied to the meadow side of the fence within a few paces.
"My dearest love," said he, "what could I do? Knowing you were alone, was it possible that I could stay away? You may hang your head to make yourself the more attractive. I don't know what they see in you when you hold it up," thought Mrs. Sparsit, "but you little think, my dearest love, whose eyes are on you."
That she hung her head was certain. She urged him to go away. She commanded him to go away, but she neither turned her face to him nor raised it. Yet it was remarkable that she sat as still as ever the amiable woman in ambuscade had seen her sit at any period in her life. Her hands rested in one another like the hands of a statue, and even her manner of speaking was not hurried.
"My dear child," said Harthouse.
Mrs. Sparsit saw with delight that his arm embraced her.
"Will you not bear with my society for a little while?" "Not here." "Where, Louisa?" "Not here. But we have so little time to make so much of, and I have come so far, and I am altogether so devoted and distracted. There never was a slave at once so devoted and ill-used by his mistress. To look for your sunny welcome that has warmed me into life, and to be received in your frozen manner, is heart-rending. Am I to say again that I must be left to myself here. But we must meet, my dear Louisa. Where shall we meet?
They both started. The listener started guiltily too, for she thought there was another listener among the trees. It was only rain, beginning to fall fast, in heavy drops.
Shall I ride up to the house a few minutes hence, innocently supposing that its master is at home, and will be charmed to receive me? No. Your cruel commands are implicitly to be obeyed, though I am the most unfortunate fellow in the world, I believe, to have been insensible to all other women, and to have fallen prostrate at last under the foot of the most beautiful, and the most engaging, and the most imperious. My dearest Louisa, I cannot go myself, or let you go, in this hard abuse of your power.
Mrs. Sparsit saw him detain her with his encircling arm, and heard him then and there, within her, Mrs. Sparsit's, greedy hearing, tell her how he loved her, and how she was the stake for which he ardently desired to play away all that he had in life. The objects he had lately pursued turned worthless beside her. Such success as was almost in his grasp he flung away from him like the dirt it was compared with her. Its pursuit, nevertheless, if it kept him near her, or its renunciation if it took him from her, or flight if she shared it, or secrecy if she commanded it, or any fate, or every fate, all was alike to him, so that she was true to him, the man who had seen how cast away she was, whom she had inspired at their first meeting with an admiration and interest of which he had thought himself incapable, whom she had received into her confidence, who was devoted to her and adored her. All this and more, in his hurry and in hers, in the whirl of her own gratified malice, in the dread of being discovered, in the rapidly increasing noise of heavy rain among the leaves, and a thunderstorm rolling up. All this and more, in his hurry and in hers, in the whirl of her own gratified malice, in the dread of being discovered, in the rapidly increasing noise of heavy rain among the leaves, and a thunderstorm rolling up, Mrs. Sparsit received into her mind, set off with such an unavoidable halo of confusion and indistinctness, that when at length he climbed the fence and led his horse away, she was not sure where they were to meet, or when, except that they had said that it was to be that night. But one of them yet remained in the darkness before her, and while she tracked that one, she must be right.
Oh, my dearest love, thought Mrs. Sparsit, you little think how well attended you are.
Mrs. Sparsit saw her out of the wood, and saw her enter the house. What to do next? It rained now in a sheet of water. Mrs. Sparsit's white stockings were of many colours, green predominating, prickly things were in her shoes, caterpillars slung themselves in hammocks of their own making from various parts of her dress, rills ran from her bonnet and her Roman nose. In such condition Mrs. Sparsit stood hidden in the density of the shrubbery, considering what next. Lo, Louisa coming out of the house, hastily cloaked and muffled and stealing away. She elopes, she falls from the lowermost stair, and is swallowed up in the gulf. Indifferent to the rain, and moving with a quick, determined step, she struck into a side path parallel with the ride. Mrs. Sparsit followed in the shadow of the trees, at but a short distance, for it was not easy to keep a figure in view, going quickly through the umbrageous darkness. When she stopped to close the side gate without noise, Mrs. Sparsit stopped. When she went on, Mrs. Sparsit went on. She went by the way Mrs. Sparsit had come, emerged from the green lane, crossed the stony road, and ascended the wooden steps to the railroad. A train for Coketown would come through presently, Mrs. Sparsit knew, so she understood Coketown to be her first place of destination. In Mrs. Sparsit's limp and streaming state, no extensive precautions were necessary to change her usual appearance, but she stopped under the lee of the station wall, tumbled her shawl into a new shape, and put it on over her bonnet. So disguised, she had no fear of being recognised when she followed up the railroad steps and paid her money in the small office. Louisa sat waiting in a corner. Mrs. Sparsit sat waiting in another corner. Both listened to the thunder, which was loud, and to the rain, as it washed off the roof, and pattered onto the parapets of the arches. 2 or 3 lamps were rained and blown out, and so both saw the lightning to advantage as it quivered and zigzagged on the iron tracks. The seizure of the station with a fit of trembling, gradually deepening into a complaint of the heart, announced the train. Fire and steam and smoke and red light, a hiss, a crash, a bell and a shriek. Louisa put into one carriage, Mrs. Sparsit put into another. The little station, a desert speck in the thunderstorm. Though her teeth chattered in her head from wet and cold, Mrs. Sparsit exulted hugely. The figure had plunged down the precipice, and she felt herself, as it were, attending on the body. Could she, who had been so active in the getting up of the funeral triumph, do less than exult? "She'll be at Coketown long before him," thought Mrs. Sparsit, "though his horse is never so good. Where will she wait for him, and where will they go together? Patience, we shall see." The tremendous rain occasioned infinite confusion when the train stopped at its destination. Gutters and pipes had burst, drains had overflowed, and streets were under water. In the first instant of alighting, Mrs. Sparsit turned her distracted eyes towards the waiting coaches, which were in great request. "She will get into one," she considered, "and will be away before I can follow in another. At all risks of being run over, I must see the number, and hear the order given to the coachman." But Mrs. Sparsit was wrong in her calculation. Louisa got into no coach, and was already gone. The black eyes, kept upon the railroad carriage in which she had travelled, settled upon it a moment too late. The door not being opened after several minutes, Mrs. Sparsit passed it and repassed it, saw nothing, looked in, and found it empty. Wet through and through, with her feet squelching and squashing in her shoes whenever she moved, with a rash of rain upon her classical visage, with a bonnet like an overripe fig, with all her clothes spoiled, with damp impressions of every button, string, and hook and eye she wore printed off upon her highly connected back, with a stagnant verdure on her general exterior, such as accumulates on an old park fence in a mouldy lane, Mrs. Sparsit had no resource but to burst into tears of bitterness, and say, "I have lost her." Chapter 28. The National Dustmen, after entertaining one another with a great many noisy little fights among themselves, had dispersed for the present, and Mr. Gradgrind was at home for the vacation. He sat writing in the room with the deadly statistical clock, proving something, no doubt, probably in the main, that the Good Samaritan was a bad economist. The noise of the rain did not disturb him much, but it attracted his attention sufficiently to make him raise his head sometimes, as if he were rather remonstrating with the elements. When it thundered very loudly, he glanced towards Coketown, having it in his mind that some of the tall chimneys might be struck by lightning. The thunder was rolling into distance, and the rain was pouring down like a deluge, when the door of his room opened. He looked round the lamp on his table, and saw with amazement his eldest daughter. "Louisa!"
"Father, I want to speak to you."
"What is the matter?"
"How strange you look, and good heaven," said Mr. Gradgrind, wondering more and more.
"Have you come here exposed to this storm?" She put her hands to her dress as if she hardly knew.
"Yes."
Then she uncovered her head, and letting her cloak and hood fall where they might, stood looking at him, so colourless, so dishevelled, so defiant and despairing, that he was afraid of her. "What is it? I conjure you, Louisa, tell me, what is the matter?" She dropped into a chair before him, and put her cold hand on his arm.
"Father, you've trained me from my cradle."
"Yes, Louisa."
"I curse the hour in which I was born to such a destiny."
He looked at her in doubt and dread, vacantly repeating, "Curse the hour? Curse the hour?"
"How could you give me life, and take from me all the inappreciable things that raise it from the state of conscious death? Where are the graces of my soul? Where are the sentiments of my heart? What have you done, O Father? What have you done with the garden that should have bloomed once in this great wilderness here?" She struck herself with both her hands upon her bosom. "If it had ever been here, Its ashes alone would save me from the void in which my whole life sinks. I did not mean to say this, but, father, you remember the last time we conversed in this room?"
He had been so wholly unprepared for what he heard now, that it was with difficulty he answered.
"Yes, Louisa. What has risen to my lips now would have risen to my lips then, if you'd given me a moment's help. I don't reproach you, father. What you've never nurtured in me, you've never nurtured in yourself. But oh, if you'd only done so long ago, or if you had only neglected me, what a much better and much happier creature I should have been this day."
On hearing this, after all his care, he bowed his head upon his hand, and groaned aloud.
"Father, if you had known when we were last together here, what even I feared while I strove against it, as it has been my task from infancy to strive against every natural prompting that has arisen in my heart, if you had known that there lingered in my breast sensibilities, affections, weaknesses capable of being cherished into strength, defying all calculations ever made by man, and no more known to his arithmetic than his Creator is, would you have given me to the husband who I am now so sure that I hate?"
He said,
"No, no, my poor child. Would you have doomed me at any time to the frost and blight that have hardened and spoiled me? Would you have robbed me, for no one's enrichment, only for the greater desolation of this world, of the immaterial part of my life, the spring and summer of my belief, my refuge from what is sordid and bad in the real things around me, my school, in which I should have learned to be more humble and more trusting with them, and to hope in my little sphere to make them better? Oh, no, 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 Louisa. Yet, father, if I'd been stone blind, if I'd groped my way by my sense of touch, and had been free, while I knew the shapes and surfaces of things, to exercise my fancy somewhat in regard to them, I should have been a million times wiser, happier, more loving, more contented, more innocent and human in all good respects than I am with the eyes I have. Now, hear what I've come to say."
He moved to support her with his arm. She rising as he did so, they stood close together, she with a hand upon his shoulder, looking fixedly in his face.
"With a hunger and thirst upon me, father, which have never been for a moment appeased, with an ardent impulse towards some region where rules and figures and definitions were not quite absolute, I have grown up, battling every inch of my way."
"I never knew you were unhappy, my child."
"Father, I always knew it. In this strife I have almost repulsed and crushed my better angel into a demon. What I have learned has left me doubting, misbelieving, despising, regretting what I have not learned, and my dismal resource has been to think that life would soon go by, and that nothing in it could be worth the pain and trouble of a contest."
"And you so young, Louisa," he said with pity.
"And I so young. In this condition, father, for I show you now without fear or favour the ordinary deadened state of my mind as I know it, you proposed my husband to me. I took him. I never made a pretence to him or you that I loved him. I knew, and father, you knew, and he knew, that I never did. I was not wholly indifferent, for I had a hope of being pleasant and useful to Tom. I made that wild escape into something visionary, and have gradually found out how wild it was. But Tom had been the subject of all the little imaginative tenderness of my life. Perhaps he became so because I knew so well how to pity him. It matters little now, except as it may dispose you to think more leniently of his errors."
As her father held her in his arm, she put her other hand upon his other shoulder, and still looking fixedly in his face, went on.
"When I was irrevocably married, there rose up into rebellion against the tie the old strife, made fiercer by all those causes of disparity which arise out of our two individual natures, and which no general laws shall ever rule or state for me, father, until they shall be able to direct the anatomist where to strike his knife into the secrets of my soul."
"Louisa," he said, imploringly, for he well remembered what had passed between them in their former interview.
"I do not reproach you, father. I make no complaint. I am here with another object. What can I do, child? Ask me what you will. I am coming to it. Father, chance then threw into my way a new acquaintance. A man, such as I had had no experience of, used to the world, light, polished, easy, making no pretences, avowing the low estimate of everything that I was half afraid to form in secret, conveying to me almost immediately, though I don't know how or by what degrees, that he understood me and read my thoughts. I could not find that he was worse than I. There seemed to be a near affinity between us. I only wondered it should be worth his while, who cared for nothing else, to care so much for me. For you, Louisa?
Her father might instinctively have loosened his hold, but that he felt her strength departing from her, and saw a wild dilating fire in the eyes steadfastly regarding him.
I say nothing of his plea for claiming my confidence. It matters very little how he gained it. Father, he did gain it. What you know of the story of my marriage, he soon knew, just as well.
Her father's face was ashy white, and he held her in both his arms.
I've done no worse. I've not disgraced you. But if you ask me whether I have loved him, or do love him, I tell you plainly, father, that it may be so. I don't know.
She took her hands suddenly from his shoulders, and pressed them both upon her side, while in her face, not like itself, and in her figure, drawn up, resolute to finish by a last effort what she had to say, the feelings long suppressed broke loose.
This night, my husband being away, he's been with me, declaring himself my lover. This minute he expects me, for I could release myself of his presence by no other means. I do not know that I'm sorry. I do not know that I'm ashamed. I do not know that I'm degraded in my own esteem. All that I know is, your philosophy and your teaching will not save me. Now, father, you've brought me to this. Save me by some other means.
He tightened his hold in time to prevent her sinking on the floor, but she cried out in a terrible voice,
I shall die if you hold me. Let me fall upon the ground.
And he laid her down there, and saw the pride of his heart and the triumph of his system lying in an insensible heap at his feet. End of part 16. Part 17 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Household Words, a weekly journal. Saturday, July the 22nd, 1854. Chapter 29. Louisa awoke from a torpor, and her eyes languidly opened on her old bed at home, and her old room. It seemed at first as if all that had happened since the days when these objects were familiar to her were the shadows of a dream, but gradually, as the objects became more real to her sight, the events became more real to her mind. She could scarcely move her head for pain and heaviness. Her eyes were strained and sore, and she was very weak. A curious, passive inattention had such possession of her that the presence of her little sister in the room did not attract her notice for some time. Even when their eyes had met, and her sister had approached the bed, Louisa lay for minutes looking at her in silence, and suffering her timidly to hold her passive hand, before she asked,
When was I brought to this room? Last night, Louisa. Who brought me here? Sissy, I believe. Why do you believe so? Because I found her here this morning. She didn't come to my bedside to wake me, as she always does, and I went to look for her. She was not in her own room either, and I went looking for her all over the house until I found her here, taking care of you and cooling your head. Will you see, father? Sissy said I was to tell him when you woke. What a beaming face you have, Jane,
said Louisa, as her younger sister, timidly still, bent down to kiss her.
Have I? I'm very glad you think so. I'm sure it must be Sissy's doing.
The arm Louisa had begun to twine about her neck unbent itself.
You can tell father if you will.
Then, staying her a moment, she said,
It was you who made my room so cheerful and gave it this look of welcome? Oh no, Louisa, it was done before I came. It was...
Louisa turned upon her pillow, and heard no more. When her sister had withdrawn, she turned her head back again, and lay with her face towards the door, until it opened and her father entered. He had a jaded, anxious look upon him, and his hand, usually steady, trembled in hers. He sat down at the side of the bed, tenderly asking how she was, and dwelling on the necessity of her keeping very quiet after her agitation and exposure to the weather last night. He spoke in a subdued and troubled voice, very different from his usual dictatorial manner, and was often at a loss for words. " My dear Louisa, my poor daughter." He was so much at a loss at that place that he stopped altogether. He tried again. " My unfortunate child." The place was so difficult to get over that he tried again. " It would be hopeless for me, Louisa, to endeavour to tell you how overwhelmed I have been, and still am, by what broke upon me last night. The ground on which I stand has ceased to be solid under my feet. The only support on which I leaned, and the strength of which it seemed, and still does seem, impossible to question, has given way in an instant. I am stunned by these discoveries. I have no selfish meaning in what I say, but I find the shock of what broke upon me last night to be very heavy indeed." She could give him no comfort herein. She had suffered the wreck of her whole life upon the rock. " I will not say, Louisa, that if you had by any happy chance undeceived me some time ago, it would have been better for us both, better for your peace, and better for mine. For I am sensible that it may not have been a part of my system to invite any confidence of that kind. I have proved my system to myself, and I have rigidly administered it, and I must bear the responsibility of its failures. I only entreat you to believe, my favourite child, that I have meant to do right." He said it earnestly, and to do him justice, he had. Engaging fathomless deeps with his little mean excise rod, and in staggering over the universe with his rusty stiff-legged compasses, he had meant to do great things. Within the limits of his short tether, he had tumbled about, annihilating the flowers of existence with greater singleness of purpose than many of the blatant personages whose company he kept. " I am well assured of what you say, father. I know I have been your favourite child. I know you have intended to make me happy. I have never blamed you, and I never shall." He took her outstretched hand, and retained it in his. " My dear, I have remained all night at my table, pondering again and again on what has so painfully passed between us. When I consider your character, when I consider that what has been known to me for hours has been concealed by you for years, when I consider under what immediate pressure it has been forced from you at last, I come to the conclusion that I cannot but mistrust myself." He might have added more than all, when he saw the face now looking at him. He did add it, in effect, perhaps, as he softly moved her scattered hair from her forehead with his hand. Such little actions, slight in another man, were very noticeable in him, and his daughter received them as if they had been words of contrition. " But," said Mr. Gradgrind slowly, and with hesitation, as well as with a wretched sense of helplessness, " if I see reason to mistrust myself for the past, Louisa, I should also mistrust myself for the present and the future. To speak unreservedly to you, I do. I am far from feeling convinced now, however differently I might have felt only this time yesterday, that I am fit for the trust you repose in me, that I know how to respond to the appeal you have come home to make to me, that I have the right instinct, supposing it for the moment to be some quality of that nature, how to help you, and to set you right, my child." She had turned upon her pillow, and lay with her face upon her arm, so that he could not see it. All her wildness and passion had subsided, but though softened, she was not in tears. Her father was changed in nothing so much as in the respect that he would have been glad to see her in tears. " Some persons hold," he pursued, still hesitating, " that there is a wisdom of the head, and that there is a wisdom of the heart. I have not supposed so, but, as I have said, I mistrust myself now. I have supposed the head to be all sufficient. It may not be all sufficient. How can I venture this morning to say that it is? If that other kind of wisdom should be what I have neglected, and should be the instinct that is wanted, Louisa." He suggested it very doubtfully, as if he were half unwilling to admit it even now. She made him no answer, lying before him on her bed, still half dressed, much as he had seen her lying on the floor of his room last night. "Louisa," and his hand rested on her hair again, "I have been absent from here, my dear, a good deal of late, and though your sister's training has been pursued according to the system," he appeared to come to that word with great reluctance always, "it has necessarily been modified by daily associations begun in her case at an early age. I ask you, ignorantly and humbly, my daughter, for the better, do you think?"
"Father,"
she replied without stirring,
"if any harmony has been awakened in her young breast that was mute in mine until it turned to discord, let her thank Heaven for it, and go upon her happier way, taking it as her greatest blessing that she has avoided my way."
"Oh, my child, he said in a forlorn manner, "I am an unhappy man to see you thus. What avails it to me that you do not reproach me, if I so bitterly reproach myself?" He bent his head, and spoke low to her.
"Louisa, I have a misgiving that some change may have been slowly working about me in this house, by mere love and gratitude, that what the head had left undone, and could not do, the heart may have been doing silently. Can it be so?"
She made him no reply.
"I am not too proud to believe it, Louisa. How could I be so arrogant, and you before me? Can it be so? Is it so, my dear?"
He looked upon her once more, lying cast away there, and without another word went out of the room. He had not been long gone when she heard a light tread near the door, and knew that some one stood beside her. She did not raise her head. A dull anger that she should be seen in her distress, and that the involuntary look she had so resented should come to this fulfilment, smouldered within her like an unwholesome fire. All closely imprisoned forces rend and destroy. The air that would be healthful to the earth, the water that would enrich it, the heat that would ripen it, tear it when caged up. So in her bosom even now. The strongest qualities she possessed, long turned upon themselves, became a heap of obduracy that rose against a friend. It was well that soft touch came upon her neck, and that she understood herself to be supposed to have fallen asleep. The sympathetic hand did not claim her resentment. Let it lie there, let it lie. So it lay there, warming into life a crowd of gentler thoughts, and she lay still. As she softened with the quiet and the consciousness of being so watched, some tears made their way into her eyes. The face touched hers, and she knew that there were tears upon it too, and she the cause of them. As Louisa feigned to rouse herself and sat up, Sissy retired, so that she stood placidly near the bedside.
"I hope I've not disturbed you. I've come to ask if you'll let me stay with you." "Why should you stay with me? My sister will miss you. You're everything to her."
"Am I?" returned Sissy, shaking her head.
"I would be something to you if I might."
"What?" said Louisa, almost sternly.
"Whatever you want most, if I could be that. At all events, I would like to try to be as near it as I can, and however far off that may be, I will never tire of trying. Will you let me?" "My father sent you to ask me." "No, indeed," replied Sissy. "He told me that I might come in now, but he sent me away from the room this morning, or at least—"
She hesitated and stopped.
"At least what?"
said Louisa, with her searching eyes upon her.
"I thought it best myself that I should be sent away, for I felt very uncertain whether you would like to find me here." "Have I always hated you so much?" "I hope not, for I've always loved you, and I've always wished that you should know it. But you changed to me a little shortly before you left home. Not that I wondered at it. You knew so much, and I knew so little, and it was natural in many ways, going as you were among other friends, that I had nothing to complain of, and was not at all hurt."
Her colour rose as she said it modestly and hurriedly. Louisa understood the loving pretence, and her heart smote her.
"May I try?"
said Sissy, emboldened to raise her hand to the neck that was insensibly drooping towards her. Louisa, taking down the hand that would have embraced her in another moment, held it in one of hers, and answered, "First, Sissy,
Do you know what I am? I am so proud and so hardened, so confused and troubled, so resentful and unjust to every one, and to myself, that everything is stormy, dark, and wicked to me. Does not that repel you? No. I am so unhappy, and all that should have made me otherwise is so laid waste, that if I had been bereft of sense to this hour, and instead of being as learned as you think me, had begun to acquire the simplest truths, I could not want a guide to peace, contentment, honour, all the good of which I am quite devoid, more abjectly than I do. Does not that repel you? No.
In the innocence of her brave affection, and the brimming up of her old devoted spirit, the once deserted girl shone like a beautiful light upon the darkness of the other. Louisa raised the hand, that it might clasp her neck, and join its fellow there. She fell upon her knees, and clinging to this stroller's child, looked up at her almost with veneration.
Forgive me, pity me, help me. Have compassion on my great need, and let me lay this head of mine upon a loving heart. Oh, lay it here, cried Sissy. Lay it here, my dear.
Chapter 30. Mr. James Harthouse passed a whole night and a day in a state of so much hurry that the world, with its best glass in its eye, would scarcely have recognised him during that insane interval as the brother Jem of the honourable and jocular member. He was positively agitated. He several times spoke with an emphasis similar to the vulgar manner. He went in and went out in an unaccountable way. Like a man with an object, he rode like a highwayman. In a word, he was so horribly bored by existing circumstances that he forgot to go in for boredom in the manner prescribed by the authorities. After putting his horse at Coketown through the storm, as if it were a leap, he waited up all night, from time to time ringing his bell with the greatest fury, charging the porter who kept watch with delinquency in withholding letters or messages that could not fail to have been entrusted to him, and demanding restitution on the spot. The dawn coming, the morning coming, and the day coming, and neither message nor letter coming with either, he went down to the country house. There the report was, Mr. Bounderby away, and Mrs. Bounderby in town. Left for town suddenly last evening, not even known to be gone until receipt of message, importing that her return was not to be expected for the present. In these circumstances he had nothing for it but to follow her to town. He went to the house in town, Mrs. Bounderby not there. He looked in at the bank, Mr. Bounderby away, and Mrs. Sparsit away. Mrs. Sparsit away? Who could have been reduced to the sudden extremity for the company of that griffin? Well, I don't know, said Tom, who had his own reasons for being uneasy about it. She was off somewhere at daybreak this morning. She's always full of mystery. I hate her. So I do that white chap. He's always got his blinking eyes upon a fellow. Where were you last night, Tom? Where was I last night? Said Tom. Come, I like that. I was waiting for you, Mr. Harthouse, till it came down as I never saw it come down before. Where was I too? Where were you, you mean? I was prevented from coming. Detained. Detained, murmured Tom. Two of us were detained. I was detained looking for you till I lost every train but the mail. It would have been a pleasant job to go down by that on such a night, and have to walk home through a pond. I was obliged to sleep in town after all. Where? Where? Why, in my own bed at Bounderby's. Did you see your sister? How the deuce, returned Tom, staring, could I see my sister when she was 15 miles off? Cursing these quick retorts of the young gentleman to whom he was so true a friend, Mr. Harthouse disembarrassed himself of that interview with the smallest conceivable amount of ceremony, and debated for the 100th time what all this could mean. He made only one thing clear. It was, that whether she was in town or out of town, whether he had been premature with her who was so hard to comprehend, or she had lost courage, or they were discovered, or some mischance or mistake at present incomprehensible had occurred, he must remain to confront his fortune, whatever it was. The hotel where he was known to live when condemned to that region of blackness was the stake to which he was tied. As to all the rest, What will be, will be.
So whether I am waiting for a hostile message, or an assignation, or a penitent remonstrance, or an impromptu wrestle with my friend Bounderby in the Lancashire manner, which would seem as likely as anything else in the present state of affairs, I'll dine, said Mr. James Harthouse. Bounderby has the advantage in point of weight, and if anything of a British nature is to come off between us, it may be as well to be in training.
Therefore he rang the bell, and tossing himself negligently on a sofa, ordered
some dinner at 6, with a beefsteak in it,
and got through the intervening time as well as he could. That was not particularly well, for he remained in the greatest perplexity, and as the hours went on, and no kind of explanation offered itself, his perplexity augmented at compound interest. However, he took affairs as coolly as it was in human nature to do, and entertained himself with the facetious idea of the training more than once.
It wouldn't be bad, he yawned at one time, to give the waiter 5 shillings and throw him.
At another time it occurred to him,
or a fellow of about 13 or 14 stone might be hired by the hour.
But these jests did not tell materially on the afternoon, or his suspense, and sooth to say, they both lagged fearfully. It was impossible, even before dinner, to avoid often walking about in the pattern of the carpet, looking out of the window, listening at the door for footsteps, and occasionally becoming rather hot when any steps approached that room. But after dinner, when the day turned to twilight, and the twilight turned to night, and still no communication was made to him, it began to be, as he expressed it, like the Holy Office, and slow torture. However, still true to his conviction that indifference was the genuine high breeding, the only conviction he had, he seized this crisis as the opportunity for ordering candles and a newspaper. He had been trying in vain for half an hour to read this newspaper, when the waiter appeared, and said, at once mysteriously and apologetically, "Beg your pardon, sir. You're wanted, sir, if you please." A general recollection that this was the kind of thing the police said to the swell mob caused Mr. Harthouse to ask the waiter in return, with bristling indignation, what the devil he meant by wanted. "Beg your pardon, sir. Young lady outside, sir, wishes to see you."
"Outside? Where?"
"Outside this door, sir." Giving the waiter to the personage before mentioned as a blockhead duly qualified for that consignment, Mr. Harthouse hurried into the gallery. A young woman whom he had never seen stood there, plainly dressed, very quiet, very pretty. As he conducted her into the room and placed a chair for her, he observed by the light of the candles that she was even prettier than he had at first believed. Her face was innocent and youthful, and its expression remarkably pleasant. She was not afraid of him, or in any way disconcerted. She seemed to have her mind entirely preoccupied with the occasion of her visit, and to have substituted that consideration for herself.
"I speak to Mr. Harthouse,"
she said, when they were alone.
"To Mr. Harthouse,"
he added in his mind,
"and you speak to him with the most confiding eyes I ever saw, and the most earnest voice, though so quiet, I ever heard."
"If I do not understand, and I do not, sir," said Sissy, "what your honour as a gentleman binds you to in other matters." The blood really rose in his face as she began in these words. "I am sure I may rely upon it to keep my visit secret, and to keep secret what I'm going to say. I will rely upon it, if you will tell me I may so far trust you."
"You may, I assure you."
"I'm young, as you see. I'm alone, as you see. In coming to you, sir, I have no advice or encouragement beyond my own hope." He thought,
"But that is very strong,"
as he followed the momentary upward glance of her eyes. He thought, besides,
"This is a very odd beginning. I don't see where we are going."
"I think," said Sissy, "you have already guessed whom I left just now."
"I have been in the greatest concern and uneasiness during the last 24 hours, which have appeared as many years," he returned, "on a lady's account. The hopes I have been encouraged to form, that you come from that lady, do not deceive me, I trust."
"I left her within an hour, at her father's." Mr. Harthouse's face lengthened in spite of his coolness, and his perplexity increased.
"Then I certainly,"
he thought,
do not see where we are going."
"She hurried there last night. She arrived there in great agitation, and was insensible all through the night. I live at her father's, and was with her. You may be sure, sir, you will never see her again as long as you live." Mr. Harthouse drew a long breath, and, if ever man found himself in the position of not knowing what to say, made the discovery beyond all question that he was so circumstanced. The childlike ingenuousness with which his visitor spoke, her modest fearlessness, her truthfulness which put all artifice aside, her entire forgetfulness of herself in her earnest quiet holding to the object with which she had come, all this, together with her reliance on his easily given promise, which in itself shamed him, presented something in which he was so inexperienced, and against which he knew any of his usual weapons would fall so powerless, that not a word could he rally to his relief. At last he said,
"So startling an announcement, so confidently made, and by such lips, is really disconcerting in the last degree. May I be permitted to inquire if you are charged to convey that information to me in those hopeless words by the lady of whom we speak?"
"I have no charge from her."
"The drowning man catches at the straw. With no disrespect for your judgment, and with no doubt of your sincerity, excuse my saying that I cling to the belief that there is yet hope that I am not condemned to perpetual exile from that lady's presence."
"There's not the least hope, sir. The first object of my coming here, sir, is to assure you that you must believe that there is no more hope of your ever speaking with her again than there would be if she had died when she came home last night."
"Must believe? But if I can't, or if I should by infirmity of nature be obstinate, and won't?"
"It's still true. There's no hope." James Harthouse looked at her with an incredulous smile upon his lips, but her mind looked over and beyond him, and the smile was quite thrown away. He bit his lip, and took a little time for consideration.
"Well, if it should unhappily appear," he said, "after due pains and duty on my part, that I am brought to a position so desolate as this banishment, I shall not become the lady's persecutor. But you said you had no commission from her?"
"I have only the commission of my love for her, and her love for me. I have no other trust than that I have been with her since she came home, and that she has given me her confidence. I have no further trust than that I know something of her character and her marriage." "Oh, Mr. Harthouse, I think you had that trust too." He was touched in the cavity where his heart should have been, in that nest of addled eggs where the birds of heaven would have lived if they had not been whistled away by the fervour of this reproach.
"I am not a moral sort of fellow," he said, "and I never make any pretensions to the character of a moral sort of fellow. I am as immoral as need be. At the same time, in bringing any distress upon the lady who is the subject of the present conversation, or in unfortunately compromising her in any way, or in committing myself by any expression of sentiments towards her not perfectly reconcilable with, in fact with, the domestic hearth, or in taking any advantage of her father's being a machine, or of her brother's being a whelp, or of her husband's being a bear, I beg to be allowed to assure you that I have had no particularly evil intentions, but have glided on from one step to another with a smoothness so perfectly irresistible that I had not the slightest idea the catalogue was half so long until I began to turn it over. Whereas I find," said Mr. James Harthouse in conclusion, "that it is really in several volumes." Though he said all this in his frivolous way, the way seemed, for that once, a conscious polishing of but an ugly surface. He was silent for a moment, and then proceeded with a more self-possessed air, though with traces of vexation and disappointment that would not be polished out. "After what has been just now represented to me, in a manner I find it impossible to doubt, I know of hardly any other source from which I could have accepted it so readily. I feel bound to say to you, in whom the confidence you have mentioned has been reposed, that I cannot refuse to contemplate the possibility, however unexpected, of my seeing the lady no more. I am solely to blame for the thing having come to this, and I cannot say," he added, rather hard up, for a general peroration, that I have any sanguine expectation of ever becoming a moral sort of fellow, or that I have any belief in any moral sort of fellow whatever."
Sissy's face sufficiently showed that her appeal to him was not finished.
"You spoke," he resumed, as she raised her eyes to him again, "of your first object. I may assume that there is a second to be mentioned?"
"Yes."
"Will you oblige me by confiding it?"
"Mr. Harthouse," returned Sissy, with a blending of gentleness and steadiness that quite defeated him, and a simple confidence in his being bound to do what she required that held him at a singular disadvantage, "the only reparation that remains with you is to leave here immediately and finally. I am quite sure that you can mitigate in no other way the wrong and harm you have done. I am quite sure that it is the only compensation you have left in your power to make. I do not say that it is much, or that it is enough, but it is something, and it is necessary. Therefore, though without any other authority than I have given you, and even without the knowledge of any other person than yourself and myself, I ask you to depart from this place to-night, under an obligation never to return to it." If she had asserted any influence over him beyond her plain faith in the truth and right of what she said, if she had concealed the least doubt or irresolution, or had harboured for the best purpose any reserve or pretence, if she had shown or felt the lightest trace of any sensitiveness to his ridicule, or his astonishment, or any remonstrance he might offer, he would have carried it against her at this point. But he could as easily have changed a clear sky by looking at it in surprise as affect her.
"But do you know," he asked, quite at a loss, "the extent of what you ask? You probably are not aware that I am here on a public kind of business, preposterous enough in itself, but which I have gone in for and sworn by, and am supposed to be devoted to in quite a desperate manner. You probably are not aware of that, but I assure you it's the fact."
It had no effect on Sissy, fact or no fact.
"Besides which," said
Mr. Harthouse, taking a turn or two across the room dubiously,
"it's so alarmingly absurd. It would make a man so ridiculous, after going in for these fellows, to back out in such an incomprehensible way."
"I'm quite sure," repeated Sissy, "that it is the only reparation in your power, sir. I am quite sure, or I would not have come here." He glanced at her face, and walked about again.
"Upon my soul, I don't know what to say. So immensely absurd."
It fell to his lot now to stipulate for secrecy.
"If I were to do such a very ridiculous thing,"
he said, stopping again presently, and leaning against the chimney-piece,
"it could only be in the most inviolable confidence."
"I will trust to you, sir," returned Sissy, "and you will trust to me." His leaning against the chimney-piece reminded him of the night with the whelp. It was the self-same chimney-piece, and somehow he felt as if he were the whelp to-night. He could make no way at all.
"I suppose a man was never placed in a more ridiculous position," he said, after looking down and looking up, and laughing and frowning, and walking off and walking back again. "But I see no way out of it. What will be, will be. This will be, I suppose. I must take off myself, I imagine. In short, I engage to do it."
Sissy rose. She was not surprised by the result, but she was happy in it, and her face beamed brightly.
"You will permit me to say," continued Mr. James Harthouse, "that I doubt if any other ambassador or ambassadress could have addressed me with the same success. I must not only regard myself as being in a very ridiculous position, but as being vanquished at all points. Will you allow me the privilege of remembering my enemy's name?"
"My name?" said the ambassadress.
"The only name I could possibly care to know to-night."
"Sissy Jupe."
"Pardon my curiosity at parting. Related to the family?"
"I am only a poor girl," returned Sissy. "I was separated from my father. He was only a stroller, and taken pity on by Mr. Gradgrind. I have lived in the house ever since." She was gone.
"It wanted this to complete the defeat," said Mr. James Harthouse,
sinking with a resigned air on the sofa, after standing transfixed a little while.
"The defeat may now be considered perfectly accomplished. Only a poor girl, only a stroller, Only James Harthouse made nothing of. Only James Harthouse, a great pyramid of failure.
The Great Pyramid put it into his head to go up the Nile. He took a pen upon the instant, and wrote the following note, in appropriate hieroglyphics, to his brother.
Dear Jack, all up at Coketown. Bored out of the place, and going in for camels. Affectionately, Jem.
He rang the bell.
Send my fellow here.
Gone to bed, sir.
Tell him to get up and pack up.
He wrote 2 more notes, one to Mr. Bounderby, announcing his retirement from that part of the country, and showing where he would be found for the next fortnight. The other, similar in effect, to Mr. Gradgrind. Almost as soon as the ink was dry upon their superscriptions, he had left the tall chimneys of Coketown behind, and was in a railway carriage, tearing and glaring over the dark landscape. The moral sort of fellows might suppose that Mr. James Harthouse derived some comfortable reflections afterwards from this prompt retreat, as one of his few actions that made any amends for anything, and as a token to himself that he had escaped the climax of a very bad business. But it was not so at all. A secret sense of having failed and been ridiculous, a dread of what other fellows who went in for similar sorts of things would say at his expense, if they knew it, so oppressed him that what was about the very best passage in his life was the one of all others he would not have owned to on any account, and the only one that made him ashamed of himself. End of Part 17. Part 18 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Household Words, a weekly journal. Saturday, July the 29th, 1854. Chapter 31. The indefatigable Mrs. Sparsit, with a violent cold upon her, her voice reduced to a whisper, and her stately frame so racked by continual sneezes that it seemed in danger of dismemberment, gave chase to her patron until she found him in the metropolis, and there, majestically sweeping in upon him at his hotel in St. James's Street, exploded the combustibles with which she was charged, and blew up. Having executed her mission with infinite relish, this high-minded woman then fainted away on Mr. Bounderby's coat collar. Mr. Bounderby's first procedure was to shake Mrs. Sparsit off, and leave her to progress as she might through various stages of suffering on the floor. He next had recourse to the administration of potent restoratives, such as screwing the patient's thumbs, smiting her hands, abundantly watering her face, and inserting salt in her mouth. When these attentions had recovered her, which they speedily did, he hustled her into a fast train without offering any other refreshment, and carried her back to Coketown, more dead than alive. Regarded as a classical ruin, Mrs. Sparsit was an interesting spectacle on her arrival at her journey's end, but considered in any other light, the amount of damage she had by that time sustained was excessive, and impaired her claims to admiration. Utterly heedless of the wear and tear of her clothes and constitution, and adamant to her pathetic sneezes, Mr. Bounderby immediately crammed her into a coach and bore her off to Stone Lodge.
Now, Tom Gradgrind,
said Bounderby, bursting into his father-in-law's room late at night.
Here's a lady here, Mrs. Sparsit. You know Mrs. Sparsit, who has something to say to you that will strike you dumb.
You've missed my letter, exclaimed Mr. Gradgrind, surprised by the apparition.
Missed your letter, sir?
bawled Bounderby.
The present time is no time for letters. No man shall talk to Josiah Bounderby of Coketown about letters, with his mind in the state it's in now.
Bounderby, said Mr. Gradgrind, in a tone of temperate remonstrance, I speak to you of a very special letter I've written to you, in reference to Louisa.
Tom Gradgrind,
replied Bounderby, knocking the flat of his hand several times with great vehemence on the table.
I speak of a very special messenger that's come to me in reference to Louisa. Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am, stand forward.
That unfortunate lady hereupon essaying to offer testimony without any voice and with painful gestures, expressive of an inflamed throat, became so aggravating and underwent so many facial contortions that Mr. Bounderby, unable to bear it, seized her by the arm and shook her.
"If you can't get it out, ma'am," said Bounderby, "leave me to get it out. This is not a time for a lady, however connected, to be totally inaudible and seemingly swallowing marbles. Tom Gradgrind, Mrs. Sparsit latterly found herself, by accident, in a situation to overhear a conversation out of doors between your daughter and your precious gentleman friend, Mr. James Harthouse."
"Indeed," said Mr. Gradgrind.
"Ah, indeed," cried Bounderby. "And in that conversation—"
"It is not necessary to repeat its tenor, Bounderby. I know what passed."
"You do?"
"Perhaps," said Bounderby, staring with all his might at his so quiet and dissuasive father-in-law.
"You know where your daughter is at the present time?"
"Undoubtedly. She is here."
"Here?"
"My dear Bounderby, let me beg you to restrain these loud outbreaks, on all accounts. Louisa is here." The moment she could detach herself from that interview with the person of whom you speak, and whom I deeply regret to have been the means of introducing to you, Louisa hurried here for protection. I myself had not been at home many hours when I received her, here in this room. She hurried by the train to town. She ran from town to this house through a raging storm, and presented herself before me in a state of distraction. Of course, she has remained here ever since. Let me entreat you, for your own sake and for hers, to be more quiet." Mr. Bounderby silently gazed about him for some moments, in every direction except Mrs. Sparsit's direction, and then, abruptly turning upon the niece of Lady Scadgers, said to that wretched woman,
"Now, ma'am, we shall be happy to hear any little apology you may think proper to offer for going about the country at express pace with no other luggage than a cock and a bull, ma'am."
"Sir," whispered Mrs. Sparsit, "my nerves are at present too much shaken, and my health is at present too much impaired in your service to admit of my doing more than taking refuge in tears."
Which she did.
"Well, ma'am," said Bounderby, "without making any observation to you that may not be made with propriety to a woman of good family, what I've got to add to that is, that there's something else in which it appears to me you may take refuge, namely, a coach, and the coach in which we came here being at the door, you'll allow me to hand you down to it, and pack you home to the bank, where the best course for you to pursue will be to put your feet into the hottest water you can bear, and take a glass of scalding rum and butter after you get into bed."
With these words, Mr. Bounderby extended his right hand to the weeping lady, and escorted her to the conveyance in question, shedding many plaintive sneezes by the way. He soon returned, alone.
"Now, as you showed me in your face, Tom Gradgrind, that you wanted to speak to me," he resumed, "here I am, but I'm not in a very agreeable state, I tell you plainly, not relishing this business even as it is, and not considering that I am at any time as dutifully and submissively treated by your daughter as Josiah Bounderby of Coketown ought to be treated by his wife. You have your opinion, I dare say, and I have mine, I know. If you mean to say anything to me to-night that goes against this candid remark, you had better let it alone."
Mr. Gradgrind, it will be observed, being much softened, Mr. Bounderby took particular pains to harden himself at all points. It was his amiable nature. "My dear Bounderby," Mr. Gradgrind began in reply.
"Now, you'll excuse me," said Bounderby, "but I don't want to be too dear. That, to start with. When I begin to be dear to a man, I generally find that his intention is to come over me. I'm not speaking to you politely, but as you're aware, I'm not polite. If you like politeness, you know where to get it. You have your gentlemen friends, you know, and they'll serve you with as much of the article as you want, I don't keep it myself.
Bounderby, urged Mr. Gradgrind, we are all liable to mistakes.
I thought you couldn't make 'em,
interrupted Bounderby. Perhaps I thought so, but I say we are all liable to mistakes, and I should feel sensible of your delicacy and grateful for it if you would spare me these references to Harthouse. I shall not associate him in our conversation with your intimacy and encouragement. Pray do not persist in connecting him with mine.
I've never mentioned his name,
said Bounderby. Returned Mr. Gradgrind. Well, well, returned Mr. Gradgrind, with a patient, even a submissive air, and he sat for a little while pondering. Bounderby, I see reason to doubt whether we have ever quite understood Louisa.
Who do you mean by we?
Let me say I, then, he returned, in answer to the coarsely blurted question. I doubt whether I have understood Louisa. I doubt whether I have been quite right in the manner of her education.
There you hit it, returned Bounderby. There I agree with you. You've found it out at last, have you? Education. I tell you what education is. To be tumbled out of doors neck and crop, and put upon the shortest allowance of everything except blows. That's what I call education.
I think your good sense will perceive, Mr. Gradgrind remonstrated in all humility, that whatever the merits of such a system may be, it would be difficult of general application to girls.
I don't say it at all, sir, returned the obstinate Bounderby.
Well, sighed Mr. Gradgrind, we will not enter into the question. I assure you, I have no desire to be controversial. I seek to repair what is amiss if I possibly can, and I hope that you will assist me in a good spirit, Bounderby, for I have been very much distressed.
I don't understand you yet, said Bounderby with determined obstinacy, and therefore I won't make any promises.
In the course of a few hours, my dear Bounderby, Mr. Gradgrind proceeded, in the same depressed and propitiatory manner, I appear to myself to have become better informed as to Louisa's character than in previous years. The enlightenment has been painfully forced upon me, and the discovery is not mine. I think there are, Bounderby, you'll be surprised to hear me say this, I think there are qualities in Louisa which have been harshly neglected and a little perverted, and I would suggest to you that if you would kindly meet me in a timely endeavour to leave her to her better nature for a while, and to encourage it to develop itself by tenderness and consideration, it would be better for the happiness of all of us. Louisa, said Mr. Gradgrind, shading his face with his hand, has always been my favourite child. The blusterous Bounderby crimsoned and swelled to such an extent on hearing these words, that he seemed to be, and probably was, on the brink of a fit. With his very ears a bright purple shot with crimson, he pent up his indignation, however, and said,
You'd like to keep her here for a time?
I had intended to recommend, my dear Bounderby, that you should allow Louisa to remain here on a visit, and be attended by Sissy. I mean, of course, Cecilia Jupe, who understands her, and in whom she trusts.
I gather from all this, Tom Gradgrind, said Bounderby,
standing up with his hands in his pockets,
that you are of the opinion that there's what people call some incompatibility between Lou Bounderby and myself.
I fear there is at present a general incompatibility between Louisa and almost all the relations in which I have placed her, was her father's sorrowful reply.
Now look you here, Tom Gradgrind,
said Bounderby the flushed, confronting him with his legs wide apart, his hands deeper in his pockets, and his hair like a hayfield wherein his windy anger was boisterous.
You have had your say, I'm going to say mine. I'm a Coketown man. I am Josiah Bounderby of Coketown. I know the bricks of this town, and I know the works of this town, and I know the chimneys of this town, and I know the smoke of this town, and I know the hands of this town. I know them all pretty well. They're real. When a man tells me anything about imaginative qualities, I always tell that man, whoever he is, that I know what he means. He means turtle soup and venison with a gold spoon, and that he wants to be set up with a coach and six. That's what your daughter wants. Since you are of opinion that she ought to have what she wants, I recommend you to provide it for her, because, Tom Gradgrind, she will never have it from me."
"Bounderby," said Mr. Gradgrind, "I hoped after my entreaty you would have taken a different tone."
"Just wait a bit," retorted Bounderby. "You've had your say, I believe. I heard you out. Hear me out, if you please. Don't make yourself a spectacle of unfairness as well as inconsistency, because, although I'm sorry to see Tom Gradgrind reduced to his present position, I should be doubly sorry to see him brought so low as that. Now, there's an incompatibility of some sort or another, I'm given to understand by you, between your daughter and me. I'll give you to understand, in reply to that there unquestionably is an incompatibility of the first magnitude, to be summed up in this, that your daughter don't properly know her husband's merits, and is not impressed with such a sense as would become her, by George, of the honour of his alliance. That's plain speaking, I hope."
"Bounderby," urged Mr. Gradgrind, "this is unreasonable."
"Is it?" said Bounderby. "I'm glad to hear you say so, because when Tom Gradgrind, with his new lights, tells me that what I say is unreasonable, I'm convinced at once it must be devilish sensible. With your permission, I am going on. You know my origin, and you know that for a good many years of my life I didn't want a shoeing horn in consequence of not having a shoe. Yet you may believe or not, as you think proper, that there are ladies, born ladies, belonging to families, who next to worship the ground I walk on."
He discharged this like a rocket at his father-in-law's head.
"Whereas your daughter," proceeded Bounderby, "is far from being a born lady. That you know yourself. Not that I care a pinch of candle snuff about such things, for you are very well aware I don't, but that such is the fact, and you, Tom Gradgrind, can't change it. Why do I say this?"
"Not, I fear," observed Mr. Gradgrind in a low voice, "to spare me."
"Hear me out," said Bounderby, "and refrain from cutting in till your turn comes round. I say this because highly connected females have been astonished to see the way in which your daughter has conducted herself, and to witness her insensibility. They have wondered how I have suffered it, and I wonder myself now, and I won't suffer it."
"Bounderby," returned Mr. Gradgrind, rising, "the less we say to-night, the better, I think."
"On the contrary, Tom Gradgrind, the more we say to-night, the better, I think. That is,"
the consideration checked him,
"till I've said all I mean to say, and then I don't care how soon we stop. I come to a question that may shorten the business. What do you mean by the proposal you made just now?"
"What do I mean, Bounderby?"
"By your visiting proposition,"
said Bounderby, with an inflexible jerk of the hayfield. "I mean that I hope you may be induced to arrange in a friendly manner for allowing Louisa a period of repose and reflection here, which may tend to a gradual alteration for the better in many respects."
"To a softening down of your ideas of the incompatibility," said Bounderby.
"If you put it in those terms."
"What made you think of this?" said Bounderby.
"I've already said, I fear Louisa has not been understood. Is it asking too much, Bounderby, that you, so far her elder, should aid in trying to set her right? You've accepted a great charge of her, for better, for worse, for—" Mr. Bounderby may have been annoyed by the repetition of his own words to Stephen Blackpool, but he cut the quotation short with an angry start.
"Come," said he, "I don't want to be told about that. I know what I took her for as well as you do. Never you mind what I took her for. That's my look-out."
"I was merely going on to remark, Bounderby, that we may all be more or less in the wrong, not even excepting you, and that some yielding on your part, remembering the trust you have accepted, may not only be an act of true kindness, but perhaps a debt incurred towards Louisa."
"I think differently," blustered Bounderby. "I'm going to finish this business according to my own opinions. Now I don't want to make a quarrel of it with you, Tom Gradgrind. To tell you the truth, I don't think it would be worthy of my reputation to quarrel on such a subject. As to your gentleman friend, he may take himself off wherever he likes best. If he falls in my way, I shall tell him my mind. If he don't fall in my way, I shan't, for it won't be worth me while to do it. As to your daughter, whom I made Lou Bounderby, and might have done better by leaving Lou Gradgrind, if she don't come home tomorrow by 12 o'clock at noon, I shall understand that she prefers to stay away, and I shall send her wearing apparel and so forth over here, and you'll take charge of her for the future. What I shall say to people in general of the incompatibility that led to my so laying down the law will be this. I am Josiah Bounderby, and I had my bringing up. She's the daughter of Tom Gradgrind, and she had her bringing up, and the two horses wouldn't pull together. I'm pretty well known to be rather an uncommon man, I believe, and most people will understand fast enough that it must be a woman rather out of the common also, who in the long run would come up to my mark.
Let me seriously entreat you to reconsider this, Bounderby, urged Mr. Gradgrind, before you commit yourself to such a decision.
I always come to a decision,
said Bounderby, tossing his hat on,
and whatever I do at once. I should be surprised at Tom Gradgrind's addressing such a remark to Josiah Bounderby of Coketown, knowing what he knows of him, if I could be surprised by anything Tom Gradgrind did, after his making himself a party to sentimental humbug. I have given you my decision, and I have got no more to say. Good night.
So Mr. Bounderby went home to his townhouse to bed. At 5 minutes past 12 o'clock next day, he directed Mrs. Bounderby's property to be carefully packed up and sent to Tom Gradgrind's, advertised his country retreat for sale by private contract, and resumed a bachelor life. Chapter 32. The robbery at the bank had not languished before, and did not cease to occupy a front place in the attention of the principal of that establishment now. In boastful proof of his promptitude and activity, as a remarkable man, and a self-made man, and a commercial wonder more admirable than Venus, who had risen out of the mud instead of the sea, he liked to show how little his domestic affairs abated his business ardour. Consequently, in the first few weeks of his resumed bachelorhood, he even advanced upon his usual display of bustle, and every day made such a rout in renewing his investigations into the robbery, that the officers who had it in hand almost wished it had never been committed. They were at fault too, and off the scent, although they had been so quiet since the first outbreak of the matter, really did suppose it to have been abandoned as hopeless. Nothing new occurred. No implicated man or woman took untimely courage, or made a self-betraying step. More remarkable yet, Stephen Blackpool could not be heard of, and the mysterious old woman remained a mystery. Things having come to this pass, and showing no latent signs of stirring beyond it, the upshot of Mr. Bounderby's investigations was that he resolved to hazard a bold burst. He drew up a placard offering £20 reward for the apprehension of Stephen Blackpool, suspected of complicity in the robbery of the Coketown Bank on such a night. He described the said Stephen Blackpool by dress, complexion, estimated height, and manner, as minutely as he could. He recited how he had left the town, and in what direction he had been last seen going. He had the whole printed in great black letters on a staring broadsheet, and he caused the walls to be posted with it in the dead of night, so that it should strike upon the sight of the whole population at one blow. The factory bells had need to ring their loudest that morning to disperse the groups of workers who stood in the tardy daybreak, collected round the placards, devouring them with eager eyes. Not the least eager of the eyes assembled were the eyes of those who could not read. These people, as they listened to the friendly voice that read aloud, there was always some such ready to help them, stared at the characters which meant so much, with a vague awe and respect that would have been half ludicrous if any aspect of public ignorance could ever be otherwise than threatening and full of evil. Many ears and eyes were busy with a vision of the matter of these placards, among turning spindles, rattling looms, and whirring wheels for hours afterwards, and when the hands cleared out again into the streets, there were still as many readers as before. Slackbridge, the delegate, had to address his audience too that night, and Slackbridge had obtained a clean bill from the printer, and had brought it into his pocket. "Oh, my friends and fellow countrymen, the downtrodden operatives of Coketown. Oh, my fellow brothers and fellow workmen and fellow citizens and fellow men." What a to-do was there when Slackbridge unfolded what he called that damning document, and held it up to the gaze and for the execration of the working man community. "Oh, my fellow men, behold of what a traitor in the camp of those great spirits who are enrolled upon the holy scroll of justice and of union is appropriately capable. Oh, my prostrate friends, with the galling yoke of tyrants on your neck, and the iron foot of despotism treading down your fallen forms into the dust of the earth, upon which right glad would your oppressors be to see you creeping on your bellies all the days of your lives, like the serpent in the garden. Oh, my brothers, and shall I as a man not add my sisters too? What do you say now of Stephen Blackpool, with a slight stoop in his shoulders, and about 5'7" in height, as set forth in this degrading and disgusting document, this blighting bill, this pernicious placard, this abominable advertisement, and with what majesty of denouncement will you crush the viper, who would bring this stain and shame upon the godlike race that happily has cast him out for ever? Yes, my compatriots, happily cast him out and sent him forth. For you remember how he stood here before you on this platform. You remember how, face to face and foot to foot, I pursued him through all his intricate windings. You remember how he sneaked and slunk and sidled and splitted of straws, until, with not an inch of ground to which to cling, I hurled him out from amongst us, an object for the undying finger of scorn to point at, and for the avenging fire of every free and thinking mind to scorch and sear. And now, my friends, my labouring friends, for I rejoice and triumph in that stigma, my friends, whose hard but honest beds are made in toil, and whose scanty but independent pots are boiled in hardship. And now I say, my friends, what appellation has that dastard craven taken to himself, when, with the mask torn from his features, he stands before us in all his native deformity? A what? A thief, a plunderer, a prescribed fugitive, with a price upon his head, a fester and a wound upon the noble character of the Coketown operative. Therefore, my band of brothers in a sacred bond, to which your children and your children's children yet unborn have set their infant hands and seals, I propose to you, on the part of the United Aggregate Tribunal, ever watchful for your welfare, ever zealous for your benefit, that this meeting does resolve, that Stephen Blackpool, weaver, referred to in this placard, having been already solemnly disowned by the community of Coketown hands, the same are free from the shame of his misdeeds, and cannot as a class be reproached with his dishonest actions. Thus Slackbridge, gnashing and perspiring after a prodigious sort. A few stern voices called out, "No!" and a score or two hailed with assenting cries of "Hear, hear!" The caution from one man, "Slackbridge, you're all etterint. You're a-going too fast." But these were pygmies against an army. The general assemblage subscribed to the gospel according to Slackbridge, and gave 3 cheers for him, as he sat demonstratively panting at them. These men and women were yet in the streets, passing quietly to their homes, when Sissy, who had been called away from Louisa some minutes before, returned.
"Who is it?"
asked Louisa.
"It's Mr. Bounderby," said Sissy, timid of the name, "and your brother, Mr. Tom, and a young woman who says her name is Rachel, and that you know her." "What do they want, Sissy dear?" "They want to see you. Rachel has been crying and seems angry." "Father," said Louisa, for he was present, "I cannot refuse to see them, for a reason that will explain itself. Shall they come in here?
As he answered in the affirmative, Sissy went away to bring them. She reappeared with them directly. Tom was last, and remained standing in the obscurest part of the room near the door.
"Mrs. Bounderby,"
said her husband, entering with a cool nod.
"I don't disturb you, I hope. This is an unseasonable hour, but here is a young woman who has been making statements which render my visit necessary. Tom Gradgrind, as your son, young Tom, refuses for some obstinate reason or other to say anything at all about those statements, good or bad. I am obliged to confront her with your daughter."
"You've seen me once before, young lady," said Rachel, standing in front of Louisa.
Tom coughed.
"You've seen me, young lady," repeated Rachel, as she did not answer. "Once before."
Tom coughed again.
"I have."
Rachel cast her eyes proudly towards Mr. Bounderby, and said,
"Will you make it known, young lady, where and who was there?" "I went to the house where Stephen Blackpool lodged on the night of his discharge from his work, and I saw you there. He was there too, and an old woman who did not speak, and whom I could scarcely see, stood in a dark corner. My brother was with me."
"Why couldn't you say so, young Tom?"
demanded Bounderby. "I promised my sister I wouldn't," which Louisa hastily confirmed. "And besides," said the whelp bitterly, "she tells her own story so precious well, and so full, that what business had I to take it out of her mouth?"
"Say, young lady, if you please," pursued Rachel, "why, in an evil hour, you ever come to Stephen's that night." "I felt compassion for him," said Louisa, her colour deepening, "and I wished to know what he was going to do, and wished to offer him assistance."
"Thank you, ma'am," said
Bounderby.
"Much flattered and obliged."
"Did you offer him," said Rachel, "a bank note?" "Yes, but he refused it, and would only take £2 in gold."
Rachel cast her eyes towards Mr. Bounderby again.
"Oh, certainly," said
Mr. Bounderby.
"If you put the question whether your ridiculous and improbable account was true or not, I'm bound to say it's confirmed."
"Young lady," said Rachel, "Stephen Blackpool is now named as a thief in public print all over this town, and where else? There have been a meeting to-night where he have been spoken of in the same shameful way. Stephen, the honestest lad, the truest lad, the best."
Her indignation failed her, and she broke off sobbing.
"I'm very, very sorry," said Louisa. "Oh, young lady, returned Rachel, "I hope you may be, but I don't know. I can't say what you may ha' done. The like of you don't know us, don't care for us, don't belong to us. I'm not sure why you may ha' come that night. I can't tell but what you may ha' come with some aim of your own, not minding to what trouble you brought such as the poor lad. I said then, bless you for coming, and I said it of my heart. You seem to take so pitifully to him, but I don't know now, I don't know."
Louisa could not reproach her for her unjust suspicions. She was so faithful to her idea of the man, and so afflicted.
"And when I think," said Rachel through her sobs, "that the poor lad was so grateful, thinking you so good to him, when I mind that he put his hand over his hard working face to hide the tears that you brought up there, oh, I hope you may be sorry, and I know bad cause to be it, but I don't know, I don't know."
"You're a pretty article," growled the whelp, moving uneasily in his dark corner, "to come here with these precious imputations. You ought to be bundled out for not knowing how to behave yourself, and you would be by rights." She said nothing in reply, and her low weeping was the only sound that was heard, until Mr. Bounderby spoke.
"Come,"
said he.
"You know what you've engaged to do. You'd better give your mind to that, not this."
"'Deed, I am loath," returned Rachel, drying her eyes, "that any here should see me like this, but I won't be seen so again. Young lady, when I had read what's put in print of Stephen, and what has just as much truth in it as if it had been put in print of you, I went straight to the bank to say I knew where Stephen was, and to give a sure and certain promise that he should be here in 2 days. I couldn't meet with Mr. Bounderby then, and your brother sent me away, and I tried to find you, but you was not to be found, and I went back to work. Soon as I come out of th' mill to-night, I hastened to hear what was said of Stephen, for I know with pride he will come back to shame it. And then I went again to seek Mr. Bounderby, and I found him, and I told him every word I knew, and he believed no word I said, and brought me here."
"So far, that's true enough,"
assented Mr. Bounderby, with his hands in his pocket and his hat on.
"But I have known you people before to-day, you'll observe, and I know you never die for want of talking. Now, I recommend you not so much to mind talking just now as doing. You have undertaken to do something. All I remark upon that at present is, do it."
"I have written to Stephen by the post that went out this afternoon, as I've written to him once before sin' he went away," said Rachel, "and he will be here at furthest in 2 days."
"Then I'll tell you something. You're not aware, perhaps," retorted Mr. Bounderby, "that you yourself have been looked after now and then, not being considered quite free from suspicion in this business, on account of most people being judged according to the company they keep. The post office hasn't been forgotten either. What I'll tell you is that no letter to Stephen Blackpool has ever got into it. Therefore, what has become of yours I leave you to guess. Perhaps you're mistaken and never wrote any."
"He hadn't been gone from here, young lady," said Rachel, turning appealingly to Louisa, "as much as a week, when he sent me the only letter I have had from him, saying that he was forced to seek work in another name."
"Oh, by George!" cried Bounderby, shaking his head with a whistle. "He changes his name, does he? That's rather unlucky too, for such an immaculate chap. It's considered a little suspicious in courts of justice, I believe, when an innocent happens to have many names."
"What?" said Rachel, with the tears in her eyes again. "What, young lady, in the name of mercy, was left the poor lad to do? The masters against him on one hand, the men against him on the other, he only wanting to work hard in peace and do what he felt right. Can a man have no soul of his own, no mind of his own? Must he go wrong all through with this side, or must he go wrong all through with that, or else be hunted like a hare?" "Indeed, indeed, I pity him from my heart," returned Louisa, "and I hope that he will clear himself." "You need have no fear of that, young lady. He is sure."
"All the surer, I suppose," said Mr. Bounderby, "for you're refusing to tell where he is, eh?"
"He shall not through any act of mine come back with the unmerited reproach of being brought back. He shall come back of his own accord to clear himself, and put all those that have injured his good character, and he not here for its defence, to shame. I have told him what has been done against him," said Rachel, throwing off all distrust, as a rock throws off the sea, "and he will be here, at furthest, in 2 days."
"Notwithstanding which," added Mr. Bounderby, "if he can be laid hold of any sooner, he shall have an earlier opportunity of clearing himself. As to you, I have nothing against you. What you came and told me turns out to be true, and I've given you the means of proving it to be true, and there's an end of it. I wish you good night, all. I must be off to look a little further into this."
Tom came out of his corner when Mr. Bounderby moved with him, kept close to him, and went away with him. The only parting salutation of which he delivered himself was a sulky "Good night, father." With that brief speech, and a scowl at his sister, he left the house. Since his sheet anchor had come home, Mr. Gradgrind had been sparing of speech. He still sat silent, when Louisa mildly said, "Rachel, you will not distrust me one day, when you know me better." "It goes against me," Rachel answered, in a gentle manner, "to mistrust any one. But when I am so mistrusted, when we all are, I cannot keep such things quite out of my mind. I ask your pardon for having done you an injury. I don't think what I said, now, yet I might come to think it again with a poor lad so wronged." "Did you tell him in your letter," inquired Sissy, "that suspicion seemed to have fallen upon him because he had been seen about the bank at night? He would then know what he would have to explain on coming back, and would be ready." "Yes, dear," she returned, "but I can't guess what can ever have taken him there. He never used to go there. He was never in his way.
His way was the same as mine, and not near it.
Sissy had already been at her side, asking her where she lived, and whether she might come to-morrow night to inquire if there were news of him.
I doubt, said Rachel, if he can be here till next day. Then I will come next night too, said Sissy.
When Rachel, assenting to this, was gone, Mr. Gradgrind lifted up his head and said to his daughter, Louisa, my dear, I have never, that I know of, seen this man. Do you believe him to be implicated?
I think I have believed it, father, though with great difficulty. I do not believe it now.
That is to say, you once persuaded yourself to believe it, from knowing him to be suspected. His appearance and manner, are they so honest?
Very honest.
And her confidence not to be shaken. I ask myself, said Mr. Gradgrind, musing, does the real culprit know of these accusations? Where is he? Who is he? His hair had latterly begun to change its colour. As he leaned upon his hand again, looking grey and old, Louisa, with a face of fear and pity, hurriedly went over to him, and sat close at his side. Her eyes by accident met Sissy's at the moment. Sissy flushed and started, and Louisa put her finger on her lip. Next night, when Sissy returned home and told Louisa that Stephen was not come, she told it in a whisper. Next night again, when she came home with the same account, and added that he had not been heard of, she spoke in the same low frightened tone. From the moment of that interchange of looks, they never uttered his name, or any reference to him, aloud, nor ever pursued the subject of the robbery, when Mr. Gradgrind spoke of it. The 2 appointed days ran out, 3 days and 3 nights ran out, and Stephen Blackpool was not come, and remained unheard of. On the 4th day, Rachel, with unabated confidence, but considering her dispatch to have miscarried, went up to the bank and showed her letter from him with his address, at a working colony, one of many, not upon the main road, 60 miles away. Messengers were sent to that place, and the whole town looked for Stephen to be brought in next day. During this whole time, the whelp moved about with Mr. Bounderby like his shadow, assisting in all the proceedings. He was greatly excited, horribly fevered, bit his nails down to the quick, spoke in a hard rattling voice, and with lips that were black and burnt up. At the hour when the suspected man was looked for, the whelp was at the station, offering to wager that he had made off before the arrival of those who were sent in quest of him, and that he would not appear. The whelp was right. The messengers returned alone. Rachel's letter had gone. Rachel's letter had been delivered. Stephen Blackpool had decamped in that same hour, and no soul knew more of him. The only doubt in Coketown was, whether Rachel had written in good faith, believing that he really would come back, or warning him to fly. On this point opinion was divided. 6 days, 7 days, far on into another week. The wretched whelp plucked up a ghastly courage and began to grow defiant. Was the suspected fellow the thief? A pretty question. If not, where was the man, and why did he not come back? Where was the man, and why did he not come back? In the dead of night, the echoes of his own words, which had rolled heaven knows how far away in the daytime, came back instead, and abided by him until morning. End of Part 18. Part 19 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Household Words, a weekly journal, Saturday, August the 5th, 1854. Chapter 33. Day and night again. Day and night again. No Stephen Blackpool. Where was the man, and why did he not come back? Every night Sissy went to Rachel's lodging, and sat with her in her small neat room. All day Rachel toiled as such people must toil, whatever their anxieties. The smoke serpents were indifferent who was lost or found, who turned out bad or good. The melancholy mad elephants, like the hard fact men, abated nothing of their set routine, whatever happened. Day and night again, day and night again. The monotony was unbroken. Even Stephen Blackpool's disappearance was falling into the general way, and becoming as monotonous a wonder as any piece of machinery in Coketown.
"I misdoubt," said Rachel, "if there is as many as 20 left in all this place who have any trust in the poor dear lad now."
She said it to Sissy as they sat in her lodging, lighted only by the lamp at the street corner. Sissy had come there when it was already dark to await her return from work, and they had since sat at the window where Rachel had found her, wanting no brighter light to shine on their sorrowful talk.
"If it hadn't been mercifully brought about that I was to have you to speak to," pursued Rachel, "times are when I think my mind would not have kept right. But I get hope and strength through you, and you believe that though appearances may rise against him, he will be proved clear."
"I do believe so," returned Sissy, "with my whole heart. I feel so certain, Rachel, that the confidence you hold in yours against all discouragement is not like to be wrong, that I have no more doubt of him than if I'd known him through as many years of trial as you have."
"And I, my dear," said Rachel with a tremble in her voice, "have known him through them all to be, according to his quiet ways, so faithful to everything honest and good, that if he was never to be heard of more, and I was to live to be 100 years old, I could say with my last breath, God knows my heart, I've never once left trusting Stephen Blackpool."
"We all believe up at the lodge, Rachel, that he will be freed from suspicion sooner or later."
"The better I know it to be so believed there, my dear," said Rachel, "and the kinder I feel it that you come away from there purposely to comfort me, and keep me company, and be seen with me when I'm not yet free from all suspicion myself, the more grieved I am that I should ever have spoken those mistrusting words to the young lady. And yet—"
"You don't mistrust her now, Rachel."
"Now that you've brought us more together, no. But I can't at all times keep out of my mind."
Her voice so sunk into a low and slow communing with herself, that Sissy, sitting by her side, was obliged to listen with attention.
"I can't at all times keep out of my mind mistrustings of some one. I can't think who 'tis. I can't think how or why it may be done, but I mistrust that some one has put Stephen out of the way. I mistrust that by his coming back of his own accord and showing himself innocent before them all, some one would be confounded, who, to prevent that, has stopped him, and put him out of the way."
"That's a dreadful thought," said Sissy, turning pale.
"It is a dreadful thought to think he may be murdered."
Sissy shuddered, and turned paler yet.
"When it makes its way into my mind, dear," said Rachel, "and it will come sometimes, though I do all I can to keep it out, we counting on to high numbers as a work, and saying over and over again pieces that I knew when I were a child, I fall into such a wild, hot hurry, that however tired I am, I want to walk fast, miles and miles. I must get the better of this before bedtime. I'll walk home with you."
"He might fall ill upon the journey back," said Sissy, faintly offering a worn-out scrap of hope, "and in such a case there are many places on the road where he might stop."
"But he is in none of them. He has been sought for in all, and he's not there."
"True," was Sissy's reluctant admission.
"He'd walked the journey in 2 days. If he was footsore and couldn't walk, I sent him in the letter he got the money to ride, lest he should have none of his own to spare."
"Let's hope that to-morrow morning will bring something better, Rachel. Come into the air." Her gentle hand adjusted Rachel's shawl upon her shining black hair in the usual manner of her wearing it, and they went out. The night being fine, little knots of hands were here and there lingering at street corners, but it was supper time with the greater part of them, and there were but few people in the streets.
"You're not so hurried now, Rachel, and your hand is cooler." "I get better, dear, if I can only walk and breathe a little fresh. Times when I can't, I turn weak and confused."
"But you must not begin to fail, Rachel, for you may be wanted at any time to stand by Stephen. To-morrow is Saturday. If no news comes to-morrow, let us walk in the country on Sunday morning, and strengthen you for another week. Will you go?"
"Yes, dear."
They were by this time in the street where Mr. Bounderby's house stood. The The way to Sissy's destination led them past the door, and they were going straight towards it. Some train had newly arrived in Coketown, which had put a number of vehicles in motion and scattered a considerable bustle about the town. Several coaches were rattling before them and behind them as they approached Mr. Bounderby's, and one of the latter drew up with such briskness as they were in the act of passing the house that they looked round involuntarily. The bright gaslight over Mr. Bounderby's steps showed them Mrs. Sparsit in the coach, in an ecstasy of excitement, struggling to open the door. Mrs. Sparsit, seeing them at the same moment, called to them to stop.
" It's a coincidence,"
exclaimed Mrs. Sparsit as she was released by the coachman.
" It's a providence. Come out, ma'am,"
Then said Mrs. Sparsit to some one inside.
" Come out, we'll have you dragged out."
Hereupon no other than the mysterious old woman descended, whom Mrs. Sparsit incontinently collared.
" Leave her alone, everybody,"
cried Mrs. Sparsit with great energy.
" Let nobody touch her. She belongs to me. Come in, ma'am."
Then said Mrs. Sparsit, reversing her former word of command,
" Come in, ma'am, or we'll have you dragged in."
The spectacle of a matron of classical deportment seizing an ancient woman by the throat and haling her into a dwelling-house would have been, under any circumstances, sufficient temptation to all true English stragglers, so blessed as to witness it, to force a way into that dwelling-house and see the matter out. But when the phenomenon was enhanced by the notoriety and mystery by this time associated all over the town with the bank robbery, it would have lured the stragglers in with an irresistible attraction, though the roof had been expected to fall upon their heads. Accordingly, the chance witnesses on the ground, consisting of the busiest of the neighbours to the number of some 25, closed in after Sissy and Rachel, as they closed in after Mrs. Sparsit and her prize, and the whole body made a disorderly irruption into Mr. Bounderby's dining-room, where the people behind lost not a moment's time in mounting on the chairs to get a better view, to get the better of the people in front.
" Fetch Mr. Bounderby down," cried Mrs. Sparsit. " Rachel, young woman, you know who this is?"
" It's Mrs. Pegler," said Rachel.
" I should think it is,"
cried Mrs. Sparsit, exulting.
" Fetch Mr. Bounderby. Stand away, everybody."
Here old Mrs. Pegler, muffling herself up and shrinking from observation, whispered a word of entreaty.
" Don't tell me," said Mrs. Sparsit aloud. " I have told you 20 times coming along that I will not leave you until I have handed you over to him myself."
Mr. Bounderby now appeared, accompanied by Mr. Gradgrind and the whelp, with whom he had been holding conference upstairs. Mr. Bounderby looked more astonished than hospitable at the sight of this uninvited party in his dining-room.
" Why, what's the matter now ?" said he. " Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am."
" Sir,"
explained that worthy woman,
" I trust it is my good fortune to produce a person you have much desired to find. Stimulated by my wish to relieve your mind, sir, and connecting together such imperfect clues to the part of the country in which that person might be supposed to reside, as have been afforded by the young woman Rachel, fortunately now present to identify, I have had the happiness to succeed, and to bring that person with me, I need not say most unwillingly on her part. It has not been, sir, without some trouble that I have effected this, but trouble in your service is to me a pleasure, and hunger, thirst, and cold a real gratification."
Here Mrs. Sparsit ceased, for Mr. Bounderby's visage exhibited an extraordinary combination of all possible colours and expressions of discomfiture, as old Mrs. Pegler was disclosed to his view.
" Why, what do you mean by this?"
was his highly unexpected demand in great wrath.
" I ask you, what do you mean by this, Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am?"
" Sir,"
exclaimed Mrs. Sparsit faintly.
" Why don't you mind your own business, ma'am?" roared Bounderby. " How dare you go and poke your officious nose into my family affairs?"
The allusion to her favourite feature overpowered Mrs. Sparsit. She sat down stiffly in a chair as if she were frozen, and with a fixed stare at Mr. Bounderby, slowly grated her mittens against one another as if they were frozen too.
"My dear Josiah," cried Mrs. Pegler, trembling, "my darling boy, I'm not to blame. It's not my fault, Josiah. I told this lady over and over again that I knew she was doing what would not be agreeable to you, but she would do it.
What did you let her bring you for? Couldn't you knock her cap off, or a tooth out, or scratch her, or do something or other to her? Asked Bounderby.
My own boy, she threatened me that if I resisted her, I should be brought by constables, and it was better to come quietly than make that stir in such a—
Mrs. Pegler glanced timidly but proudly round the walls.
such a fine house as this. Indeed, indeed, it is not my fault. My dear, noble, stately boy. I've always lived quiet and secret, Josiah, my dear. I've never broken the condition once. I've never said that I was your mother. I've admired you at a distance, and if I've come to town sometimes, with long times between, to take a proud peep at you, I've done it unbeknown, my love, and gone away again.
Mr. Bounderby, with his hands in his pockets, walked in impatient mortification up and down at the side of the long dining table, while the spectators greedily took in every syllable of Mrs. Pegler's appeal, and at each succeeding syllable became more and more round-eyed. Mr. Bounderby still walking up and down when Mrs. Pegler had done, Mr. Gradgrind addressed that maligned old lady.
I am surprised, madam, he observed with severity, that in your old age you have the face to claim Mr. Bounderby for your son, after your unnatural and inhuman treatment of him. Me? Unnatural? Cried poor old Mrs. Pegler. Me? Inhuman? To my dear boy?
Dear, repeated Mr. Gradgrind. Yes, dear in his self-made prosperity, madam, I dare say. Not very dear, however, when you deserted him in his infancy, and left him to the brutality of a drunken grandmother.
I deserted my Josiah? Cried Mrs. Pegler, clasping her hands. Now, Lord forgive you, sir, for your wicked imaginations, and for your scandal against the memory of my poor mother, who died in my arms before Josiah was born. May you repent of it, sir, and live to know better.
She was so very earnest and injured that Mr. Gradgrind, shocked by the possibility which dawned upon him, said in a gentler tone, Do you deny then, madam, that you left your son to be brought up in the gutter?
Josiah, in the gutter? Exclaimed Mrs. Pegler. No such thing, sir, never. For shame on you. My dear boy knows, and he will give you to know, that though he come of humble parents, he come of parents that loved him as dear as the best could, and never thought it hardship on themselves to pinch a bit that he might write and cipher beautiful, and I've his books at home to show it. Aye, have I, said Mrs. Pegler with indignant pride. And my dear boy knows, and will give you to know, sir, that after his beloved father died when he was 8 years old, his mother too could pinch a bit, as it was her duty and her pleasure and her pride to do it, to help him out in life, and put him prentice. And a steady lad he was, and a kind master he had to lend him a hand, and well he worked his own way forward to be rich and thriving. And I'll give you to know, sir, for this my dear boy won't, that though his mother kept but a little village shop, he never forgot her, but pensioned me on £30 a year, more than I want, for I put by out of it, only making the condition that I was to keep down in my own part, and make no boasts about him, and not trouble him, and I never have, except with looking at him once a year when he has never knowed it. And it's right, said poor old Mrs. Pegler, in an affectionate championship, that I should keep down in my own part, and I have no doubts that if I was here, I should do a many unbefitting things. And I'm well contented, and I can keep me pride in my Josiah to myself, and I can love for love's own sake. And I'm ashamed of you, sir, said Mrs. Pegler lastly, for your slanders and suspicions. And I never stood here before, nor never wanted to stand here when my dear son said no, and I shouldn't be here now if it hadn't been for being brought here. And for shame upon you, oh, for shame, to accuse me of being a bad mother to my son, with my son standing here to tell you so different.
The bystanders, on and off the dining-room chairs, raised a murmur of sympathy with Mrs. Pegler, and Mr. Gradgrind felt himself innocently placed in a very distressing predicament, when Mr. Bounderby, who had never ceased walking up and down, and had every moment swelled larger and larger, and grown redder and redder, stopped short.
"I don't exactly know," said Mr. Bounderby, "how I come to be favoured with the attendance of the present company, but I don't inquire. When they're quite satisfied, perhaps they'll be so good as to disperse. Whether they're satisfied or not, perhaps, they'll be so good as to disperse. I'm not bound to deliver a lecture on my family affairs. I've not undertaken to do it, and I'm not going to do it. Therefore, those who expect any explanation whatever upon that branch of the subject will be disappointed, particularly Tom Gradgrind, and he can't know it too soon. In reference to the bank robbery, there has been a mistake made concerning my mother. If there hadn't been over-officiousness, it wouldn't have been made, and I hate over-officiousness at all times, whether or no. Good evening."
Although Mr. Bounderby carried it off in these terms, holding the door open for the company to depart, there was a blustering sheepishness upon him at once extremely crestfallen and superlatively absurd. Detected as the bully of humility, who had built his windy reputation upon lies, and in his boastfulness had put the honest truth as far away from him as if he had advanced the mean claim — there is no meaner — to tack himself on to a pedigree, he cut a most ridiculous figure, with the people filing off at the door he held, who he knew would carry what had passed to the whole town, to be given to the four winds. He could not have looked a bully more shorn and forlorn, if he had had his ears cropped. Even that unlucky female, Mrs. Sparsit, fallen from her pinnacle of exaltation into the slough of despond, was not in so bad a plight as that remarkable man and self-made humbug,
Josiah Bounderby of Coketown.
Rachel and Sissy, leaving Mrs. Pegler to occupy a bed at her son's for that night, walked together to the gate of Stone Lodge, and there parted. Mr. Gradgrind joined them before they had gone very far, and spoke with much interest of Stephen Blackpool, for whom he thought this signal failure of the suspicious against Mrs. Pegler was likely to work well. As to the whelp, throughout this scene, as on all other late occasions, he had stuck close to Bounderby. He seemed to feel that as long as Bounderby could make no discovery without his knowledge, he was so far safe. He never visited his sister, and had only seen her once since she went home, that is to say, on the night when he still stuck close to Bounderby, as already related. There was one dim, unformed fear lingering about his sister's mind, to which he never gave utterance, which surrounded the graceless and ungrateful boy with a dreadful mystery. The same dark possibility had presented itself in the same shapeless guise, this very day, to Sissy, when Rachel spoke of some one who would be confounded by Stephen's return, having put him out of the way. Louisa had never spoken of harbouring any suspicion of her brother in connection with the robbery. She and Sissy had held no confidence on the subject, save in that one interchange of looks, when the unconscious father rested his grey head on his hand. But it was understood between them, and they both knew it. This other fear was so awful that it hovered about each of them like a ghostly shadow, neither daring to think of its being near herself, far less of its being near the other. And still the forced spirit which the whelp had plucked up throve with him. If Stephen Blackpool was not the thief, let him show himself. Why didn't he? Another night, another day and night. No Stephen Blackpool. Where was the man, and why did he not come back? Chapter 24. The Sunday was a bright Sunday in autumn, clear and cool, when early in the morning Sissy and Rachel met to walk in the country. As Coketown cast ashes not only on its own head but on the neighbourhood's too, after the manner of those pious persons who do penance for their own sins by putting other people into sackcloth, it was customary for those who now and then thirsted for a draught of pure air, which is not absolutely the most wicked among the vanities of life, to get a few miles away by the railroad, and then begin their walk or their lounge in the fields. Sissy and Rachel helped themselves out of the smoke by the usual means, and were put down at a station about midway between the town and Mr. Bounderby's retreat. Though the green landscape was blotted here and there with heaps of coal, it was green elsewhere, and there were trees to see, and there were larks singing, though it was Sunday, and there were pleasant scents in the air, and all was overarched by a bright blue sky. In the distance one way, Coketown showed as a black mist. In another distance, hills began to rise. In a third, there was a faint change in the light of the horizon, where it shone upon the far-off sea. Under their feet the grass was fresh, beautiful shadows of branches flickered upon it and speckled it. Hedgerows were luxuriant, everything was at peace. Engines at pits' mouths, and lean old horses that had worn the circle of their daily labour into the ground, were alike quiet. Wheels had ceased for a short space to turn, and the great wheel of earth seemed to revolve without the shocks and noises of another time. They walked on across the fields and down the shady lanes, sometimes getting over a fragment of a fence so rotten that it dropped at a touch of the foot, sometimes passing near a wreck of bricks and beams overgrown with grass, marking the site of deserted works. They followed paths and tracks, however slight, mounds where the grass was rank and high, and where brambles, dockweed, and such like vegetation were confusedly heaped together, they always avoided, for dismal stories were told in that country of the old pits hidden beneath such indications. The sun was high when they sat down to rest. They had seen no one, near or distant, for a long time, and the solitude remained unbroken. " It's so still here, Rachel, and the way is so untrodden, that I think we must be the first who have been here all the summer." As Sissy said it, her eyes were attracted by another of those rotten fragments of fence upon the ground. She got up to look at it. " And yet I don't know. This has not been broken very long. The wood is quite fresh where it gave way. Here are footsteps too. Oh, Rachel !" She ran back and caught her round the neck. Rachel had already started up. " What's the matter ?"" I don't know. There's a hat lying in the grass." They went forward together. Rachel took it up, shaking from head to foot. She broke into a passion of tears and lamentations. Stephen Blackpool was written in his own hand on the inside. " Oh, the poor lad, the poor lad. He's been made away with. He is lying murdered here." " Has the hat any blood upon it ?" Sissy faltered. They were afraid to look, but they did examine it, and found no mark of violence inside or out. It had been lying there some days, for rain and dew had stained it, and the mark of its shape was on the grass where it had fallen. They looked fearfully about them, without moving, but could see nothing more. " Rachel," Sissy whispered, " I will go on a little by myself." She had unclasped her hand, and was in the act of stepping forward, when Rachel caught her in both arms with a scream that resounded over the wide landscape. Before them, at their very feet, was the brink of a black ragged chasm, hidden by the thick grass. They sprang back and fell upon their knees, each hiding her face upon the other's neck. " Oh, my good God, he's down there, down there." At first this and her terrific screams were all that could be got from Rachel, by any tears, by any prayers, by any representations, by any means. It was impossible to hush her, and it was deadly necessary to hold her, or she would have flung herself down the shaft. " Rachel, dear Rachel, good Rachel, for the love of heaven, not these dreadful cries. Think of Stephen, think of Stephen, think of Stephen." By an earnest repetition of this entreaty, poured out in all the agony of such a moment, Sissy at last brought her to be silent, and to look at her with a tearless face of stone. " Rachel, Stephen may be living. You wouldn't leave him at the bottom of this dreadful place a moment if you could bring help to him." " No, no, no. Don't stir from here, for his sake. Let me go and listen." She shuddered to approach the pit, but she crept towards it on her hands and knees, and called to him as loud as she could call. She listened, but no sound replied. She called again and listened, still no answering sound. She did this 20, 30 times. She took a clod of earth from the broken ground where he had stumbled, and threw it in. She could not hear it fall. The wide prospect, so beautiful in its stillness but a few minutes ago, almost carried despair to her brave heart as she rose and looked all around her, seeing no help. " Rachel,
We must lose not a moment. We must go in different directions seeking aid. You shall go by the way we have come, and I will go forward by this path. Tell anyone you see, and everyone, what has happened. Think of Stephen. Think of Stephen.
She knew by Rachel's face that she might trust her now. After standing for a moment to see her running, wringing her hands as she ran, she turned and went upon her own search. She stopped at the hedge to tie her shawl there as a guide to the place, then threw her bonnet aside, and ran as she had never run before. Run, Sissy, run, in heaven's name. Don't stop for breath. Run, run. Quickening herself by carrying such entreaties in her thoughts, she ran from field to field, and lane to lane, and place to place, as she had never run before, until she came to a shed by an engine house, where 2 men lay in the shade, asleep on straw. First to wake them, and next to tell them, all so wild and breathless as she was, what had brought her there, were difficulties, but they no sooner understood her than their spirits were on fire like hers. One of the men was in a drunken slumber, but on his comrades shouting to him that a man had fallen down the old hell shaft, he started out to a pool of dirty water, put his head in it, and came back sober. With these 2 men she ran to another, 1/2 a mile further, and with that one to another, while they ran elsewhere. Then a horse was found, and she got another man to ride for life or death to the railroad, and send a message to Louisa, which she wrote and gave him. By this time a whole village was up, and windlasses, ropes, poles, buckets, candles, lanterns, all things necessary, were fast collecting and being brought into one place to be carried to the old hell shaft. It seemed now hours and hours since she had left the lost man lying in the grave where he had been buried alive. She could not bear to remain away from it any longer. It was like deserting him, and she hurried swiftly back, accompanied by 1/2 a dozen labourers, including the drunken man whom the news had sobered, and who was the best man of all. When they came to the old hell shaft, they found it as lonely as she had left it. The men called and listened as she had done, and examined the edge of the chasm, and settled how it had happened, and then sat down to wait until the implements they wanted should come up. Every sound of insects in the air, every stirring of the leaves, every whisper among these men made Sissy tremble, for she thought it was a cry at the bottom of the pit. But the wind blew idly over it, and no sound arose to the surface, and they sat upon the grass, waiting and waiting. After they had waited some time, straggling people who had heard of the accident began to come up. Then the real help of implements began to arrive. In the midst of this Rachel returned, and with her party there was a surgeon, who brought some wine and medicines. But the expectation among the people that the man would be found alive was very slight indeed. There being now people enough present to impede the work, the sobered man put himself at the head of the rest, or was put there by the general consent, and made a large ring round the old hell shaft, and appointed men to keep it. Besides such volunteers as were accepted to work, only Sissy and Rachel were at first permitted within this ring, but later in the day, when the message brought an express from Coketown, Mr. Gradgrind and Louisa and Mr. Bounderby and the whelp were also there. The sun was 4 hours lower than when Sissy and Rachel had first sat down upon the grass, before a means of enabling 2 men to descend securely was rigged with poles and ropes. Difficulties had arisen in the construction of this machine, simple as it was. Requisites had been found wanting, and messages had had to go and return. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the bright autumnal Sunday before a candle was sent down to try the air, while 3 or 4 rough faces stood crowded close together, attentively watching it, the men at the windlass lowering as they were told. The candle was brought up again, feebly burning, and then some water was cast in. Then the bucket was hooked on, and the sobered man and another got in with lights, giving the word, "Lower away." As the rope went out, tight and strained, and the windlass creaked, there was not a breath among the 100 or 200 men and women looking on that came as it was wont to come. The signal was given, and the windlass stopped, with abundant rope to spare. Apparently so long an interval ensued with the men at the windlass standing idle, that some women shrieked that another accident had happened. But the surgeon who held the watch declared 5 minutes not to have elapsed yet, and sternly admonished them to keep silence. He had not well done speaking when the windlass was reversed and worked again. Practised eyes knew that it did not go as heavily as it would if both workmen had been coming up, and that only one was returning. The rope came in tight and strained, and ring after ring was coiled upon the barrel of the windlass, and all eyes were fastened on the pit. The sobered man was brought up, and leaped out briskly on the grass. There was a universal cry of "Alive or dead!" and then a deep, profound hush. When he said "Alive!" a great shout arose, and many eyes had tears in them. "But he's hurt very bad," he added, as soon as he could make himself heard again. "Where's doctor? He's hurt so very bad, sir, that we don't know how to get him up." They all consulted together, and looked anxiously at the surgeon, as he asked some questions, and shook his head on receiving the replies. The sun was setting now, and the red light in the evening sky touched every face there, and caused it to be distinctly seen in all its rapt suspense. The consultation ended in the men returning to the windlass, and the pitman going down again, carrying the wine and some other small matters with him. Then the other man came up. In the meantime, under the surgeon's directions, some men brought a hurdle, on which others made a thick bed of spare clothes covered with loose straw, while he himself contrived some bandages and slings from shawls and handkerchiefs. As these were made, they were hung upon an arm of the pitman who had last come up, with instructions how to use them, and as he stood shone by the light he carried, leaning his powerful loose hand upon one of the poles, and sometimes glancing down the pit, and sometimes glancing round upon the people, he was not the least conspicuous figure in the scene. It was dark now, and torches were kindled. It appeared from the little this man said to those about him, which was quickly repeated all over the circle, that the lost man had fallen upon a mass of crumbled rubbish with which the pit was half choked up, and that his fall had been further broken by some jagged earth at the side. He lay upon his back, with one arm doubled under him, and according to his own belief had hardly stirred since he fell, except that he had moved his free hand to a side pocket, in which he remembered to have some bread and meat, of which he had swallowed crumbs, and had likewise scooped up a little water in it now and then. He had come straight away from his work, on being written to, and had walked the whole journey, and was on his way to Mr. Bounderby's country house after dark, when he fell. He was crossing that dangerous country at such a dangerous time, because he was innocent of what was laid to his charge, and couldn't rest from coming the nearest way to deliver himself up. The old hell shaft, the pitman said, with a curse upon it, was worthy of its bad name to the last. For though Stephen could speak now, he believed it would soon be found to have mangled the life out of him. When all was ready, this man, still taking his last hurried charges from his comrades, and the surgeon, after the windlass had begun to lower him, disappeared into the pit. The rope went out as before, the signal was made as before, and the windlass stopped. No man removed his hand from it now. Every one waited with his grasp set, and his body bent down to the work, ready to reverse and wind in. At length the signal was given, and all the ring leaned forward, for now the rope came in, tightened and strained to its utmost as it appeared, and the men turned heavily, and the windlass complained. It was scarcely endurable to look at the rope and think of its giving way, but ring after ring was coiled upon the barrel of the windlass safely, and the connecting chains appeared, and finally the bucket with the two men holding on at the sides, a sight to make the head swim and oppress the heart, and tenderly supporting between them, slung and tied within, the figure of a poor crushed human creature. A low murmur of pity went round the throng, and the women wept aloud as this form, almost without form, was moved very slowly from its iron deliverance and laid upon the bed of straw. At first none but the surgeon went close to it. He did what he could in its adjustment on the couch, but the best that he could do was to cover it. That gently done, he called to him Rachel and Sissy, and at that time the pale, worn, patient face was seen looking up at the sky, with the broken right hand laying bare on the outside of the covering garments, as if waiting to be taken by another hand. They gave him drink, moistened his face with water, and administered some drops of cordial and wine. Though he lay quite motionless, looking up at the sky, he smiled and said,
Rachel.
She stooped down on the grass at his side, and bent over him until her eyes were between his and the sky, for he could not so much as turn them to look at her.
Rachel, my dear.
She took his hand. He smiled again, and said,
Don't let it go.
Thou'rt in great pain, my own dear Stephen.
I ha' been, but not now. I ha' been dreadful, and dree, and long, me dear. But 'tis o'er now. Ah, Rachel, oh, a muddle. Fra first to last, a muddle.
The spectre of his old look seemed to pass as he said the word.
I fell into th' pit, me dear, as of cost wi' th' knowledge o' old folk now living hundreds and hundreds o' men's lives, fathers, sons, brothers, dear to thousands and thousands, and keeping 'em fra want and hunger. I ha' fell into a pit that ha' been with fire damp crueller than battle. I ha' read on't in th' public petition, as ony one may read, for th' men that works in pits, in which they are praying the law-makers, for Christ's sake, not to let their work be murder to 'em, but to spare 'em for th' wives and children that they loves, as well as gentlefolk loves theirs. When it were in work, it killed wi'out need. When 'tis let alone, it kills wi'out need. See how we die, and no need, one way and another, in a muddle, every day.
He faintly said it, without any anger against any one, merely as the truth.
Thy little sister, Rachel, thou hast not forgot her. Thou'rt not like to forget her now, and me so nigh her. Thou know'st, poor patient suffering dear, how thou didst work for her, seatin' all day long in a little chair at thy window, and she died, young and misshapen, all among sickly hair as hadn't no need to be, and all among working people's miserable homes. A muddle, or a muddle.
Louisa approached him, but he could not see her, lying with his face turned up to the night sky.
If all th' things that touches us, my dear, was not so muddled, I shouldn't ha' hadn't need to come here. If it was not in a muddle among ourseln, I shouldn't ha' been by my own fellow weavers and working brothers so mistook. If Mr. Bounderby had ever knowed me right, if he'd ever knowed me at all, he wouldn't ha' took offence wi' me, he wouldn't ha' suspected me. But look up yonder, Rachel, look above.
Following his eyes, she saw that he was gazing at a star.
It has shined upon me, he said reverently, in my pain and trouble down below. It has shined into my mind. I ha' looking at it, and thowt o' thee, Rachel, till th' muddle in my mind have cleared away, above and a bit, I hope. If some ha' been wanting in understanding me better, I too ha' been wanting in understanding them better. When I got thy letter, I easily believing that what the young lady sen and done to me, and what her brother sen and done to me, was one, and that there were a wicked plot betwixt them. When I fell, I were in anger with her, and hurrying on to be as unjust to her as others was to me. But in our judgments, like as in our doings, we mun bear and forbear. In my pain and trouble, looking up yonder, wi' it shining on me, I ha' seen more clear, and ha' made it my dying prayer that all th' world may only come together more, and get a better understanding o' one another, than when I were in't my own weak seln.
Louisa, hearing what he said, bent over him on the opposite side to Rachel, so that he could see her.
You ha' heard, he said, after a few moments' silence. I ha' not forgot you, lady.
Yes, Stephen, I have heard you, and your prayer is mine.
You are a favour. Will you take a message to him?
He's here, said Louisa with dread. Shall I bring him to you?
If you please.
Louisa returned with her father. Standing hand in hand, they both looked down upon the solemn countenance.
Sir, you will clear me, and mak my name good wi' all men. This I leave to you.
Mr. Gradgrind was troubled, and asked how.
Sir, was the reply, your son will tell you how. Ask him. I'm at no charges. I leave none a hint me, not a single word. I ha' seen and spoken with your son one night. I ask no more of you than that. You clear me, and I trust to you to do it.
The bearers being now ready to carry him away, and the surgeon being anxious for his removal, those who had torches or lanterns prepared to go in front of the litter. Before it was raised, and while they were arranging how to go, he said to Rachel, looking upward at the star,
Often as I come to myseln, and found it shining on me down there in my trouble, I thought it were the star as guided to our Saviour's home. I almost think it be the very star.
They lifted him up, and he was overjoyed to find that they were about to take him in the direction whither the star seemed to him to lead.
Rachel, beloved lass, don't let go my hand. We may walk together tonight, my dear. I will hold thy hand and keep beside thee, Stephen, all the way. Bless thee. Will somebody be pleased to cover me face?
They carried him very gently along the fields, and down the lanes, and over the wide landscape, Rachel always holding the hand in hers. Very few whispers broke the mournful silence. It was soon a funeral procession. The star had shown him where to find the God of the poor, and through humility and sorrow and forgiveness he had gone to his Redeemer's rest. End of Part 19. Part 20 of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. From Household Words, a weekly journal. Saturday, August the 12th, 1854. Chapter 35. Before the ring formed round the old hell shaft was broken, one figure had disappeared from within it. Mr. Bounderby and his shadow had not stood near Louisa, who held her father's arms, but in a retired place by themselves. When Mr. Gradgrind was summoned to the couch, Sissy, attentive to all that happened, slipped behind that wicked shadow, a sight in the horror of his face, if there had been eyes there for any sight but one, and whispered in his ear. Without turning his head, he conferred with her a few moments, and vanished. Thus the whelp had gone out of the circle before the people moved. When the father reached home, he sent a message to Mr. Bounderby's, desiring his son to come to him directly. The reply was that Mr. Bounderby, having missed him in the crowd, and seen nothing of him since, had supposed him to be at Stone Lodge.
I believe, father, said Louisa, he will not come back to town to-night.
Mr. Gradgrind turned away and said no more. In the morning he went down to the bank himself as soon as it was opened, and seeing his son's place empty, he had not the courage to look in at first, went back along the street to meet Mr. Bounderby on his way there, to whom he said that for reasons he would soon explain, but entreated not then to be asked for, he had found it necessary to employ his son at a distance for a little while. Also, that he was charged with the duty of vindicating Stephen Blackpool's memory, and declaring the thief. Mr. Bounderby, quite confounded, stood stock still in the street after his father-in-law had left him, swelling like an immense soap bubble without its beauty. Mr. Gradgrind went home, locked himself in his room, and kept it all that day. When Sissy and Louisa tapped at his door, he said without opening it, "Not now, my dears, in the evening." On their return in the evening, he said, "I'm not able yet. To-morrow." He ate nothing all day, and had no candle after dark, and they heard him walking to and fro late at night. But in the morning he appeared at breakfast at the usual hour, and took his usual place at the table. Aged and bent he looked, and quite bowed down, and yet he looked a wiser man and a better man than in the days when in this life he wanted nothing but facts. Before he left the room he appointed a time for them to come to him, and so with his grey head drooping went away.
"Dear father," said Louisa, when they kept their appointment, You will have 3 young children left. They will be different. I will be different yet, with Heaven's help."
She gave her hand to Sissy, as if she meant, with her help too. "Your wretched brother," said Mr. Gradgrind. "Do you think he had planned this robbery when he went with you to the lodging?"
"I know he had wanted money very much, and had spent a great deal."
"The poor man being about to leave the town, it came into his evil brain to cast suspicion on him?"
"I think it must have flashed upon him while he sat there, father, for I asked him to go there with me. The visit did not originate with him."
"He had some conversation with the poor man. Did he take him aside?"
"He took him out of the room. I asked him afterwards why he had done so, and he made a plausible excuse. But since last night, father, and when I remember the circumstances by its light, I'm afraid I can imagine too truly what passed between them."
"Let me know," said her father, "if your thoughts present your guilty brother in the same dark view as mine."
"I fear, father,"
hesitated Louisa,
"that he must have made some representation to Stephen Blackpool, perhaps in my name, perhaps in his own, which induced him to do, in good faith and honesty, what he had never done before, and to wait about the bank those 2 or 3 nights before he left the town."
"Too plain," returned the father, "too plain." He shaded his face, and remained silent for some moments. Recovering himself, he said, "And now, how is he to be found? How is he to be saved from justice? In the few hours that I can possibly allow to elapse before I publish the truth, how is he to be found by us, and only by us? £10,000 could not effect it."
"Sissy has effected it, father."
He raised his eyes to where she stood, like a good fairy in his house, and said in a tone of softened gratitude and grateful kindness,
"It is always you, my child."
"We had our fears," Sissy explained, glancing at Louisa, "before yesterday. And when I saw you brought to the side of the litter last night, and heard what passed, being close to Rachel all the time, I went to him when no one saw, and said to him, 'Don't look at me. See where your father is. Escape at once, for his sake and your own.' He was in a tremble before I whispered to him, and he started and trembled more then, and said, 'Where can I go? I have very little money, and I don't know who will hide me.' I thought of father's old circus. I've not forgotten where Mr. Sleary goes at this time of year, and I read of him in a paper only the other day. I told him to hurry there and tell his name, and ask Mr. Sleary to hide him till I came. 'I'll get to him before the morning,' he said, and I saw him shrink away among the people."
"Thank Heaven!" exclaimed his father. "He may be got abroad yet."
It was the more hopeful as the town to which Sissy had directed him was within 3 hours' journey of Liverpool, whence he could be swiftly dispatched to any part of the world. But caution being necessary in communicating with him, for there was a great danger every moment of his being suspected now, and nobody could be sure at heart but that Mr. Bounderby himself, in a bullying vein of public zeal, might play a Roman part, it was consented that Sissy and Louisa should repair to the place in question by a circuitous course, alone, and that the unhappy father, setting forth in an opposite direction, should get round to the same bourne by another and wider route. It was further agreed that he should not present himself to Mr. Sleary, lest his intentions should be mistrusted, or the intelligence of his arrival should cause his son to take flight anew, but that the communication should be left to Sissy and Louisa to open, and that they should inform the cause of so much misery and disgrace of his father's being at hand, and of the purpose for which they had come. When these arrangements had been well considered, and were fully understood by all 3, it was time to begin to carry them into execution. Early in the afternoon, Mr. Gradgrind walked direct from his own house into the country, to be taken up on the line by which he was to travel, and at night the remaining 2 set forth upon their different course, encouraged by not seeing any face they knew. The 2 travelled all night, except when they were left for odd numbers of minutes at branch places up illimitable flights of steps, or down wells, which was the only variety of those branches, and early in the morning were turned out on a swamp, a mile or 2 from the town they sought. From this dismal spot they were rescued by a savage old postillion, who happened to be up early, kicking a horse into a fly, and so was smuggled into the town by all the back lanes where the pigs lived, which, although not a magnificent or even savoury approach, was, as is usual in such cases, the legitimate highway. The first thing they saw on entering the town was the skeleton of Sleary's circus. The company had departed for another town more than 20 miles off, and had opened there last night. The connection between the two places was by a hilly turnpike road, and the travelling on that road was very slow. Though they took but a hasty breakfast and no rest, which it would have been in vain to seek under such anxious circumstances, it was noon before they began to find the bills of Sleary's horse riding on barns and walls, and 1 o'clock when they stopped in the market-place. A grand morning performance by the riders, commencing at that very hour, was in course of announcement by the bellman as they set their feet upon the stones of the street. Sissy recommended that, to avoid making inquiries and attracting attention in the town, they should present themselves to pay at the door. If Mr. Sleary were taking the money, he would be sure to know her, and would proceed with discretion. If he were not, he would be sure to see them inside, and knowing what he had done with the fugitive, would proceed with discretion still. Therefore they repaired with fluttering hearts to the well-remembered booth. The flag with the inscription "Sleary's Horse Riding" was there, and the Gothic niche was there, but Mr. Sleary was not there. Master Kidderminster, grown too maturely turfy to be received by the wildest credulity as Cupid any more, had yielded to the invincible force of circumstances and his beard, and in the capacity of a man who made himself generally useful, presided on this occasion over the exchequer, having also a drum in reserve, on which to expend his leisure moments and superfluous forces. In the extreme sharpness of his look-out for base coin, Mr. Kidderminster, as at present situated, never saw anything but money, so Sissy passed him unrecognised, and they went in. The Emperor of Japan, on a steady old white horse, stencilled with black spots, was twirling 5 wash-hand basins at once, as is the favourite recreation of that monarch to do. Sissy, though well acquainted with his royal line, had no personal knowledge of the present Emperor, and his reign was peaceful. Miss Josephine Sleary, in her celebrated graceful equestrian Tyrolean flower act, was then announced by a new clown, who humorously said "cauliflower act," and Mr. Sleary appeared, leading her in. Mr. Sleary had only made one cut at the clown with his long whiplash, and the clown had only said, "If you do it again, I'll throw the horse at you," when Sissy was recognised both by father and daughter. But they got through the act with great self-possession, and Mr. Sleary, saving for the first instant, conveyed no more expression into his locomotive eye than into his fixed one. The performance seemed a little long to Sissy and Louisa, particularly when it stopped to afford the clown an opportunity of telling Mr. Sleary, who said, "Indeed, sir," to all his observations in the calmest way, and with his eye on the house, about 2 legs sitting on 3 legs, looking at 1 leg, when in came 4 legs, and laid hold of 1 leg, and got up 2 legs, caught hold of 3 legs, and threw them at 4 legs, who ran away with 1 leg. For, although an ingenious allegory relating to a butcher, a 3-legged stool, a dog, and a leg of mutton, this narrative consumed time, and they were in great suspense. At last, however, little fair-haired Josephine made her curtsy amid great applause, and the clown, left alone in the ring, had just warmed himself, and said, "Now, I'll have a turn," when Sissy was touched on the shoulder and beckoned out. She took Louisa with her, and they were received by Mr. Sleary in a very little private apartment, with canvas sides, a grass floor, and a wooden ceiling, all aslant, on which the box company stamped their approbation, as if they were coming through.
"Cecilia," said Mr. Sleary,
who had brandy and water at hand,
"it doth me good to thee you. You hath always a favourite with us, and you've done us credit, since the old times, I'm sure. You must see our people, my dear, afore we speak of business, as it'll break their hearts, especially the women. Here's Josephine has been and got married to E.W.B. Childers, and she has got a boy, and though he's only 3 years old, he sticks to any pony he can bring against him. He's named the little wonder of scholastic equitation, and if you don't hear of that boy at Astley's, You'll hear of him at Parith. And you recollect Kidderminster, that were thought to be rather sweet upon yourself. Well, he's married too, married a widow, old enough to be his mother. She was tight ropes, he was, and now she's nothing, on account of fat. They've got 2 children, so is strong in fairy business and the nursery dodge. If you was to see our children in the wood, with their father and mother both a dying on a horse, their uncle a receiving of 'em, as his was upon a horse, themselves both a going a blackberrying on a horse, and the robins a coming in to cover 'em with leaves upon a horse, you'd say it was the completest thing as you'd ever set your eyes on. And you remember Emma Gordon, my dear, as was almost a mother to you. Of course you do. I needn't ask. Well, Emma, she lost her husband. He was throwed a heavy backfall of an elephant in a sort of a pagoda thing as the Sultan of the Indies, and he never got the better of it. And she married a second time, married a cheesemonger as fell in love with her from the front, and he's a overseer and making a fortune.
These various changes Mr. Sleary, very short of breath now, related with great heartiness, and with a wonderful kind of innocence, considering what a bleary and brandy-and-water old veteran he was. Afterwards he brought in Josephine and E.W.B. Childers, rather deeply lined in the jaws by daylight, and the little wonder of scholastic equitation, and, in a word, all the company. Amazing creatures they were in Louisa's eyes, so white and pink of complexion, so scant of dress, and so demonstrative of leg, but it was very agreeable to see them crowding about Sissy, and very natural in Sissy to be unable to refrain from tears.
There, now Cecilia hath kissed all the children, and hugged all the women, and taken hands all round with all the men. Clear every one of you, and ring in the band for the second part,
said Sleary. As soon as they were gone, he continued in a low tone.
Now, Cecilia, I don't ask to know any secrets, but I suppose I may consider this to be Miss Squire.
This is his sister, yes.
And t'other one's daughter, that's what I mean. Hope I see you well, miss, and I hope Squire's well.
My father will be here soon, said Louisa, anxious to bring him to the point. Is my brother safe?
Safe and sound, he replied. I want you just to take a peep at the ring, miss, through here. Cecilia, you know the dodges. Find a spile for yourself.
They each looked through a chink in the boards.
That's Jack the giant killer. Piece of comic infant business, said Sleary. There's the property house, you see, for Jack to hide in. There's me clown with a saucepan lid and a spit, for Jack's servant. There's little Jack himself, in a splendid suit of armour. There's 2 comic black servants twice as big as the house, to stand by it and to bring it in and clear it. And the giant, a very expensive basket one. He ain't on yet. Now, do you see them all?
Yes, they both said.
Look at 'em again, said Sleary. Look at 'em well. You see 'em all. Very good. Now, miss.
He put a form for them to sit on.
I have my opinions, and the Squire, your father, hath his. I don't want to know what your brother's been up to. It's better for me not to know. All I say is, the Squire has stood by Cecilia, and I'll stand by Squire. Your brother is one of them black servants.
Louisa uttered an exclamation, partly of distress, partly of satisfaction.
It's a fact, said Sleary, and even knowing it, you couldn't put your finger on him. Let the Squire come. I shall keep your brother here after the performance. I can't undress him, nor yet wash his paint off. Let the Squire come here after the performance, or come here yourself after the performance, and you shall find your brother, and have the whole place to talk to him in. Never mind the looks of him, as long as he's well hid.
Louisa, with many thanks, and with a lightened load, detained Mr. Sleary no longer then. She left her love for her brother, with her eyes full of tears, and she and Sissy went away until later in the afternoon. Mr. Gradgrind arrived within an hour afterwards. He too had encountered no one whom he knew, and was now sanguine, with Sleary's assistance, of getting his disgraced son to Liverpool in the night. As neither of the three could be his companion without almost identifying him under any disguise, he prepared a letter to a correspondent whom he could trust, beseeching him to ship the bearer off at any cost to North or South America, or any distant part of the world to which he could be the most speedily and privately dispatched. This done, they walked about, waiting for the circus to be quite vacated, not only by the audience, but by the company and by the horses. After watching it a long time, they saw Mr. Sleary bring out a chair and sit down by the side door, smoking, as if that were his signal that they might approach.
"Your servant, Squire,"
was his cautious salutation as they passed in.
"If you want me, you'll find me here. You mustn't mind your son having a comic livery on."
They all three went in, and Mr. Gradgrind sat down, forlorn, on the clown's performing chair in the middle of the ring. On one of the back benches, remote in the subdued light and the strangeness of the place, sat the villainous whelp, sulky to the last, whom he had the misery to call his own. In a preposterous coat, like a beadle's, with cuffs and flaps exaggerated to an unspeakable extent, in an immense waistcoat, knee-breeches, buckled shoes, and a mad cocked hat, with nothing fitting him, and everything of coarse material, moth-eaten and full of holes, with seams in his black face, where fear and heat had started through the greasy composition daubed all over it. Anything so grimly, detestably, ridiculously shameful as the whelp in his comic livery, Mr. Gradgrind never could by any other means have believed in, weighable and measurable fact though it was. And one of his model children had come to this. At first the whelp would not draw any nearer, but persisted in remaining up there by himself, yielding at length, if any concession so sullenly made can be called yielding, to the entreaties of Sissy, for Louisa he disowned altogether. He came down, bench by bench, until he stood in the sawdust on the verge of the circle, as far as possible within its limits from where his father sat. "How was this done?" asked the father. "How was what done?" moodily answered the son. "This robbery," said the father, raising his voice upon the word. "I forced the safe myself overnight, and shut it up ajar before I went away. I had the key that was found, made long before. I dropped it that morning, that it might be supposed to have been used. I didn't take the money all at once. I pretended to put my balance away every night, but I didn't. Now you know all about it." "If a thunderbolt had fallen on me," said the father, "it would have shocked me less than this." "I don't see why," grumbled the son. "So many people are employed in situations of trust. So many people out of so many will be dishonest. I have heard you talk 100 times of its being a law. How can I help laws? You've comforted others with such things, father. Comfort yourself." The father buried his face in his hands, and the son stood in his disgraceful grotesqueness, biting straw. His hands, with the black partly worn away inside, looking like the hands of a monkey. The evening was fast closing in, and from time to time he turned the whites of his eyes restlessly and impatiently towards his father. They were the only parts of his face that showed any life or expression. The pigment upon it was so thick. "You must be got to Liverpool, and sent abroad." "I suppose I must. I can't be more miserable anywhere," whimpered the whelp, "than I have been here, ever since I can remember. That's one thing." Mr. Gradgrind went to the door, and returned with Sleary, to whom he submitted the question, how to get this deplorable object away.
"Why, I've been thinking of it, Squire. There's not much time to lose, so you must say yes or no. It's over 20 miles to the rail. There's a coach in half an hour that goes to the rail, purpose to catch the mail train. That train'll take him right to Liverpool."
"But look at him," groaned Mr. Gradgrind. "Will any coach?"
"I don't mean that he should go in the comic livery," said Sleary. "Say the word, and I'll make a Joskin of him out of the wardrobe in 5 minutes."
I don't understand, said Mr. Gradgrind. A Jothkin, a carter. Make up your mind quick, squire. There'll be beer to faith. I've never met with nothing but beer as they'll ever clean a comic blackamoor.
Mr. Gradgrind rapidly assented. Mr. Sleary rapidly turned out from a box a smock frock, a felt hat, and other essentials. The whelp rapidly changed clothes behind a screen of baize. Mr. Sleary rapidly brought beer and washed him white again.
Now, said Sleary, come along to th' courth and jump up behind. I'll go with you there, and they'll suppose you one of my people. Say farewell to your family, and tharp the word.
With which he delicately retired. Here's your letter, said Mr. Gradgrind. All necessary means will be provided for you. Atone, by repentance and better conduct, for the shocking action you've committed, and the dreadful consequences to which it has led. Give me a hand, my poor boy, and may God forgive you, as I do. The culprit was moved to a few abject tears by these words, and their pathetic tone, but when Louisa opened her arms, he repulsed her afresh. Not you. I don't want to have anything to say to you.
Oh, Tom, Tom, do we end so, after all my love?
After all your love, he returned obdurately. Pretty love. Leaving old Bounderby to himself, and packing my best friend, Mr. Harthouse, off, and going home, just when I was in the greatest danger. Pretty love, that. Coming out with every word about our having gone to that place, when you saw the net was gathering round me. Pretty love, that. You've regularly given me up. You never cared for me.
Tharp the word,
said Sleary at the door. They all confusedly went out, Louisa crying to him that she forgave him and loved him still, and that he would one day be sorry to have left her so, and glad to think of these her last words far away, when some one ran against them. Mr. Gradgrind and Sissy, who were both before him while his sister yet clung to his shoulder, stopped and recoiled. For there was Bitzer, out of breath, his thin lips parted, his thin nostrils distended, his white eyelashes quivering, his colourless face more colourless than ever, as if he ran himself into a white heat, when other people ran themselves into a glow. There he stood, panting and heaving, as if he had never stopped since the night, now long ago, when he had run them down before. I'm sorry to interfere with your plans, said Bitzer, shaking his head, but I can't allow myself to be done by horse riders. I must have Mr. Tom. He mustn't be got away by horse riders. Here he is in a smock frock, and I must have him. By the collar too, it seemed, for so he took possession of him. Chapter 36. They went back into the booth, Sleary shutting the door to keep intruders out. Bitzer, still holding the paralysed culprit by the collar, stood in the ring, blinking at his old patron through the darkness of the twilight. Bitzer, said Mr. Gradgrind, broken down and miserably submissive to him, have you a heart? The circulation, sir, returned Bitzer, smiling at the oddity of the question, couldn't be carried on without one. No man, sir, acquainted with the facts established by Harvey relating to the circulation of the blood, can doubt that I have a heart. Is it accessible, cried Mr. Gradgrind, to any compassionate influence? It is accessible to reason, sir, returned the excellent young man, and to nothing else. They stood looking at each other, Mr. Gradgrind's face as white as the pursuer's. What motive, even what motive in reason, can you have for preventing the escape of this wretched youth, said Mr. Gradgrind, and crushing his miserable father? See his sister here. Pity us. Sir, returned Bitzer, in a very businesslike and logical manner, since you ask me what motive I have in reason for taking young Mr. Tom back to Coketown, it's only reasonable to let you know. I've suspected young Mr. Tom of this bank robbery from the first. I had my eye upon him before that time, for I knew his ways. I've kept my observations to myself, but I have made them, and I've got ample proofs against him now, besides his running away, and besides his own confession, which I was just in time to overhear. I had the pleasure of watching your house yesterday morning and following you here. I'm going to take young Mr. Tom back to Coketown in order to deliver him over to Mr. Bounderby. Sir,
I've no doubt whatever that Mr. Bounderby will then promote me to young Mr. Tom's situation, and I wish to have his situation, sir, for it will be a rise to me, and will do me good." "If this is solely a question of self-interest with you," Mr. Gradgrind began. "I beg your pardon for interrupting you, sir," returned Bitzer, "but I'm sure you know that the whole social system is a question of self-interest. What you must always appeal to is a person's self-interest. It's your only hold. We are so constituted. I was brought up in that catechism when I was very young, sir, as you are aware." "What sum of money," said Mr. Gradgrind, "will you set against your expected promotion?" "Thank you, sir," returned Bitzer, "for hinting at the proposal, but I will not set any sum against it. Knowing that your clear head would propose that alternative, I've gone over the calculations in my mind, and I find that to compound a felony, even on very high terms indeed, would not be as safe and good for me as my improved prospects in the bank." "Bitzer," said Mr. Gradgrind, stretching out his hands, as though he would have said, "See how miserable I am. Bitzer, I have but one chance left to soften you. You were many years at my school. If, in remembrance of the pains bestowed upon you there, you can persuade yourself in any degree to disregard your present interest and release my son, I entreat and pray you to give him the benefit of that remembrance." "I really wonder, sir," rejoined the old pupil, in an argumentative manner, "to find you taking a position so untenable. My schooling was paid for. It was a bargain, and when I came away, the bargain ended." It was a fundamental principle of the Gradgrind philosophy that everything was to be paid for. Nobody was ever, on any account, to give anybody anything, or render anybody help without purchase. Gratitude was to be abolished, and the virtues springing from it were not to be. Every inch of the whole existence of mankind, from birth to death, was to be a bargain across a counter, and if we didn't get to heaven that way, it was not a politico-economical place, and we had no business there. "I don't deny," added Bitzer, "that my schooling was cheap, but that comes right, sir. I was made in the cheapest market, and have to dispose of myself in the dearest." He was a little troubled here by Louisa and Sissy crying. "Pray don't do that," said he. "It's of no use doing that. It only worries. You seem to think that I have some animosity against young Mr. Tom, whereas I have none at all. I'm only going, on the reasonable grounds I have mentioned, to take him back to Coketown. If he was to resist, I should set up the cry of 'Stop thief!' But he won't resist, you may depend upon it." Mr. Sleary, who, with his mouth open and his rolling eye as immovably jammed in his head as his fixed one, had listened to these doctrines with profound attention, here stepped forward.
"Squire, you know perfectly well, and your daughter knoweth perfectly well, better than you, because I said it to her, that I didn't know what your son had done, and that I didn't want to know. I said it was better not, though I only thought then it was some skylarking. However, this young man having made it known to be a robbery of a bank, why, that's a serious thing, much too serious a thing for me to compound, as this young man has very properly called it. Consequently, Squire, you mustn't quarrel with me if I take this young man's side, and say he's right, and there's no help for it. But I tell you what I'll do, Squire. I'll drive your son and this young man over to Thrale, and prevent exposure here. I can't consent to do more, but I'll do that."
Fresh lamentations from Louisa, and deeper affliction on Mr. Gradgrind's part, followed this desertion of them by their last friend. But Sissy glanced at him with great attention, nor did she, in her own breast, misunderstand him. As they were all going out again, he favoured her with one slight roll of his movable eye, desiring her to linger behind. As he locked the door, he said excitedly,
"The Squire stood by you, Cecilia, and I'll stand by the Squire. More than that, this is a precious rascal, and belongs to that blustering cove that my people nearly pissed out a window. It'll be a dark night. I've got a horse that'll do anything but speak. I've got a pony that'll go 15 miles an hour with Childers driving of him. I've got a dog that'll keep a man to one place 24 hours. Get a word with young Squire. Tell him when he seeth our horse begin to dance, not to be afraid of being spilt, but to look out for a pony gig coming up. Tell him, when he seeth that gig close by, to jump down, and it'll take him off at a rattling pace. If my dog lets this young man stir a peg on foot, I give him leave to go. And if my horse ever stirs from that spot where he begins the dancing till th' morning, I don't know him. Sharp's the word."
The word was so sharp that in 10 minutes Mr. Childers, sauntering about the market-place in a pair of slippers, had his cue, and Mr. Sleary's equipage was ready. It was a fine sight to behold the learned dog barking round it, and Mr. Sleary instructing him with his one practicable eye that Bitzer was the object of his particular attentions. Soon after dark they all three got in and started. The learned dog, a formidable creature, already pinning Bitzer with his eye and sticking close to the wheel on his side, that he might be ready for him in the event of his showing the slightest disposition to alight. The other three sat up at the inn all night in great suspense. At 8 o'clock in the morning Mr. Sleary and the dog reappeared, both in high spirits.
"All right, Squire," said Mr. Sleary. "Your son may be aboard a ship by this time. Childers took him off an hour and a half after we left here last night. The horse danced the polka till he was dead beat. He would have waltzed if he hadn't been in harness. And then I gave him the word, and he went to sleep comfortable. When that precious young rascal said he'd go forward a foot, the dog hung on to his neck-handkercher with all 4 legs in the air, and pulled him down and rolled him over. So he come back into th' drag, and there he sat till I turned the horse's head at 6:30 this morning."
Mr. Gradgrind overwhelmed him with thanks, of course, and hinted as delicately as he could at a handsome remuneration in money.
"I don't want money myself, Squire, but Childers is a family man, and if you was to like to offer him a £5 note, it mightn't be unacceptable. Likewise, if you was to stand a collar for the dog, or a set of bells for the horse, I should be very glad to take 'em. Brandy and water I always take."
He had already called for a glass, and now called for another.
"If you wouldn't think it going too far, Squire, to make a little spread for the company at about 3 and 6 a head, not reckoning loose, it would make 'em happy."
All these little tokens of his gratitude Mr. Gradgrind very willingly undertook to render, though he thought them far too slight, he said, for such a service.
"Very well, Squire. Then, if you'll only give a horse riding a bespeak whenever you can, you'll more than balance the account. Now, Squire, if your daughter will excuse me, I should like one parting word with you."
Louisa and Sissy withdrew into an adjoining room. Mr. Sleary, stirring and drinking his brandy and water as he stood, went on.
"Squire, you don't need to be told that dogs is wonderful animals."
"Their instinct," said Mr. Gradgrind, "is surprising."
"Whatever you call it, and I'm blessed if I know what to call it," said Sleary. "It is astonishing. The way in which a dog will find you, the distance he'll come."
"His scent," said Mr. Gradgrind, "being so fine."
"I'm blessed if I know what to call it," repeated Sleary, shaking his head. "But I've had dogs find me, Squire, in a way that made me think whether that dog hadn't gone to another dog, and said, 'You don't happen to know a person of the name of Sleary, do you? Person of the name of Sleary in the horse-riding way. Stout man, game eye.' And whether that dog mightn't have said, 'Well, I can't say I know him myself, but I know a dog that I think would be likely to be acquainted with him,' and whether that dog mightn't have thought it over and said, 'Sleary, Sleary, oh yes, to be sure, a friend of mine mentioned him to me at one time. I can get you his address directly.' In consequence of my being afore the public, and going about so much, you see, there must be a number of dogs acquainted with me, Squire, that I don't know."
Mr. Gradgrind seemed to be quite confounded by this speculation.
"Anyway," said
Sleary, after putting his lips to his brandy and water,
"it's 14 months ago, Squire, since we was at Chester. We was getting up our children in the wood one morning, when there cometh into our ring by the stage door a dog. He had travelled a long way. He was in very bad condition. He was lame and pretty well blind. He went round to our children, one after another, as if he were seeking for a child he knowed. And then he come to me, and throwed hisself up behind, and stood on his 2 forelegs, weak as he was. And then he wagged his tail and died. Squire, that dog was Merrylegs.
Sissy's father's dog.
Cecilia's father's old dog. Now, Squire, I can take me oath from my knowledge of that dog that that man was dead and buried afore that dog came back to me. Josephine and Childeth and me talked it over a long time, whether I thought right or not. But we agreed, no, there's nothing comfortable to tell. Why unsettle her mind and make her unhappy? So, whether her father basely deserted her, or whether he broke his own heart alone rather than pull her down along with him, never will be known now, Squire. No, not till we know how the dogs findeth out.
She keeps the bottle that he sent her for to this hour, and she will believe in his affection to the last moment of her life, said Mr. Gradgrind.
It seems to present 2 things to a person, don't it, Squire?
Said Mr. Sleary, musing as he looked down into the depths of his brandy and water.
One, that there is a love in the world. Not all self-interest, after all, but something very different. T'other, that he hath a way of his own of calculating, or not calculating, which somehow or other is at least as hard to give a name to as the ways of the dogs is.
Mr. Gradgrind looked out of window, and made no reply. Mr. Sleary emptied his glass, and recalled the ladies.
Cecilia, my dear, kiss me, and good-bye. Miss Squire, to see you treating of her like a sister, and a sister that you trust and honour with all your heart and more, is a very pretty sight to me. I hope your brother may live to be better deserving of you, and a greater comfort to you. Squire, shake hands, first and last. Don't be cross with us poor vagabonds. People must be amused. They can't be always a-learning, nor yet they can't be always a-working. They aren't made for it. You must have us, Squire. Do the wise thing, and the kind thing too, and make the best of us, not the worst. And I never thought before,
said Mr. Sleary, putting his head in at the door again to say it,
that I was so much of a cackler.
Chapter 37. It is a dangerous thing to see anything in the sphere of a vain blusterer, before the vain blusterer sees it himself. Mr. Bounderby felt that Mrs. Sparsit had audaciously anticipated him, and presumed to be wiser than he. Inappeasably indignant with her for her triumphant discovery of Mrs. Pegler, he turned this presumption, on the part of a woman in her dependent position, over and over in his mind, until it accumulated with turning like a great snowball. At last he made the discovery that to discharge this highly connected female, to have it in his power to say,
she was a woman of family, and wanted to stick to me, but I wouldn't have it, and got rid of her,
would be to get the utmost possible amount of crowning glory out of the connection, and at the same time to punish Mrs. Sparsit according to her deserts. Filled fuller than ever with this great idea, Mr. Bounderby came in to lunch, and sat himself down in the dining-room of former days, where his portrait was. Mrs. Sparsit sat by the fire, with her foot in her cotton stirrup, little thinking whither she was posting. Since the Pegler affair, this gentlewoman had covered her pity for Mr. Bounderby with a veil of quiet melancholy and contrition. In virtue thereof, it had become her habit to assume a woeful look, which woeful look she now bestowed upon her patron.
"What's the matter now, ma'am?"
said Mr. Bounderby, in a very short, rough way.
"Pray, sir," returned Mrs. Sparsit, "do not bite my nose off."
"Bite your nose off, ma'am,"
repeated Mr. Bounderby.
"Your nose?"
Meaning, as Mrs. Sparsit conceived, that it was too developed a nose for the purpose, after which offensive implication he cut himself a crust of bread and threw the knife down with a noise. Mrs. Sparsit took her foot out of the stirrup and said, "Mr. Bounderby, sir."
"Well, ma'am," retorted Mr. Bounderby, "what are you staring at?"
"May I ask, sir," said Mrs. Sparsit, "have you been ruffled this morning?"
"Yes, ma'am."
"May I inquire, sir," pursued the injured woman, "whether I am the unfortunate cause of you having lost your temper?"
"Now, I'll tell you what, ma'am," said Bounderby, "I'm not come here to be bullied. A female may be highly connected, but she can't be permitted to bother and badger a man in my position, and I am not going to put up with it."
Mr. Bounderby felt it necessary to get on, foreseeing that if he allowed of details he would be beaten. Mrs. Sparsit first elevated, then knitted her Coriolanian eyebrows, gathered up her work into its proper basket, and rose. "Sir," said she majestically, "it is apparent to me that I am in your way at present. I will retire to my own apartment."
"Allow me to open the door, ma'am."
"Thank you, sir. I can do it for myself."
"You'd better allow me, ma'am,"
said Bounderby, passing her and getting his hand upon the lock,
"because I can take the opportunity of saying a word to you before you go. Mrs. Sparsit, ma'am, I rather think you are cramped here, do you know? It appears to me that under my humble roof there's hardly opening enough for a lady of your genius in other people's affairs."
Mrs. Sparsit gave him a look of the darkest scorn, and said, with great politeness, "Really, sir?"
"I have been thinking it over, you see, since the late affairs have happened, ma'am," said Bounderby, "and it appears to my poor judgment—"
"Oh, pray, sir," Mrs. Sparsit interposed, with sprightly cheerfulness, "don't disparage your judgment. Everybody knows how unerring Mr. Bounderby's judgment is. Everybody has had proofs of it. It must be the theme of general conversation. Disparage anything in yourself but your judgment, sir," said Mrs. Sparsit, laughing. Mr. Bounderby, very red and uncomfortable, resumed.
"It appears to me, ma'am, I say, that a different sort of establishment altogether would bring out a lady of your powers. Such an establishment as your relation, Lady Scadger's, is now. Don't you think you might find some affairs there, ma'am, to interfere with?"
"It never occurred to me before, sir," returned Mrs. Sparsit, "but now you mention it, I should think it highly probable."
"Then suppose you try, ma'am,"
said Bounderby, laying an envelope with a cheque in it in her little basket.
"You can take your own time for going, ma'am, but perhaps in the meanwhile it will be more agreeable to a lady of your powers of mind to eat her meals by herself, and not to be intruded upon. I really ought to apologise to you, being only Josiah Bounderby of Coketown, for having stood in your light so long."
"Pray, don't name it, sir," returned Mrs. Sparsit. "If that portrait could speak, sir, but it has the advantage over the original of not possessing the power of committing itself and disgusting others. It would testify that a long period has elapsed since I first habitually addressed it as the picture of a noodle. Nothing that a noodle does can awaken surprise or indignation. The proceedings of a noodle can only inspire contempt." Thus saying, Mrs. Sparsit, with her Roman features like a medal struck to commemorate her scorn of Mr. Bounderby, surveyed him fixedly from head to foot, swept disdainfully past him, and ascended the staircase. Mr. Bounderby closed the door, and stood before the fire, protecting himself after his old explosive manner into his portrait, and into futurity. Into how much of futurity? He saw Mrs. Sparsit fighting out a daily fight at the points of all the weapons in the female armoury, with the grudging, smarting, peevish, tormenting Lady Scadgers, still laid up in bed with her mysterious leg, and gobbling her insufficient income down by about the middle of every quarter in a mean little airless lodging, a mere closet for one, a mere crib for two. But did he see more? Did he catch any glimpse of himself making a show of Bitzer to strangers, as the rising young man, so devoted to his master's great merits, who had won young Tom's place, and had almost captured young Tom himself in the times when, by various rascals, he was spirited away? Did he see any faint reflection of his own image making a vainglorious will, whereby 25 humbugs past 55 years of age, each taking upon himself the name
Josiah Bounderby of Coketown,
should for ever dine in Bounderby Hall, for ever lodge in Bounderby Buildings, for ever attend a Bounderby chapel, for ever go to sleep under a Bounderby chaplain, for ever be supported out of a Bounderby estate, and for ever nauseate all healthy stomachs with a vast amount of Bounderby balderdash and bluster? Had he any prescience of the day, 5 years to come, when Josiah Bounderby of Coketown was to die in a fit in the Coketown street, and this same precious will was to begin its long career of quibble, plunder, false pretences, vile example, little service, and much law? Probably not. Yet the portrait was to see it all out. Here was Mr. Gradgrind on the same day, and in the same hour, sitting thoughtful in his own room. How much of futurity did he see? Did he see himself a white-haired, decrepit man, bending his hitherto inflexible theories to appointed circumstances, making his facts and figures subservient to faith, hope, and charity, and no longer trying to grind that heavenly trio in his dusty little mills? Did he catch sight of himself, therefore much despised by his late political associates? Did he see them in the era of its being quite settled that the national dustmen have only to do with one another, and owe no duty to an abstraction called a people, taunting the honourable gentleman with this and with that and with what not, 5 nights a week until the small hours of the morning? Probably he had that much foreknowledge, knowing his men. Here was Louisa, on the night of the same day, watching the fire as in days of yore, though with a gentler and a humbler face. How much of the future might arise before her vision? Broadsides in the streets, signed with her father's name, exonerating the late Stephen Blackpool, weaver, from misplaced suspicion, and publishing the guilt of his own son with such extenuation as his years and temptation, he could not bring himself to add his education, might beseech, were of the present. So Stephen Blackpool's tombstone, with her father's record of his death, was almost of the present, for she knew it was to be. These things she could plainly see, but how much of the future? A working woman, christened Rachel, after a long illness, once again appearing at the ringing of the factory bell, and passing to and fro at the set hours among the Coketown hands. A woman of a pensive beauty, always dressed in black, but sweet-tempered and serene, and even cheerful, who, of all the people in the place, alone appeared to have compassion on a degraded, drunken wretch of her own sex, who was sometimes seen in the town, secretly begging of her and crying to her. A woman working, ever working, but content to do it, and preferring to do it as her natural lot, until she should be too old to labour any more. Did Louisa see this? Such a thing was to be. A lonely brother, many thousands of miles away, writing, on paper blotted with tears, that her words had too soon come true, and that all the treasures in the world would be cheaply bartered for a sight of her dear face. At length this brother coming nearer home with hope of seeing her, and being delayed by illness. And then a letter in a strange hand saying, he died in hospital, of fever, such a day, and died in penitence and love of you, his last words being your name. Did Louisa see these things? Such things were to be. Herself again a wife, a mother, lovingly watchful of her children, ever careful that they should have a childhood of the mind no less than a childhood of the body, as knowing it to be even a more beautiful thing, and a possession, any hoarded scrap of which is a blessing and happiness to the wisest. Did Louisa see this? Such a thing was never to be. But happy Sissy's happy children loving her, all children loving her, she, grown learned in childish lore, thinking no innocent and pretty fancy ever to be despised, trying hard to know her humbler fellow creatures, and to beautify their lives of machinery and reality with those imaginative graces and delights, without which the heart of infancy will wither up, the sturdiest physical manhood will be morally stark death, and the plainest national prosperity figures can show will be the writing on the wall, she holding this course as part of no fantastic vow, or bond, or brotherhood, or sisterhood, or pledge, or covenant, or fancy dress, or fancy fare, but simply as a duty to be done. Did Louisa see these things of herself? These things were to be. Dear reader, it rests with you and me, whether, in our two fields of action, similar things shall be or not. Let them be. We shall sit with lighter bosoms on the hearth to see the ashes of our fires turn grey and cold. End of Hard Times by Charles Dickens. Read by Phil Benson. Locked Out by Charles Dickens. Household Words, Volume 8, Whole Number 194, pages 345 to 348. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Locked Out. Preston, situated upon the banks of the Ribble, some 15 miles from the mouth of that river, is a good honest workaday looking town, built upon a magnificent site, surrounded by beautiful country, and for a manufacturing town wears a very handsome and creditable face. Preston concentrates within itself all the factories of the district, so that with one or two insignificant exceptions, it may be said that there are no factories within many miles of Preston, not within the town itself. This seems an unimportant fact at first, but it exercises a powerful influence over the state of the labour market. The feeling of isolation is so strong in the town that people from a short distance are spoken of as foreigners. As we glide into the station yard, our first exclamation is, "What a dirty place!" Well, it is a dirty place, that station yard of Preston, and it doesn't do justice to the town. How Her Majesty contrives to eat her luncheon within its precincts when she passes through from her Highland home, we cannot imagine. The only pleasant sight within its boundaries is the fresh face and golden ringlets of the little news vendor, known to every traveller in this part of the kingdom, whose loyal practice it is, upon the occasion of Queen Victoria's passages through the town, to present Her Majesty with copies of the morning papers on a silver salver. We pass out of the station, astonished to perceive that the atmosphere, instead of being thick and smoky, is as clear here as the air upon Hampstead Heath. An intelligent Prestonian explains that now there are 50 tall chimneys cold and smokeless, and that ought to make a difference. 41 firms have locked out their hands, and 21,000 workpeople are obliged to be at play. Preston in full work is, we learn, different from many other manufacturing towns. It is surrounded by agriculture, a smoky island in the middle of an expansive cornfield. The consequence is that it enjoys a great supply of labour, and has less competition than at other places. By this time we find ourselves on a level plain of marshy ground, upon the banks of the Ribble, and below the town of Preston. This is called the Marsh, and it is at once the agora and the academe of the place. Here, if report speaks truly, to the industrial Chloes of Preston listen to the amorous pleadings of their swains. Here modern Arachnes, far excelling Minerva in their spinning, whatever may be said of their wisdom, cast skilful webs about the hearts of their devoted admirers. Here too do the mob orators appear in times of trouble and contention, to excite with their highly spiced eloquence the thoughtless crowd, over whom they exercise such pernicious sway. When we arrive, the place is covered with an immense multitude of children at play. Children indeed, The extreme youth of the majority is remarkable. Mere lads in baragon jackets, and lasses considerably under 20, pattering about in their neat little clogs, a distinguishing mark of the factory lass, form an overpowering proportion of the operative population. At least 2/3 of the hands employed upon a factory are under age. The parents either stay at home or mind the house, while their sons and daughters are working, or perhaps the mother takes in washing, whilst the father follows some handicraft trade out of doors. To marry a widow with 5 or 6 grown-up daughters, instead of being regarded as a misfortune, is here looked upon as a slice of good luck. Whilst on the better side of the picture, it is no uncommon thing to ask a young girl what her father is doing, and to receive for reply, "Oh, he just stops at home. There's 5 of us to keep un atween us." This strange revolution in the natural order of things has been effected by the mighty power of steam. It has its bright side, but it also has its dark side. When you enter one of these vast workshops, you see a world of complex machinery, alive and busy, every wheel illustrating the dominion of the human intellect. Yet it is a mournful subject of reflection, but it is nevertheless an undoubted fact that 9/10 of the human beings tending and controlling the wondrous creature are so ignorant they cannot read and write, while more than 1/2 are destitute of either accomplishment. Indeed, it is no uncommon thing to find an overlooker, a man in authority, and exercising proportionate influence over his fellow workmen, who can neither read a newspaper nor sign his own name. The Sunday schools teach some of them to read, but writing is not looked upon as a Christian accomplishment, and the unco righteous set their faces against writing on a Sunday. To appreciate the fearful significance of this fact, we must recollect the preponderating influence necessarily possessed by those who can read and write, and when we come to reflect upon the way in which authority works upon an uncultivated mind, we shall not wonder at the testimony of one of the clearest headed masters in Preston, when he says that he has invariably found that the cleverest workman, that is to say, clever in every respect, his work, his reading, and his writing, is always the greatest agitator. Comparative ability and shrewdness on the one side, ignorance, youth, and ambition on the other. What must not be the inevitable result? Play is going on upon the marsh with a vengeance. Kiss in the ring is being briskly carried on. The sterner sort of lads are engaged in leapfrog or football. There are few symptoms of care and contention here. For all we can see, the lads and lasses might have turned out for an hour's recreation, only to return with a sharpened appetite for labour. On one part of the marsh, an old punt has stranded, and its deck forms a convenient rostrum for the hypaethral or open-air orators of Preston. A meeting is about to take place, over which John Gruntle is to preside, and at which Cowler, Swindon, and O'Brigger are expected to address the people. Presently a small knot of persons get upon the deck of the punt. The crowd thickens round them. Kiss in the ring is suspended. The football is at rest. A few reporters make their appearance upon the punt, notebooks in hand. Gruntle is voted into the chair, and one of those meetings which 30 years ago would have been a criminal offence is formally opened. Gruntle is not very prolix. He is an old stager and used to these things. In a few words he states the object of the meeting, and announces to the audience that their friend Cowler will address them. At this name a shout rends the air. Cowler is evidently the chosen of the people. Rightly or wrongly, they hold him in great regard. His appearance is very much in his favour, for he wears the look of a straightforward, honest man. A smile plays round his mouth as he steps forward with the air of a man sure of his audience, but the feverish and anxious expression of the eyes tells of sleepless nights and of constant agitation. "Respected friends," he begins, and in a trice he has plunged into the middle of the question. He has been accused, he says, of fostering agitation and gaining advantage from the strike. Why, How can they say that when his constant cry has been for the masters to open their mills and give the operatives their just rights? Let them only do that, and he'll soon show them how glad he'll be to give over agitating. It's not such very pleasant work either, his agitating. For example, he himself hasn't been to bed for these 2 nights. Last night they got the money that their good friends in the neighbouring towns had sent them, so he sat up to take care of it, for fear someone should come and borrow it from them. Laughter. The editor of the London Thunderer had been abusing him. Well, here was a thing. 20 years ago such a thing was never thought of as that a working man should be noticed by a London paper. But the editor had not been very courteous. He had called him a fool, because he said that it was a shame for the wives of the cotton lords to wear silks and satins, while the factory lasses were forced to be contented with plain cotton. Was he a fool for that? No, no! Great excitement among the lasses, and exclamations of "Eh, Lord!" To Cowler succeeds Swindle, a lean and hungry Cassius, the very example of an agitator, a man who has lived by literary garbage, without fattening upon the unwholesome stuff. He seems half tipsy, his eyes roll, and his gesticulations are vehement. One more glass of whisky, and he would be prepared to head an insurrection. He rants and raves for 1/4 of an hour, and we are pleased to observe that his audience are too sensible to care much about him. Then comes O'Brigger, oily-tongued and with a brogue. He complains that it has been charged against them that he is an Irishman. So he is, faith, and he's mighty proud of it. The manufacturers are all of 'em tyrants. However, this time they will learn that the people of England are not to be oppressed, for they will get such a flogging as they never had in the course of their lives. He's happy to inform his kind friends that their funds are upon the increase entirely. As the pockets of the masters become more and more empty, so will the pockets of the operatives grow fuller and fuller. Thus O'Brigger continues to pour into the ears of these poor people the delusive strains of hope, and leads them to believe that in the dire struggle between capital and hunger the latter will prove victorious. And as he proceeds, each fallacious picture is welcomed with an exclamation of "Won't that be nice?" When O'Brigger has concluded, it is the turn of a crowd of the delegates to have their say. There is the delegate from this town, and the delegate from that factory, all marvellous stories about the tyranny of the masters, the woes of the operatives, and the determination of each particular district to stand by Preston to the last. They all end by fiercely denouncing the manufacturers, whom they term the miserable shoddyocracy, a term derived from shoddy, the refuse of cotton stuff, and craccio, to govern, being in fact the result of uniting the Pindaric and Timbobbin dialects. We walk sadly from the marsh, and reach a locked up and smokeless factory, at the gates of which a knot of young girls are singing and offering for sale some of the 10%, songs taking their name from the origin of the strike. In 1847, when trade was very bad, the masters told their workpeople that they could no longer afford to pay them the wages they had been paying, and that they must take off 10%, upon the understanding, as the workpeople allege, that when times got better they would give them the 10% back again. Whether such a promise was or was not actually given, we cannot presume to determine, for the masters emphatically deny it. But it is quite certain that at the beginning of the present year the Stockport operatives combined successfully to force the 10% from their masters, and the Preston operatives aided them with funds. They acted upon Napoleon's principle of combining forces upon single points in succession, and so reducing the enemy in detail. Then it was that the Preston masters, fearing that similar tactics would be turned against themselves, combined to oppose the attempt, and eventually locked out their operatives. The songs are not remarkable for much elegance and polish, but they possess some earnestness and fire, and are undoubtedly composed by the operatives themselves. We step forward, tender a penny to one of the singers, and receive the following song, composed by an operative at Bamber Bridge. 10%, a new song on the Preston strike. Come all you men of freedom, wherever you may be, I pray you give attention and listen unto me. It's of this strike in Preston town, their courage being good, I do believe they will stand firm whilst they have life and blood. Chorus. So now my boys don't daunted be, but stand out to the fray. We ne'er shall yield nor quit the field until we've won the day. In 1847, my boys, I'm sorry for to say, they took from us the 10% without so much delay, and now we want it back again. Our masters in a pout said they would not grant it us, so we're every one locked out. Chorus. So now, etc. There's Blackburn and there's Stockport too, as I have heard them say, are ready to support us now and cheer us on our way. So all unite into one band and never do consent to go into your mills again without the 10%. Chorus. So now, etc. In Preston town I do believe the masters are our foes, but some of them before it's long will wear some ragged clothes. But we'll unite both one and all, and never will lament, when this great war is ceased, about the 10%. Chorus. So now, etc. The winter it is coming on, it will be very cold, but we'll stand out for our demand like warriors so bold. But if the masters don't give way and firmly give consent, we'll stand out till their mills do fall, all for the 10%. Chorus. So now, etc. Now to conclude and make an end of this my simple song, I hope the masters will give in, and that before it's long. Before the masters' tyranny shall rule our rights and laws, we'll have another strike, me boys, if ever we have cause. Chorus. So now, etc. These ballads vary constantly to meet the exigencies of passing events. A disgraceful riot at Blackburn, in which some inoffensive persons were attacked for cotton spinners, is celebrated by the Prestonian operatives in the following epic strain. The Preston manufacturers to Blackburn they did go, to the Black Bull in Darwin Street their tyranny to show. The gallant troops of Blackburn full soon did find it out. They sent broken bones to Preston, and the rest run up the spout. Hurrah, me boys, hurrah! I'd have them be aware, or the cotton lords of Preston will be drove into a snare. The tyrants of proud Preston have returned home with shame, beat out by bold Blackburn, who have won the laurel's fame. To subdue the foes of Preston, their minds are firmly bent, to throw off the yoke of bondage and restore the 10%. Hurrah, my boys, etc. Tertius wakened not more enthusiasm in the breast of his auditors than these simple doggerels do among the rude but earnest crowds which thronged to hearken to them. In one of the committee rooms the work of distributing the funds volunteered by the operatives of the neighbouring towns towards the support of their brethren is going on. These funds are collected by 6 committees, and are distributed for the relief of a little more than 14,000 of the hands. Since the commencement of the strike, upwards of £24,000 have been contributed by the poor for the support of the poor. Each committee relieves its own hands. The Powerloom Weavers Committee cares for the interests of the weavers, the winders, the warpers, the twisters, the dressers, the helpers and the reachers. The Spinners and Self-Actors Committee sees to the spinners, the minders, the piecers and the bobbiners. The card-room hands have their committee, and the throstle spinners, the tape machine sizers and the powerloom overlookers theirs. Each collects and distributes its funds without in any way interfering with the others. The proceedings in the room we peep into are quiet, orderly and businesslike. Again we sally out into the dingy streets and find that the evening is closing in over them. More knots of lads and lasses idling about the corners, more bands of singers, solitary famine-stricken faces too, plead mutely for bread, and even worse expedients are evidently resorted to for the purpose of keeping body and soul together. In Preston, as elsewhere, the facilities for crime are too abundant, and we repeat to ourselves those lines of Coleridge: "Oh, I could weep to think that there should be cold-bosomed lewd ones, who endure to place foul offerings on the shrine of misery, and force from famine the caress of love." Ignorance of the most deplorable kind is at the root of all this sort of strife and demoralizing misery. Every employer of labour should write up over his mill door that brains in the operative's head is money in the master's pocket. End of The Lockout by Charles Dickens. On Strike by Charles Dickens. From Household Words, Volume 8, Whole Number 203. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. On Strike. Travelling down to Preston a week from this date, I chanced to sit opposite to a very acute, very determined, very emphatic personage, with a stout railway rug so drawn over his chest that he looked as if he were sitting up in bed with his greatcoat, hat, and gloves on, severely contemplating your humble servant from behind a large blue and grey checked counterpane. In calling him emphatic, I do not mean that he was warm. He was coldly and bitingly emphatic, as a frosty wind is. "You are going through to Preston, sir?" says he, as soon as we were clear of the Primrose Hill tunnel. The receipt of this question was like the receipt of a jerk of the nose. He was so short and sharp. "Yes." "This Preston strike is a nice piece of business," said the gentleman. "A pretty piece of business." "It's very much to be deplored," said I, "on all accounts." "They want to be ground, that's what they want, to bring 'em to their senses," said the gentleman, whom I had already begun to call in my own mind Mr. Snapper, and whom I may as well call by that name here as by any other. I deferentially enquired who wanted to be ground. "The hands," said Mr. Snapper, "the hands on strike, and the hands who help 'em." I remarked that if that was all they wanted, they must be a very unreasonable people, for surely they had a little grinding one way and another already. Mr. Snapper eyed me with sternness, and after opening and shutting his leathern-gloved hands several times outside his counterpane, asked me abruptly, "Was I a delegate?" I set Mr. Snapper right on that point, and told him I was no delegate. "I'm glad to hear it," said Mr. Snapper. "But a friend to the strike, I believe?" "Not at all," said I. "A friend to the Lockout?" pursued Mr. Snapper. "Not in the least," said I. Mr. Snapper's rising opinion of me fell again, and he gave me to understand that a man must either be a friend to the masters, or a friend to the hands. "He may be a friend to both," said I. Mr. Snapper didn't see that. There was no medium in the political economy of the subject. I retorted on Mr. Snapper that political economy was a great and useful science in its own way and in its own place, but that I did not transplant my definition of it from the common prayer book, and make it a great king above all gods. Mr. Snapper tucked himself up as if to keep me off, folded his arms on top of his counterpane, leaned back, and looked out of the window. "Pray, what would you have, sir?" enquired Mr. Snapper, suddenly withdrawing his eyes from the prospect to me, "in the relations between capital and labour, but political economy?" I always avoid the stereotyped terms in these discussions as much as I can, for I have observed in my little way that they often supply the place of sense and moderation. I therefore took my gentleman up with the words employers and employed, in preference to capital and labour. "I believe," said I, "that into the relations between employers and employed, as into all the relations of this life, there must enter something of feeling and sentiment, something of mutual explanation, forbearance, and consideration, something which is not to be found in Mr. M'Culloch's dictionary, and is not exactly stateable in figures. Otherwise those relations are wrong and rotten at the core, and will never bear sound fruit." Mr. Snapper laughed at me. As I thought I had just as good reason to laugh at Mr. Snapper, I did so, and we were both contented. "Ah," said Mr. Snapper, patting his counterpane with a hard touch, "you know very little of the improvident and unreasoning habits of the common people, I see." "Yet I know something of those people too," was my reply. "In fact, Mr. " I had so nearly called him Snapper. "In fact, sir, I doubt the existence at this present time of many faults that are merely class faults. In the main I am disposed to think that whatever faults you may find to exist, in your own neighbourhood for instance, among the hands, you will find tolerably equal in amount among the masters also, and even among classes above the masters. They will be modified by circumstances, and they will be the less excusable among the better educated, but they will be pretty fairly distributed. I have a strong expectation that we shall live to see the conventional adjectives, now apparently inseparable from the phrases working people and lower orders, gradually fall into complete disuse for this reason." "Well, but we began with strikes," Mr. Snapper observed impatiently. "The masters have never had any share in strikes." "Yet I've heard of strikes once upon a time in that same county of Lancashire," said I, "which were not disagreeable to some masters, when they wanted a pretext for raising prices." "Do you mean to say those masters had any hand in getting up those strikes?" asked Mr. Snapper. "You will perhaps obtain better information among persons engaged in some Manchester branch trades, who have good memories," said I. Mr. Snapper had no doubt, after this, that I thought the hands had a right to combine. "Surely," said I, "a perfect right to combine in any lawful manner. The fact of their being able to combine, and accustomed to combine, may, I can easily conceive, be a protection to them. The blame even of this business is not all on one side. I think the associated lock-out was a grave error, and when you Preston masters—" "I am not a Preston master," interrupted Mr. Snapper. "When the respectable combined body of Preston masters," said I, "in the beginning of this unhappy difference, laid down the principle that no man should be employed henceforth who belonged to any combination, such as their own, they attempted to carry with a high hand a partial and unfair impossibility, and were obliged to abandon it. This was an unwise proceeding, and the first defeat." Mr. Snapper had known all along that I was no friend to the masters. "Pardon me," said I am unfeignedly a friend to the masters, and I have many friends among them." "Yet you think these hands in the right?" quoth Mr. Snapper. "By no means," said I fear they are at present engaged in an unreasonable struggle, wherein they began ill, and cannot end well." Mr. Snapper, evidently regarding me as neither fish, flesh, nor fowl, begged to know after a pause if he might enquire whether I was going to Preston on business. "Indeed I was going there in my unbusinesslike manner," I confessed, "to look at the strike." "To look at the strike!" echoed Mr. Snapper, fixing his hat on firmly with both hands. "To look at it! Might I ask you now with what object you are going to look at it?" "Certainly," said I read, even in liberal pages, the hardest political economy, of an extraordinary description too sometimes, and certainly not to be found in the books, as the only touchstone of this strike. I see this very day, in a to-morrow's liberal paper, some astonishing novelties in the politico-economical way, showing how profits and wages have no connection whatever, coupled with such references to these hands as might be made by a very irascible general, to rebels and brigands in arms. Now, if it be the case that some of the highest virtues of the working people still shine through them brighter than ever in their conduct of this mistake of theirs, perhaps the fact may reasonably suggest to me, and to others beside me, that there is some little things wanting in the relations between them and their employers, which neither political economy nor drum-head proclamation writing will altogether supply, and which we cannot too soon or too temperately unite in trying to find out." Mr. Snapper, after again opening and shutting his gloved hands several times, drew the counterpane higher over his chest, and went to bed in disgust. He got up at Rugby, took himself and counterpane into another carriage, and left me to pursue my journey alone. When I got to Preston it was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The day being Saturday and market day, a foreigner might have expected, from among so many idle and not overfed people as the town contained, to find a turbulent, ill-conditioned crowd in the streets. But except for the cold smokeless factory chimneys, the placards at the street corners, and the groups of working people attentively reading them, nor foreigner nor Englishman could have had the least suspicion that there existed any interruption to the usual labours of the place. The placards thus perused were not remarkable for their logic certainly, and did not make the case particularly clear, but considering that they emanated from, and were addressed to, people who had been out of employment for 23 consecutive weeks, at least they had little passion in them, though they had not much reason. Take the worst I could find. Friends and fellow operatives, accept the grateful thanks of 20,000 struggling operatives for the help you have showered upon Preston since the present contest commenced. Your kindness and generosity, your patience and long-continued support deserve every praise, and are only equalled by the heroic and determined perseverance of the outraged and insulted factory workers of Preston, who have been struggling for some months, and are at this inclement season of the year bravely battling for the rights of themselves and the whole toiling community. For many years before the strike took place at Preston, the operatives were the downtrodden and insulted serfs of their employers, who in times of good trade and general prosperity wrung from their labour a California of gold, which is now being used to crush those who created it, still lower and lower in the scale of civilization. This has been the result of our commercial prosperity. More wealth for the rich, and more poverty for the poor. Because the workpeople of Preston protested against this state of things, because they combined in a fair and legitimate way for the purpose of getting a reasonable share of the reward of their own labour, the fair-dealing employers of Preston, to their eternal shame and disgrace, locked up their mills, and at one fell swoop deprived, as they thought, from 20 to 30,000 human beings of the means of existence. Cruelty and tyranny always defeat their own object. It was so in this case, and to the honour and credit of the working classes of this country, we have to record that, those whom the rich and wealthy sought to destroy, the poor and industrious have protected from harm. This love of justice and hatred of wrong is a noble feature in the character and disposition of the working man, and gives us hope that in the future this world will become what its great architect intended, not a place of sorrow, toil, oppression, and wrong, but the dwelling place and the abode of peace, plenty, happiness, and love, where avarice and all the evil passions engendered by the present system of fraud and injustice shall not have a place. The earth was not made for the misery of its people. Intellect was not given to man to make himself and fellow creatures unhappy. No, the fruitfulness of the soil and the wonderful inventions, the result of mind, all proclaim that these things were bestowed upon us for our happiness and well-being, and not for the misery and degradation of the human race. It may serve the manufacturers and all who run away with the lion's share of labour's produce to say that the impartial God intended that there should be a partial distribution of his blessings. But we know that it is against nature to believe that those who plant and reap all the grain should not have enough to make a mess of porridge. And we know that those who weave all the cloth should not want a yard to cover their persons, whilst those who never wove an inch have more calico, silks, and satins than would serve the reasonable wants of a dozen working men and their families. This system of giving everything to the few and nothing to the many has lasted long enough, and we call upon the working people of this country to be determined to establish a new and improved system, a system that shall give to all who labour a fair share of those blessings and comforts which their toil produce. In short, we wish to see that divine precept enforced, which says, "Those who will not work shall not eat." The task is before you, working men, if you think the good which would result from its accomplishment is worth struggling for. Set to work and cease not until you have obtained the good time coming, not only for the Preston operatives, but for yourselves as well. By order of the Committee, Murphy's Temperance Hotel, Chapel Walks, Preston, January 24th, 1854. It is a melancholy thing that it should not occur to the Committee to consider what would become of themselves, their friends, and fellow operatives, if those calicoes, silks, and satins were not worn in very large quantities. But I shall not enter into that question. As I had told my friend Snapper, what I wanted to see with my own eyes was how these people acted under a mistaken impression, and what qualities they showed even at that disadvantage, which ought to be the strength and peace, not the weakness and trouble of the community. I found, even from this literature, however, that all masters were not indiscriminately unpopular. Witness the following verses from the new song of the Preston strike. There's Henry Hornby of Blackburn, he's a jolly brick, he fits the Preston masters nobly, and is very bad to trick. He pays his hands a good price, and I hope he will never sever, so we'll sing success to Hornby and Blackburn for ever. There is another gentleman, I'm sure you'll all lament, in Blackburn for him they're raising a monument. You know his name, 'tis of great fame, it was late Eccles of honour. May Hopwood and Sparrow and Hornby live for ever. So now it is time to finish and end my rhyme. We warn these Preston cotton laws to mind for future time. With peace and order too, I hope we shall be clever. We'll sing success to Stockport and Blackburn for ever. Now, lads, give your minds to it. The balance sheet of the receipts and expenditure for the 23rd week of the strike was extensively posted. The income for that week was £2,140 odd. Some of the contributors were poetical, as "Love to all and peace to the dead, may the poor now indeed never want bread, 3 and 6pence." The following poetical remonstrance was appended to the list of contributions from the Gorton district. Within these walls the lasses fair refuse to contribute their share. Careless of duty, blind to fame, for shame, ye lasses, oh, for shame. Come, pay up, lasses, think what's right, defend your trade with all your might, for if you don't, the world will blame, and cry, ye lasses, oh, for shame. Let's hope in future all will pay, that Preston folks may shortly say, that by your aid they have obtained the greatest victory ever gained. Some of the subscribers veiled their names under encouraging sentiments, as not tired yet, all in a mind, win the day, fraternity, and the like. Some took jocose appellations as a stunning friend, 2-1 Preston wins, Nibbling Joe, and the donkey driver. Some expressed themselves through their trades, as Cobbler Dick, 6pence, the tailor True, 6pence, shoemaker, a shilling, the chirping blacksmith, 6pence, and a few of Maskery's most feeling coachmakers, 3 and 3pence. An old balance sheet for the 14th week of the strike was headed with this quotation from Mr. Carlyle: "Adversity is sometimes hard upon a man, but for one man who can stand prosperity, there are 100 that will stand adversity." The Elton district prefaced its report with these lines: "Oh, ye who start a noble scheme, for general good designed, ye workers in a cause that tends to benefit your kind, mark out the path ye fain would tread, the game ye mean to play, and if it be an honest one, keep steadfast in your way. Although you may not gain at once the points ye most desire, be patient, time can wonders work, plod on and do not tire. Obstructions too may crowd your path, in threatening stern array, yet flinch not, fear not, they may prove mere shadows in your way. Then, while there's work for you to do, stand not despairing by, let forward be the move ye make, let onward be your cry, and when success has crowned your plans, 'twill all your pains repay, to see the good your labour's done, then droop not on your way." In this list, Bear ye one another's burthens, sent £1.15. We'll stand to our text, see that ye love one another, sent 19 shillings. Christopher Hardman's men again, they say they can always spare 1 shilling out of 10, sent 2 and 6pence. The following masked threats were the worst feature in any bill I saw. If that fiddler at Uncle Tom's Cabin blowing room does not pay, Punch will set his legs straight. If that drawer at Cardside and those 2 slubbers do not pay, Punch will say something about their bustles. If that winder at Last Shift does not pay next week, Punch will tell about her actions. But on looking at this bill again, I found that it came from Bury, and related to Bury, and had nothing to do with Preston. The masters' placards were not torn down or disfigured, but were being read quite as attentively as those on the opposite side. That evening the delegates from the surrounding districts were coming in, according to custom, with their subscription lists for the week just closed. These delegates meet on Sunday as their only day of leisure. When they have made their reports, they go back to their homes and their Monday's work. On Sunday morning I repaired to the delegates' meeting. These assemblages take place in a cockpit, which in the better times of our fallen land belonged to the late Lord Derby, for the purposes of the intellectual recreation implied in its name. I was directed to the cockpit, up a narrow lane, tolerably crowded by the lower sort of working people. Personally, I was quite unknown in the town, but every one made way for me to pass with great civility and perfect good humour. Arrived at the cockpit door, and expressing my desire to see and hear, I was handed through the crowd down into the pit and up again, until I found myself seated on the topmost circular bench, within 1 of the secretary's table, and within 3 of the chairman. Behind the chairman was a great crown on the top of a pole, made of party-coloured calico, and strongly suggestive of May Day. There was no other symbol or ornament in the place. It was hotter than any mill or factory I have ever been in, but there was a stove down in the sanded pit, and the delegates were seated close to it, and one particular delegate often warmed his hands at it, as if he were chilly. The air was so intensely close and hot, that at first I had but a confused perception of the delegates down in the pit, and the dense crowd of eagerly listening men and women, but not very many of the latter, filling all the benches, and choking such narrow standing room as there was. When the atmosphere cleared a little on better acquaintance, I found the question under discussion to be, whether the Manchester delegates in attendance from the Labour Parliament should be heard. If the assembly in respect of quietness and order were put in comparison with the House of Commons, the Right Honourable the Speaker himself would decide for Preston. The chairman was a Preston weaver, 2 or 53 years of age, perhaps, a man with a capacious head, rather long dark hair growing at the sides and back, a placid attentive face, keen eyes, a particularly composed manner, a quiet voice, and a persuasive action of his right arm. Now look'ee here, my friends, see what question is. T' question is, shall these here men be heerd? Then t' comes to this, what ha' these men got to tell us? Do they bring money? If they bring money towards t' expenses of this strike, they're welcome, for brass, my friends, is what we want, and what we must ha'. Hear, hear, hear! Do they come to us wi' any suggestion for the conduct of this strike? If they do, they're welcome. Let 'em give us their advice, and we will hearken to it. But if these men come here to tell us what t' Labour Parliament is, or what Ernest Jones's opinions is, or to bring in politics and differences among us, when what we want is harmony, brotherly love, and concord, then I say to you, decide for yourself carefully whether these men ought to be heard in this place. Hear, hear, hear! And no, no, no! Chairman sits down earnestly regarding delegates, and holding both arms of his chair. Looks extremely sensible, his plain, coarse, working man's shirt collar easily turned down over his loose Belcher neckerchief. Delegate who has moved Manchester delegates be heard presses motion. Mr. Chairman, Will that delegate tell us, as a man, that these men have anything to say concerning this present strike and lock-out? For we have a deal of business to do, and what concerns this present strike and lock-out is our business, and nothing else is. Hear, hear, hear. Delegate in question will not compromise the fact. These men want to defend the Labour Parliament from certain charges made against them. Very well, Mr. Chairman. Then I move as an amendment that you do not hear these men now, and that you proceed with business, and if you don't, I'll look after you, I tell you that. Cheers and laughter. Come, lads, proved then. 2 or 3 hands for the delegates, all the rest for the business. Motion lost, amendment carried. Manchester deputation not to be heard. But now starts up the delegate from Throstletown, in a dreadful state of mind. Mr. Chairman, I hold in my hand a bill that requires and demands explanation from you, sir, an offensive bill, a bill posted in my town of Throstletown, without my knowledge, without the knowledge of my fellow delegates who are here beside me. A bill purporting to be posted by the authority of the massed committee, sir, and of which my fellow delegates and myself were kept in ignorance. Why are we to be slighted? Why are we to be insulted? Why are we to be meanly stabbed in the dark? Why is this assassin-like course of conduct to be pursued towards us? Why is Throstletown, which has nobly assisted you, the operatives of Preston, in this great struggle, and which has brought its contributions up to the full 7pence a loom, to be thus degraded, thus aspersed, thus traduced, thus despised, thus outraged in its feelings by un-English and unmanly conduct? Sir, I hand you up that bill, and I require of you, sir, to give me a satisfactory explanation of that bill, and as I have that confidence in your known integrity, sir, as to be sure that you will give it, and that you will tell us who is to blame, and that you will make reparation to Throstletown for this scandalous treatment. Then, in hot blood, up starts Gruffshaw, professional speaker, who is somehow responsible for this bill. Oh, my friends, but explanation is required here. Oh, my friends, but it is fit and right that you should have the dark ways of the real traducers and apostates, and the real un-English stabbers laid bare before you. My friends, when this dark conspiracy first began— But here the persuasive right hand of the chairman falls gently on Gruffshaw's shoulder. Gruffshaw stops in full boil. My friends, these are hard words of my friend Gruffshaw, and this is not the business. No more it is, and once again, sir, I, the delegate who said I would look after you, do move that you proceed to business. Preston has not the strong relish for personal altercation that Westminster hath. Motion seconded and carried. Business passed to. Gruffshaw dumb. Perhaps the world could not afford a more remarkable contrast than between the deliberate collected manner of these men proceeding with their business, and the clash and hurry of the engines among which their lives are passed. Their astonishing fortitude and perseverance, their high sense of honour among themselves, the extent to which they are impressed with the responsibility that is upon them of setting a careful example, and keeping their order out of any harm and loss of reputation, the noble readiness in them to help one another, of which most medical practitioners and working clergymen can give so many affecting examples, could scarcely ever be plainer to an ordinary observer of human nature than in this cockpit. To hold for a minute that the great mass of them were not sincerely actuated by the belief that all these qualities were bound up in what they were doing, and that they were doing right, seemed to me little short of an impossibility. As the different delegates, some in the very dress in which they had left the mill last night, reported the amounts sent from the various places they represented, this strong faith on their part seemed expressed in every tone and every look that was capable of expressing it. One man was raised to enthusiasm by his pride in bringing so much. Another man was ashamed and depressed because he brought so little. This man triumphantly made it known that he could give you, from the store in hand, £100 in addition next week, if you should want it, and that man pleaded that he hoped his district would do better before long. But I could as soon have doubted the existence of the walls that enclosed us, as the earnestness with which they spoke, many of them referring to the children who were to be born to labour after them, of this great, this noble, gallant, godlike struggle. Some designing and turbulent spirits among them no doubt there are, but I left the place with a profound conviction that their mistake is generally an honest one, and that it is sustained by the good that is in them, and not by the evil. Neither by night nor by day was there any interruption to the peace of the streets. Nor was this an accidental state of things, for the police records of the town are eloquent to the same effect. I traversed the streets very much, and was, as a stranger, the subject of a little curiosity among the idlers. But I met with no rudeness or ill temper. More than once, when I was looking at the printed balance sheets to which I have referred, and could not quite comprehend the setting forth of the figures, a bystander of the working class interposed with his explanatory forefinger, and helped me out. Although the pressure in the cockpit on Sunday was excessive, and the heat of the room obliged me to make my way out as best I could before the close of the proceedings, none of the people whom I put to inconvenience showed the least impatience. All helped me, and all cheerfully acknowledged my word of apology as I passed. It is very probable, notwithstanding, that they may have supposed from my being there at all, I and my companion were the only persons present not of their own order, that I was there to carry what I heard and saw to the opposite side. Indeed, one speaker seemed to intimate as much. On the Monday at noon I returned to this cockpit to see the people paid. It was then about half filled, principally with girls and women. They were all seated, waiting, with nothing to occupy their attention, and were just in that state when the unexpected appearance of a stranger differently dressed from themselves, and with his own individual peculiarities of course, might without offence have had something droll in it even to more polite assemblies. But I stood there looking on as free from remark as if I had come to be paid with the rest. In the place which the secretary had occupied yesterday stood a dirty little common table, covered with fivepenny piles of halfpence. Before the paying began, I wondered who was going to receive these very small sums. But when it did begin, the mystery was soon cleared up. Each of these piles was the change for sixpence, deducting a penny. All who were paid, in filing round the building to prevent confusion, had to pass this table on the way out, and the greater part of the unmarried girls stopped here to change each a sixpence, and subscribe her weekly penny in aid of the people on strike who had families. A very large majority of these girls and women were comfortably dressed in all respects, clean, wholesome, and pleasant looking. There was a prevalent neatness and cheerfulness, and an almost ludicrous absence of anything like sullen discontent. Exactly the same appearances were observable on the same day at a not numerously attended open-air meeting in Chadwick's orchard, which blossoms in nothing but red bricks. Here the chairman of yesterday presided in a cart from which the speeches were delivered. The proceedings commenced with the following sufficiently general and discursive hymn, given out by a workman from Burnley, and sung in a long metre by the whole audience. Assembled beneath thy broad blue sky, to thee, O God, thy children cry. Thy needy creatures on thee call, for thou art great and good to all. Thy bounty smiles on every side, and no good thing hast thou denied. But men of wealth and men of power, like locusts all our gifts devour. Awake, ye sons of toil, nor sleep, while millions starve, while millions weep. Demand your rights, let tyrants see, you are resolved that you'll be free. Mr. Hollin's Sovereign Mill was open all this time. It is a very beautiful mill, containing a large amount of valuable machinery, to which some recent ingenious improvements have been added. 400 people could find employment in it. There were 85 at work, of whom 5 had come in that morning. They looked among the vast array of motionless power looms like a few remaining leaves in a wintry forest. They were protected by the police, very prudently not obtruded on the scenes I have described, and were stared at every day when they came out, by a crowd which had never been large in reference to the numbers on strike, and had diminished to a score or two. One policeman at the door sufficed to keep order then. These 85 were people of exceedingly decent appearance, chiefly women, and were evidently not in the least uneasy for themselves. I heard of one girl among them, and only one, who had been hustled and struck in a dark street. In any aspect in which it can be viewed, this strike and lock-out is a deplorable calamity, in its waste of time, in its waste of a great people's energy, in its waste of wages, in its waste of wealth that seeks to be employed, in its encroachment on the means of many thousands who are labouring from day to day, in the gulf of separation it hourly deepens between those whose interests must be understood to be identical, or must be destroyed. It is a great national affliction. But at this pass, anger is of no use. Starving out is of no use. For what will that do, 5 years hence, but overshadow all the mills in England with the growth of a bitter remembrance? Political economy is a mere skeleton, unless it has a little human covering and filling out, a little human bloom upon it, and a little human warmth in it. Gentlemen are found, in great manufacturing towns, ready enough to extol imbecile mediation with dangerous madmen abroad. Can none of them be brought to think of authorized mediation and explanation at home? I do not suppose that such a knotted difficulty as this is to be at all untangled by a morning party in the Adelphi, but I would entreat both sides now so miserably opposed to consider whether there are no men in England above suspicion, to whom they might refer the matters in dispute, with a perfect confidence above all things in the desire of these men to act justly, and in their sincere attachment to their countrymen of every rank, and to their country. Masters right, or men right? Masters wrong, or men wrong? Both right, or both wrong? There is certain ruin to both in the continuance or frequent revival of this breach, and from the ever-widening circle of their decay, what drop in the social ocean shall be free? End of On Strike by Charles Dickens.